What's good? What's good, everybody? Can everybody hear me? Yeah, I said I was gonna go live in 10 minutes, but I was ready now. Just ate a little bit of dinner. Let's see. Okay, I see myself on the playback loud and clear. So, welcome to the Grandmaster Troll Show. Shout out to the reject army, the Nif9s, the dishwashers, the bedwetters, the defactors of the Black Order, the single women out there, the gorilla pimps, the gorilla simps, blah, blah, blah. But most importantly, witness the power and the might that is the most dangerous troll on YouTube. We got Tech Nonstop in the building, Bossy Empress, we got Ghost Rider, Asia, Biz Miller is going to watch Amiri Brown. He's been cooking. Check out Amiri Brown. But we got to talk about a couple of things before we get into the debate. Unfortunately, again, we have to watch another BM with so much potential, so much at stake, in a favorable position to have a blessed opportunity to play Division One basketball on a scholarship, and instead of going to class, instead of studying for finals, instead of working out, being in the gym, your boy Darius Miles got hit up with capital murder charges. Let's go ahead and break this story down real quick. Come in, hit the like button. Let's see. What do I want to share? The entire screen or the window? They've been changed up the whole StreamYard stuff. Okay, we're gonna share the window, but this is your boy right here. This is your boy right here. Oh, he's on all the news stations for all the wrong reasons.
The latest developments in the deadly Alabama shooting involving two men from the D.C. area. New video shows moments leading up to that murder.
One of the men charged is a former University of Alabama student and basketball player who reportedly went to high school in the district. Fox 5's Bob Barnard is live in Northwest with the latest on this. Bob, good morning.
Hey, Jeanette, Steve, good morning to you. Yes, we are outside Theodore Roosevelt High School here in Northwest Washington, where we believe one of the murder suspects, Darius Miles, was once a student athlete. This is 21-year-old Darius Miles at the time of his arrest in Alabama. He's charged with capital murder, but claims he's innocent, saying, I swear, I love you more than you can imagine," while he's loaded into a police squad car. Listen.
I swear, I love you more than you imagine.
The shooting early Sunday morning near the campus of the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa reportedly followed a minor altercation between people in two cars. Shots were exchanged, and a 23-year-old woman, Jamia Harris, was fatally wounded. She was a passenger in one of the cars. A Ring camera on a home nearby captured the sound of the gunshots. Some of you may find this upsetting. Miles and 20-year-old Michael Davis of Charles County are both facing murder charges. The victim was the mother of a 5-year-old child. Darius was a member of the University of Alabama basketball team, though suffering from an ankle injury this season and not playing. He's now been dropped from the team. Head coach Nate Oates speaking with reporters Monday.
Tough situation. I talked to Darius's mother multiple times yesterday. Very hard situation on both accounts. So, just continue to pray for Jamia and her family, although I didn't know them, but they're certainly in our thoughts and prayers, and continuing to pray for Darius's situation too. It's just an unfortunate incident that wish we weren't having to deal with today.
In a posting on Facebook, Darius's father, David Miles, a high school basketball coach here in D.C., asks for his followers' support and love, and that if anybody can afford to be in Tuscaloosa in court today to support Darius, the family would appreciate that. And we are still trying to confirm that Darius Miles and Michael Davis will be in court today. Again, Miles' attorney is claiming his innocence this morning, guys.
All right, tough story.
So we got Darius Miles. Now they want to claim their innocence. We got Tech Nonstop coming through 1999 on the Super Chat. Salute the Tech Nonstop. See, we got somebody says, sick of this. Pookie's taking out Pookie's doing God's work. This is what that thug life does. So we got your boy, young Darius Miles, who has a father. His father is, active in the community. He's a coach who appears to be on the high school level. So he's a leader of young men. But again, we got to go through another news story. We got kinfolk out here with guns, getting into arguments. We got Simply Deep in the building. Salute to Simply Deep. We got Negroes out here that they get into arguments. They don't know how to talk out their differences, and if they can't come to an agreement, just agree to walk away. No, we escalated. We're pulling out guns. We're shooting blindly at people. In a BW, a mother is slain in the crossfires. And instead of people, holding Darius Miles and the other young brother who he was with, holding them accountable for their actions because they got charged with capital murder. Instead of waiting for the facts to come out and just being quiet and just praying for the family that lost the young lady, and praying for the families that that's going to have their sons go through the criminal justice system and possibly serve a lot of years for capital murder. I came to this live stream. Let me see if I can pull it up. I came to this live stream right here. Let me see if it'll play. I came to this live stream from your boy, Mr. Fantastic, and he wants to cape for a Darius Miles. And the reason why he wants to cape for a Darius Miles, because according to Mr. Fantastic, Darius Miles did not shoot that BW. That's right. We're going to cape for Darius Miles because he didn't pull the trigger. So we're going to find some way to, paint this BM as a victim, knowing that a young lady lost their life. And then, of course, what ends up happening is, the story comes out, more details come out. And it appears as though, let's see if I can pull it up real quick. It appears as though, let's see, we have a new update to get to. What's the new update?
New updates now in the fatal shooting investigation underway that what happened on the Strip in Tuscaloosa. According to court documents just filed, former Alabama basketball player Darius Miles admitted to providing Michael Davis with the handgun that was used in the shooting. Miles is accused of aiding and abetting Davis in the crime of capital murder of Jamia Harris.
Wait
Michael
a
Davis with the
minute.
handgun that was used in the shooting. Miles is accused of aiding and abetting Davis in the crime of capital murder.
So he gave him the handgun used to kill another BW. And then aided and abetted Mr. Davis after he committed his crimes. You see, when you go to these D1 programs, these institutions of higher learning, they sit down every student athlete, they go through the handbook and what's expected of them as they represent not only themselves, not only their families, but the institution and the people who serve and work at that institution. They break down all the rules, what is expected, what's the standard, what won't be tolerated. And your boy Darius Miles is out here walking around with guns, giving guns to other individuals, and they're using that gun to unalive other women. Now, I'm not going to focus on those people caping for a young Darius Miles. We got to have a real conversation because they break it down. In fact, when you go on college and you go on these campuses, you're not supposed to have tobacco. You're not supposed to have alcohol. You're not supposed to have drugs. You're not supposed to have guns and weapons. You're not supposed to have pornography. You're not supposed to have any of these items that will get you in trouble and make you, your family, the university, the basketball program look bad. There was a story in New Mexico. Basketball player, I guess, he got into a fight with somebody at a college football game, and a couple of weeks later, he bumped into those same people, or those people bumped into him, and then he pulled out a gun and he started shooting people, knowing he's not supposed to have weapons on campus. You may have a Second Amendment right to defend yourself. You may get cleared of any charges of any crime because you defended yourself. But at the end of the day, said individual got kicked off the basketball team, lost his scholarship, and lost an opportunity, all because he couldn't move in these streets the right way. And I see too many of you young brothers out there. Future is bright, full ride scholarship. You done hit the genetic lottery. You have a chance to play in the NBA. If not the NBA, the D League. If not the D League, the G League. And if not the G League, you could go overseas and play for somebody and make a lot of money. You're intertwined with a whole network of people who will vouch for you if you show up, work hard, and act like you got some sense. People will vouch for you. And instead of seizing the moment, the opportunity that you have, you out in the streets arguing with people, carrying guns, giving your gun to your homeboy. Your homeboy get the blicking, and now you getting hit with capital murder charges. They do your perp walk, and you on TV crying. All because you didn't use your brain power. And this kind of goes with the topic that I'm about to talk about, because we're going to talk about the so-called debate between Destiny and the Angry Man, where one individual wants to blame black women and hold black women solely responsible for the condition of the community and absolve all the men, even though we clearly see day in and day out, we see men like Darius Miles and his homeboy Mr. Davis, toting guns, getting into arguments, and unaliving people. We see these rappers out here. They're drill rappers. They're rapping about going after the ops, sliding on the ops, and then next thing we know, we read the news stories. We see the news clippings of rappers being deleted unalive, or rappers deleting and unaliving and getting hit with RICO charges. And somehow all of this stuff that we see, that we've been seeing for the past damn near 50 years, which you've been seeing for the last 50 years, according to the angry man, is all BW's fault. We have to put the blame at the feet of BWs, because BWs are the so-called backbone of the community. These BWs are the one raising the children. The BWs took the welfare. The BWs did this, they did that, they did this, and they did that. And we have to blame all BWs. So we're going to break down this debate, because over here in Black YouTube, this is what they do. Hours on hours, panel after panel, debating these topics, and for angry men to be so ill prepared for said debate after the days in the Coliseum with BGS, Itmore, Cerulean, and everybody else. He had them red pill talking points. He couldn't expand on them, and he died on them red pill talking points. So let me see if I can pull up this debate real quick. Is this debate even still up? Let's see. Okay, it's not over here for some reason. Okay, is this it right here? Okay, here we go, right here. Of course, they gonna hit me with an ad. We're gonna let that play real quick.
A woman today is not the way that you would get a woman 40 years ago. 100
sales or not having
Let me see.
I would view as there is a whole.
You said they need to be better people.
Yeah. Home
Okay,
and his friends are like,
that's not the one. That's not the one I wanted. This is the one I wanted right here.
Like in the nuclear family.
Yes.
Like that's a really new concept. Hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution is us living together as groups of people hunting for berries and chasing animals.
Let's see.
So you believe most women, when they enroll in college, they go into STEM?
I didn't say STEM, but you know that they're
okay.
Arbitrary stuff.
Here we go. This is what we call the pre-debate. No, you gotta warm it up. We're not gonna throw BWs under the bus yet. We're gonna leave this at the gender war. We're gonna talk about all women, and we're gonna start off at college. Let's get right to it.
Stuff that really doesn't amount to anything. First of all, you have to realize that when it comes to education, the enrollment of men is down across the board anyway. Because like I said before, we live in a society now that is very hostile towards men. So there are a lot of different things that men don't want to be a part of anymore. They don't want to be a part of college, the college experience anymore, simply for the fact that it's a hostile environment for them.
So now all of a sudden, college is a hostile environment for men. And I can almost assure you when you go into these colleges, the faculty just may be more predominantly men. But college is hostile. And the reason why college is hostile, because it's been according to these red pill talking points, it's been indoctrinated with feminists and feminist thinking, which attacks men. So now you men out there, you're scared to go to college and further your education. You're scared to go to chemistry 101 because the big bad feminist women, they're attacking you. You don't want to go to English 101 because you're going to have to write a paper. And if the feminists don't like the papers that you write, they're going to fail you. And you're just so scared to go to college now. It makes no sense. I went to a number of colleges. I wasn't scared to go to college. I wasn't worried about feminists. You go to college, you pick out your classes. They tell you how much money that you got to pay. They tell you what time the classes are. You take your Muppet ass to class. The teacher gives you the work, gives you the books. You buy the books. You do the assignments. You turn in the homework. You take the tests. And depending on how much studying you did, how much work you put in, determine your grade. And if you did this on a consistent basis, at the end of a couple of years, you would get you a goddamn degree. But now we got to sit up here and act like going to UCLA, Cal Berkeley, Stanford, Yale, Jackson State, Alabama University, Alabama A&M. These places are hostile to men. We got all these Division I athletes who get free rides, who get treated like celebrities at these colleges, but it's supposed to be hostile to somebody's got to explain me, why is college so goddamn hostile?
Everything is about toxic masculinity and all of this crap. And let's be honest, the colleges are no longer institutions of higher learning. They've now become institutions of indoctrination with gender studies and all of this other crap that most men can't really identify with, especially if they're red-blooded American males. They find this whole thing that's going on right now extremely hostile. And when you talk about women graduating, right? I don't know. I can't speak to the whole spectrum of women, but I do know when it comes to the Black community, yes, Black women are the most enrolled. And yes, they do graduate, but they usually graduate with some ridiculous degree that they don't even use. Not to mention the fact that women that actually do become entrepreneurs, 96% of their freaking businesses fail. So no, they're not outpacing.
So now BWs, according to the Angry Man, BWs are getting ridiculous degrees. I need somebody to put in the chat, what is a ridiculous degree? I believe Angry Man mentioned something about basket weaving, but there's really, no degree for basket weaving. What degrees can somebody who's on the Angry Man side, because you can actually be on the Angry Man side and be correct. You just got to formulate an argument. What are some BS degrees at these colleges? We got Gabe. He says, for someone who went to college, it was lit, and I walked away with a professional network, some lifetime friends, and a higher attractiveness in the current job market. AM is cap. You see, that's what these Negroes wanted. So you gotta understand something about the angry man. See, this is why it's very important to dox people. So when they start making these arguments, you know exactly who you talking to. I'm sure at the time that as Angry Man was making these statements, Destiny did not know that Angry Man was a high school dropout. Let me say it again, not a college dropout. He was a high school dropout. He didn't have the discipline when he was 14 to 18 years old to take his ass to a school, do his homework, pass a couple of tests, have good enough attendance to where he would get a high school diploma. He dropped out. He dropped out of high school because he doesn't value education. If you value education, you wouldn't fix your mouth and say that these people are getting ridiculous degrees and then say that these ridiculous degrees are basket weaving. Let's see if I could Google what is the closest high college to me. Okay, CSU East Bay, right here in Hayward. It's the closest high school I have to me. Let's see if I could go to their website real quick. Look at this right here. I go to their website right here. First thing I see is men right here with caps and gowns on, but they swore up and down that college is hostile to men. We got College of Business and Economics, College of Education and Allied Studies, College of Science. This is CSU East Bay right here. Let's see what they got on the menu. Let's go to let me see. Where's the faculty? Where is the faculty at? Because they had it up here. Where is it? Where is it? Admissions. Oh, there you go. Right, the faculty. Nope, nothing there. Nothing there. Staff, maybe. I don't get a directory. I don't have time to look. But this is what they said about college.
Men, they just live in a society that has stacked the deck against men and catered to them. Every single program that comes out now is for women.
Okay, so I hear this argument is brought up a lot that women just get degrees in like basket weaving and gender studies. Do you sincerely believe that that's the majority types of degrees that women are getting, or I'm just trying to figure out before I go down that road?
So you believe most women, when they enroll in college, they go into STEM?
I didn't say STEM, but you know that there's more than just STEM and basket weaving, right?
Okay, well, my thing is, and I've stated this numerous times on my show, I think if you're not going into the STEM field, college is a waste of time and waste of money.
So if you're not going into the STEM field, college is a waste of time and waste of money. So we're going to take STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We're going to take STEM and we're going to put that over here. We're going to go to that big folder, that booklet that y'all, when y'all went to college and they ran down all the programs and degrees that you could get. We're going to pull that book out and we're going to see what kind of degrees some of these women may be getting. Because angry men think it's just basket weaving and STEM. You got criminal justice. That's right, criminal justice. We see a lot of women out there on the police force. We see a lot of police chiefs. I believe the police chief in Philadelphia is a woman. And whenever I see, you Negroes who are out there breaking the law, and the police roll up on you and the police start asking you questions, the police ask you for your ID, you cop an attitude, you don't want to give the police your ID because you don't think the police officer doesn't have articulable reason of suspicion for a crime to get you for your ID. You don't want to give up your ID. You don't want to step out the car, so the police gotta drag your muppet ass out the car, and you get to resist it, and the police end up, as you say, ends up whooping your ass, hitting you over your head. And sometimes when all that isn't work, he'll pull out the taser, and some of you Negroes have even took the taser from the police officer. So then the police officer pulls out his gun because his life is on the line, and he ends up deleting said individual. And every time in some of these cities, we gotta watch a sometimes black female police chief who has a degree in some field of criminal justice. And she got to come and she got to break down what went wrong, what this and this, what is the policy when this happens. Got to do a whole press conference because you Negroes can't act right. So criminal justice, and we see women with criminal justice degrees. You got psychology. So if you need to go see a therapist or maybe a psychology out of school, there's women with psychology degrees. D. Durrell says, what about administration, business, law, education, agriculture? Well, let's start with business. You got all these economic degrees, all these accounting degrees. So you'll see women that will go get a degree that has something to deal with economics, business administration, and then we'll see some of these women go get hired and work at a bank or an investing firm. And the reason they got that job is because they have a degree in some sort of business administration. You got education. So we see all these women teaching on these college campuses, teaching at high schools or teaching whatever. They have a degree in teaching. We got sociology. We got women with degrees in sociology. We got law. We got lawyers. That's right, law. So we see women judges, women lawyers. In fact, I believe when one of you Negroes was at the parade and you ran over 26, 28 people and you then killed 6, 10, 15 people because you was having a bad day and you couldn't find a way to, vent out your frustration. So you just mowed down a bunch of people. And then this Negro went to court and represented himself and was in the courtroom fighting the judge on every little thing. I bet you anything that judge, who was a female, had some sort of degree in something with law. We got CD with a $10 super chat says, I know tons of Fortune 500 female corporate execs with 6 and 7 figure compensation packages with degrees in English, economics, social science. It's all about where you went versus what your degree is. RT Brand says sociology could have liberal introdoctrination. A lot of the subject matter is open for interpretation. That's also true. So there may be, some indoctrination, with modern times, and you gotta be able to not be able to offend certain groups. You gotta show some respect, to the LGBTQ community. You gotta know what's offensive, what's not offensive. So sure, there's going to be some indoctrination because they can't have you out on the job and you're offending all these special interest groups based on their race, gender, both male and female, and sexuality. So of course there's going to be some indoctrination. Miss Magic says, I work hard for my basket weaving degrees. Angry Man raps you. Yes, we're talking about you. Oh, we got another one. I majored in public health and epidemiology, and then a pandemic came, and suddenly epidemiology, whatever that word is, became some of the most important people in the world. And then we got somebody says a lot of careers don't even care about field of study. Having a degree simply shows you have enough determination to finish something and you can apply yourself. That's right. To get one of these college degrees, you got to have a 4 to 5 year plan. You got to execute said 4 to 5 year plans. And when you get whatever degree that you get, and you go to that employer sees that you have completed a 4 to 5 year plan, and he can entrust you with certain responsibilities in his corporation. But if you let these Negroes tell it, this is what they say.
Okay, that's fine if that's your opinion, but one, that's not true, and two, there are other purposes to college, right? You can make money outside of STEM.
We can say that it's not. First of all, if you look at the way college is set up now, and you look at the amount of student loan debt that you're going to get into after 4 years at a university, going for anything other than STEM absolutely is a waste of time.
Okay, one, you're assuming that there's so many bad assumptions here. I'm sorry. One, when you say waste of time, what you really mean is that the only thing you should be looking for, the only thing college should do is prepare you for a job. That's the only.
So I think what Angry Man is trying to say, when you get these student loans and they cost $20,000, $80,000, or $100,000, whatever the student loan. So let's say you go to school for 4 years and your total student loan is $500,000. You went to one of these prestigious colleges, you got student loan debt, $500,000, you get a degree. And if I listen to most people, a big complaint about people who got degrees is they couldn't find a job within their field. So they had the student loan debt and they couldn't find a job that could give them an elevated quality of life as well as pay down their student loan. Sure, that may be true. Then there's also people, who have gotten scholarships, they've gotten grants, they got financial aid. So the student loan isn't really that high, and they're able to find a job. And if they manage their money, they could then attack that student loan debt. And then eventually they have that student loan debt paid off and they have a career in something that is paying them a whole lot of money, which puts them in the middle class, and according to Gabe, they've got people making 6-7 figures. They done paid off their student loan debt. But let's get back to it.
Only purpose of college.
Yes.
Okay, that's not true, right? There are important like fields of education that we would want people to do more research on. It's important to have people
such as
I don't know, having like historians, having writers. A lot of women get jobs in education. Teachers are arguably some of the most important people in society.
Historians, the vast majority of the history that they teach every single decade, we find out it's a lot of the shit is freaking lies. Are you serious right now?
What do you mean?
Historians?
What do you mean by find out their lies? Like from other YouTubers, or what do you mean?
No, by other people who go and do the research. It's
historians,
like,
right?
We find out this not formally trained historians. Not formally trained.
Can you give me, okay, I never do this in debates, and if you don't have the ability to do this, you don't have one off the top of your head, that's totally fine. I'm not trying to push you on like gotchas for anything, but like, can you give me like an example of like, this is something that historians thought was one way, and then like an amateur investigator completely
See, your boy, Angry Man, he done focused in on a specific point, which is really a mute point, because we gotta play this whole, can you name a time, but we're gonna back it up about a minute or so.
And it's important to have people such as I don't know, having like historians, having writers. A lot of women get jobs.
So the question is asked, is college only important to get a job? And then Destiny's going to break down why college is good for people outside of employment. And he's breaking down, well, you'll have writers, you need creative writers, creative people. We have dance, colleges, schools just for dance and art. So you have those people who develop their skills. We've purchased a lot of their music. A lot of these entertainers have came through these art schools, and Destiny's trying to break that down, but we're going to focus in Angry Man's. We're going to focus on this historian perspective, because this is one of those I got you moments.
In education, teachers are arguably some of the most important people in society.
Historians, the vast majority of the history that they teach every single decade, we find out it's a lot of the shit is freaking lies. Are you serious right now?
What do you mean?
No. This is the problem. There have been a lot of lies throughout history. We all thought Christopher Columbus discovered America. Everybody thinks the Egyptians are my complexion and not of a lighter skin tone. Hell, people out there, historians even believe that Jesus was black. But it's hard to pinpoint these historic inaccuracies with somebody who got that information from college or went through college or taught this out of college. So we're going to play this game of what we call semantics.
Historians?
What do you mean by find out their lies? Like from other YouTubers, or what do you mean?
No, by other people who go and do the research. It's
historians, right?
We find out this not formally trained historians. Not formally trained.
So now there's a difference between formally trained historians and historians whose work is proven wrong.
Can you give me, okay, I never do this in debates, and if you don't have the ability to do this, you don't have one off the top of your head, that's totally fine. I'm not trying to push you on like gotchas for anything, but like, can you give me like an example of like, this is something that historians thought was one way, and then like an amateur investigator completely overruled and figured out that all the historians were wrong?
Okay, well, let's start with say ancient Egypt. There were a bunch of historians that made a bunch of claims about the Egyptians, and a gentleman by the name of Dr. Ben Yakinen actually went to Egypt and actually found out that a lot of the things they were saying were not true.
Stop the show. Now, when given a chance to break down a specific historian lie, we don't really give it. We say words like this. I'll back it up 10 seconds.
Okay. Well, let's start with say ancient Egypt. There were a bunch of historians that made a bunch of claims about the Egyptians.
They made a bunch of claims about the Egyptians. What were the specific claims that they made? Angry Man couldn't say the specific claims that were made.
And a gentleman by the name of Dr. Ben Yakinen actually went to Egypt and actually found out that a lot of the things they were saying were not true.
So now a doctor by the name of Ben Yaki found out that whatever these claims were, which he couldn't articulate, he proved them to be true. But without the specific claims, without going into detail, it's hard to fact check what Angry Man is saying. So now Destiny has to deal with this clusterfuck right here.
That's one example.
What is this in relation? What was a claim that wasn't true? Wait, hold
So then, yes, what was it? What are these claims that wasn't true?
on. Is this this isn't like the Yakubian shit, is it? Is this something different, or
we're gonna start? Let's not go off into that. The main point that I'm trying to make is that yes, okay, you have people who go to college, they want to become artists. I went to school for art, right? You have people that go to college become artists. You have people that go to college become historians, and all of that's cool. But the point that I'm trying to make is when we're talking about the importance of our society and the structure, I'm talking about the bare bones structure of it functioning. We need engineers, we need scientists, we need people in the STEM field. So if we're talking about the importance of women, if we're talking from your perspective.
Stop the show, Angry Man. You say in order for the bare bones of society, the bare bones of society is science, technology, engineering, mathematics. What about law? What about economics? What about agriculture? Wouldn't those be considered bare bones? I mean, you got to eat, you got to have law and order. So to just focus the bare bones on STEM, I don't think that's a strong point you're making, Angry Man, but I could be wrong. I'll let you explain it better than I can.
Perspective that women are outpacing men, I'm going to be looking at that field. I'm not going to be looking at art and history and stuff like that.
I don't want a society that just has the bare bones. That sounds miserable. We need things like art. This is where we spend like 95% of our time.
And I totally agree with that. I'm an artist. I totally agree with that. But the problem is your premise is that women are outpacing men. In order for women to outpace men, they would have to be outperforming them in the bare bones of our society, the things that make the structure run.
So this is another what we call a straw man argument. Women are outpacing men in institutions of higher learning. We can quantify that by saying there's more women graduating with degrees than men. Women have higher GPAs than men when it comes to institutions of higher learning. But because women are outpacing men at college, does that mean men aren't outpacing them in other areas? You know, such as athletics, such as business. trade skills. I mean, just because you're outpacing somebody else at one aspect of life, that may not really mean that you're outpacing them at other aspects of life. For example, you guys watch the Olympics and they have the medal count. This is like saying America is outpacing China because they have more gold medals, but China has more total medals, silver and bronze, than America. So how can you just use this one metric and say that a gender is outpacing another gender? And if females are outpacing men at institutions of higher learning, does that mean these females are outpacing men at life? See, then we would have to pull back layers and look at other aspects. But this is what happens when people get sensitive and they're invested in these gender wars. You just can't celebrate, the women having more success than men at institutions at higher learning, when we know there's other aspects in life that men are outpacing women at. But when you're invested in women ain't shit, when you're invested in feminist indoctrination, when you're invested in college is the most hostile place for men, this is how we get to these situations.
That's the point that I was making yesterday.
Okay, I don't even know if we disagree. This might just be a semantics thing. Earlier, it sounded like you agreed with me that society has structured itself around accelerating women, and it seems to be doing a good job at that, and a lot of men are being left behind. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
It is accelerating women, but in a very in a disproportionate way and in a very sneaky, underhanded way. It's not like, okay, let's try this, right? Let's try this.
Wait a minute, Angry. So you mean if a college has a program to empower women in engineering, because engineering has been a field that's been dominated by men, so now in order to get more women in the field, they have these empowerment programs. And believe me, BMs, when you go to these institutions of higher learning, when you go to these community centers, when you go to these schools and you see empowerment written in big letters, they're not talking about empowering your ass. They talking about empowering these females. I'm just going to be honest. So they empower these females to get them involved in outlets and avenues in which they weren't allowed in. For instance, I'm a basketball referee, and back in the day, women couldn't even play the game of basketball. Basketball was a men's sport. So now they have empowerment programs throughout the years to get women involved into playing basketball. So now that we got women involved in playing basketball, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? They didn't let women, officiate the game of basketball. So they had to come with an empowerment program to allow women in to come officiate the game of basketball. And in this particular field that I'm in, I'll be honest, a lot of dudes were upset. They felt a certain way because women were being empowered, If you was a man and you wanted to work your way up through the college ranks, you had to put a lot of work in. But if you was a female, since they had these empowerment programs, after 1 or 2 years, you found yourself at the Division I level. And the reason you found yourself at the Division I level, because throughout the years, there was an effort to keep women out of officiating. And we know that because all we got to do is look at who was reffing the games from the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, 2000s, and we could see that the officiating rates was only 3 to 5% females, and now in 2020, it is closer to 50-50. So yes, empowerment programs to get women into fields in which they were locked out of. It's not sneaky, because it wasn't sneaky when you was blocking them. So now that they're being allowed in and they're putting in the work and now they're performing at a high rate, it's something that is celebrated now because we come to understand the times. But according to the angry man, it's sneaky, it's underhanded. Why is it sneaky, angry man?
It's because I think your perception of red pill or the manosphere is that just everybody over here just hates women, blah, 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 blah. I don't have an issue with women competing if they're actually competing. In other words, if the playing field is level. But what we have going on today is not a level playing field. We have a rigged game. We, on the one hand, we have people saying, okay, well, women are equal to men. Women are fully capable of doing what men do. You've even said a second ago that women, you kind of implied that women were smarter than men.
I did. So hold on, let me be real clear. What I said was their biology might be better suited to classrooms than men.
It's better suited to following.
I don't know if following is that's a stupid loaded term. Let's say, hold on, wait. You're
getting sensitive over terminology.
No. I'm not getting sensitive over terminology. I just want to be clear with their terms, okay? Here's fact number one. Most men are followers. Most men are not.
The one thing I hate about because we was moving in a positive direction. Now we gotta argue against following and teaching and being taught and sitting in the class. Now we gotta have another one of these ignorant debates. Let's go ahead and have this ignorant debate.
Leaders, okay? So most people in general are followers. When I say that women are better suited towards learning, it seems to be the case that male bodies are just more in general suited towards activity. They want to be outside, they want to be doing things, they want to be building things. This is why all of our little boys are getting diagnosed with ADHD, because sitting inside of a classroom all day with your head staring at a textbook and doing notes is agonizing to a lot of young men. That's just something that we're not built for as well. Whereas women don't mind. They are better at like being calm, at being chill, at being more cerebral, taking notes, studying and doing that. That just seems to be a thing that their biology seems to be better suited for.
So that's why college is hostile to men, because they sit your muppet ass in the classroom and they force you to read a book, huh?
I'm not saying one is a follower and one is a leader or one is smarter or one is dumber. I'm just saying in the ways that we are, women seem better suited to classroom environments. That's what I'm saying.
First of all, we can't look. I'm not a leftist, so I'm not ultra sensitive when it comes to terminology. Okay. There are structures in our society that are very important that have leaders and have followers. Okay. Now, I will agree that the boys do not like sitting in a classroom all day. It's frustrating to them. But men are naturally more rebellious than women are. And the reason why is because men are not natural followers. Even if you have structures where men are following, why do you think in the military they have to have a boot camp? Because those men have to be basically conditioned to follow properly, because they are naturally rebellious. There's a reason why when girls are in school, they do better in school, because the way that structure is, they're given instructions and we understand what the school system is. The school system was designed around the Prussian school system, which basically was created for the purpose of creating factory workers, created for the purpose of creating better soldiers. Okay.
School was not solely created to make people factory workers, as Gabe says. It's a new Western society. Women are bridging over into career fields that are traditionally male dominated. AM should adjust because he's not going to change anything, crying about it. School is there to teach you people how to act in a public setting, So when you get into arguments with people, you know how to talk things out, whether it be on a mathematical level, an English level, a physical education level, or just even regular conversations. So you're not out here, somebody says something you didn't like, you don't resort to violence and end up unaliving somebody or giving somebody else a gun like your boy Darius Miles did and unaliving another BW. So that's what school was there to teach you, how to function in society, because some of you Negroes, from what you guys say throughout these spaces, you guys are born into situations and environments that's not conducive of healthy living. So these schools try to take you out of those conditions, and they try and teach you how to act in a civilized manner, give you some structure, give you some rules. When you break a rule, you serve a punishment for breaking said rule. It's just not just there so you could go out and get a factory job. School was created to get you to function in society in healthy ways and be able to work out your problems and your conflicts with other people. Conflict resolution, which was something they taught you at school. But no wonder Angry Man doesn't know about conflict resolution, because he dropped out of high school. And since he dropped out, he came on YouTube, and we see all the conflicts and all the lack of conflict resolution that he has. But let's get back to this bear. I'm not going to stay on this part because we got to get to the black women part.
People that are going to follow suit. That's exactly what the educational system is here in America. All right. So it's not an insult to say that women are followers. That's not an insult. It's just the reality. Men are not as prone to follow as women are.
I agree with that. Men are not as adaptive prone to follow as women are. I'll give you that point, Angry Man.
Saying that most people are followers. We have to agree on that. Work only works if you have one manager and many employees. The army only works if you've got one general and many soldiers. A country only works if you've got one president and many constituents. Most people are followers. Society only works. That's why there's the whole phrase, too many chiefs and not enough Indians. You have to have followers in society, right? So,
that's true.
And then even when we look at classrooms, where we're saying women are better to following, and that's why they do better in classrooms. Who's teaching? Who's leading the classrooms? It's women. Isn't it 95% of teachers are women?
Now, but here's the thing. You just said something that gave validity to my point. Where do you think the term "there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians" comes from? The reason you have that term is because every time you have a group of men following another man, there's always a subset of men that's trying to overthrow that man. So no, they're not naturally followers. Men will follow until they're in a position to take over. The reason why most men follow is not because they're just like, well, I'm gonna, go with the flow. They follow because they don't have the power to take over who's ever in the position above them. That's the reason why men do that.
Okay, you made a point, Angry Man, but I got to remind you, Angry Man, you said most men follow because they don't have the power to take over those leadership positions. I'm so glad you said that, Angry Man, because now we see these women, they've been following, but now through feminism, through leftist liberals, or whatever you want to call it, these so-called women, these so-called followers have gotten power and are using that power to put themselves in leadership positions, Angry Man. We've seen Hillary Clinton get close to the White House. We see Kamala Harris. She's one Joe Biden heart attack away from being president of the United States. So it seems that women have put themselves in position to get power to be leaders, because in the past they didn't have that power, but now 2023, these women are getting power and using that power to become leaders. So it looks like maybe we were wrong about women just being followers. Maybe most people are followers, and everybody at one point desires to be a leader. So I'm not sure who I give this score to. I'm gonna go ahead and give this argument point to the Angry Man. But let's see if I can fast forward to the black women part. Where is the black women part? Right here. We're gonna fast forward a little bit. Where are we at in this debate at this topic?
The new marketing ploy that's being sold, and then all these guys that are falling into this shit. I call it OnlyFans for men, because it's just like it's rotting and destroying their minds, thinking that, or leading them into thinking they're going to be something that they're never going to be, and it's not preparing them for the future in a way that I think a conservative person would be.
Well, I can't really speak for the whole space, but I do know that the vast majority of the guys that watch my show on a regular basis are those traditional type guys. Now, granted, a lot of them are already married. A lot of them are already in relationships. But what they find is here's the issue that they find. Let me.
Okay, so we're talking about traditional men right here. Traditional men.
Get down for you. What's happening is when they go out into the world and attempt to live a traditional life, they're constantly being told, these guys are constantly, meeting barriers, trying to live a traditional life. Now, when they go out here, I don't know where these.
Now, Angry Man, you got to articulate what those specific barriers are to them trying to live a traditional lifestyle.
Conservative, traditional women that you're talking about are, I don't know where they congregate, but these are the complaints that guys give to me, that they have so much difficulty finding these type of women, especially in black culture. In black culture, we have an issue where there's this culture of promiscuity. There's this culture of, the slut walk and all of those different type of things, where every single woman they encounter is part of the sexual revolution. So they're gonna
stop the show right there. So he said there's a problem within the culture. He's basically going to talk about thought behavior, slut walk, promiscuity, and all this other nonsense. Did the Angry Man mention fuck these hoes to sleep? That your boy Alpha Male Strategies had men all out in this space say? Did he mention Mode 1? where you go and you tell the woman exactly what you want to do to her sexually. You see, the promiscuity problem, it works both ways. If you're gonna call out thought culture on women, you gotta call out thought culture on these guys, because there was a lot of dudes in this space that was talking about fuck these hoes to sleep. There was a whole lot of dudes in this space talking about pump and dump, pump and dump on these hoes, pump and dump on these bitches. They even made a whole rap song about, but all that just gets glossed over and blamed on the women in slut walking.
Be, a little more free sexually, and that's a nice way of putting it. So when these guys are out here actually looking for marriageable women, they're coming up short. They can't find any, because part of the new age way of thinking is that women should be able to do the things that men have traditionally done. And the sad part is, whenever you hear that, it's always women taking the most negative things of men and then touting that as empowerment. This is what the guys are encountering on a regular basis.
But at the same time, Angry Man, if you're saying being a traditional man, meaning that men get to be promiscuous and they could sleep with whoever they want to sleep with, even in these marriages, because we had your boy Kevin Samuels, and he said that married men, who were making 6 figures, 7 figures, 9, 10 figures, and if they were making 20 figures, they would be able to exercise options. And when they were entering these marriages under the guise of that they were going to be faithful, but they could exercise options, and now divorces were happening because they were cheating. We wanted to blame the women for that and not hold these men accountable. And here we are. Now the women want to do what you have traditionally done. Now you have a problem with it. Now the women want to partake in your behavior, and now you have a problem with it because there's not more marriageable women. Well, if traditional men didn't cheat, maybe you would have those so-called marriageable women, or if you didn't cheat, maybe you would be a more marriageable dudes. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe GMT doesn't know what he's talking about. This is why I wasn't in the debate. But go ahead, Angry Man.
Where the women, they want to do the same things. They want to have the same equality as men, which is fine. But they don't want the same accountability, the same responsibility. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, if you're willing to be in the right, have you heard of this? I know you've heard the saying. Have you heard of the saying, dress for the job that you want?
Yeah.
Yeah. The idea is like, you should carry yourself through life like you're where you want to be, because that's how you're going to find that place, essentially, right? I'll hear people say this, like, I don't know where to find conservative women. And then you like ask them, well, where are you looking? And they're like, well, I've tried Tinder. I've gone on Bumble. I've gone on Hinge. And it's like, okay, do you go to a church? Like, do you have a community of like conservative friends? Have you been involved in any political or community organizing? Because like, especially in the Black community, right? Like, women are like the backbones of all of these things. And if you're looking for conservative people and you're in those areas, you'll find them there. But I feel like people aren't setting themselves up in a conservative lifestyle. Like, if you tell me you're looking for a conservative woman and you're not part of your local church, like, Jesus, that's like the #1 place to start, right? Because these are where, off of churches, are where all of your community building activities are going to stem from. Every church has a bulletin board where people are doing things. A lot of churches are involved in like community outreach. You can volunteer. You meet a ton of people this way. but people aren't willing to go out and look for it. But I feel like in terms of that type of advice, I never hear red pillars talking about that. It's always like the sexual marketplace and high value men are these things you have to do to exploit the dynamics of the evolutionary psychology of women so that you can fuck as many women as possible. And that's why you're going to be 1%. And like, that's the message I hear over and over and over and over and over again, rather than like, look up your local archdiocese, start going to your church every Sunday. And when church ends, everybody's chatting with each other because that's what they do. Sometimes the priest or whatever will come out and talk to people, and you just like talk to people and you meet friends that way. Like that's how you organically grow a group of friends. But I don't hear that advice ever in the manosphere. I never hear that.
I hate the reason why you never hear that in the manosphere is because the biggest hoes usually go to church. They're usually the most promiscuous. They're usually the most trifling.
So now women who go to church are the biggest hoes and most trifling.
Like guys wish it was that easy. They could just go to church and find a good wholesome girl at church. They can't. That's usually where the worst ones are at.
On average, do you think the women in church are going to be more promiscuous, or like women that are like at a bar or a club?
Bro, they do the same thing.
So every woman everywhere, there are no more conservative women.
They're twerking. They're twerking in church. When you look at the black community, the vast majority of the men don't even go to church anymore. They've checked out.
He said women are twerking in church. They're the biggest hoes in church. So I had to do some investigative work. No, we on Google, YouTube, the biggest search engine. And all I did was put black women twerking in church so I could see what I find, because Angry Man says there's nothing but black women twerking in church. So I had to search it up myself just to see if they were BWs twerking in church. And when I did that, I came across a number of videos, a number of shorts of so-called black women that's supposed to be twerking in the church. So I clicked on some of these videos right here. Okay, it appears that there are some BWs out here, twerking in church. Hold on. Let me slide up. Let me slide up right here.
Answer is just why, Lord. What is? I was like, the rapture's coming.
Let's see. I got somebody doing some money dance. Not really much twerking there. Let's see. What else? We got prayer dancers go wild. Let's see. Okay, I'm sliding down. I really don't see. Okay, we got church women spotted twerking in church right here. So when I'm looking at these videos of these so-called BWs twerking in church, we got see how pastor's wife. We got the pastor's wife right here twerking in church. So it appears that there may be, about 20 to 30 women. And then we had this so-called this praise dance right here.
Okay, the first thing I'm thinking cheerleaders wear. Is there a bra in the house? To wear slips.
So it looks like they had a problem. They thought this prayer dance was too sexual. Let's see right here. They said they got somebody else twerking. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it to you, Angry Man. Okay, there may be a couple of BWs twerking in church, but to act like there's an epidemic of women twerking in church, and that women, BWs who go to church are some of the biggest 304s. I gotta check you on that, because you may go to First Baptist Church, you may go to 52nd AME Church, and them women may be twerking, they may be busting it wide open, Angry Man. But this is where you gotta get smart. If you go to the black church and you don't like the BWs in the black church, what you gotta do is you got to take your ass down to Our Lady Grace. Oh, you guys know where I'm going. You got to take your ass down to Our Lady Guadalupe. You got to go to St. Rose, Our Lady Virgin Mary. You got to take your ass to the Catholic Church, or take your ass down there to a white church where the pastor is the white man. And you gotta see the BWs who go to them conservative churches, because the First Baptist Church of St. Do-ya-no-good is not a conservative church. That is what we call a modern church. And a lot of you Negroes been going to, you've been going to Dr. Martin Luther King Baptist Church, and you disappointed with what's going on inside of Dr. Martin Luther King Baptist Church, because you claim the women are twerking, the pastors is sleeping with all the women in the church. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you, but if you take your ass down to Our Lady Grace, where that white man is laying down rules and structure, and they doing real work in the Communitah, you find you a B-dub in that church, I guarantee you will be able to find a wife. I guarantee you there's no women twerking at Our Lady Guadalupe. No women twerking at St. John's. I guarantee you go to them white churches. Not only will you be able to find yourself a wife, you may be able to find yourself a business partner as well, because they are about building in the Communitah. Stop going to 52nd Baptist Church. St. Sadalot AME Church. Stop going to them churches. You may have to go to a church with a whole new demographic. You may have to praise God a whole nother way than what you have been used to since you was a little kid, because I know you like going to them black churches where they sing Amazing Grace and the singer put so much soul into Amazing Grace. You may have to go to a church where they sing Amazing Grace the regular way, without all the ad-libs and the hooping and hollering. You just may have to go to a different church. That's what I think where you brothers have gotten it wrong. But GMT, I'm here to hook you up. I got the answers. Our Lady Grace, Our Lady Guadalupe, white pastor. That's the church you brothers need to be going to. Tell me if I'm wrong. But let's get back to this debate real quick.
And the reason why they checked out is because of the ridiculousness that's going on in the church. You got the You got the Baptist preacher actually having sex with women in the congregation. You've got women actually twerking in church. You've got the single mothers sitting on the front pew of the church. Like, the church, especially in the Black community, I can't speak for the white community, but in the Black community, the church is lost, bro. It's done.
We got an answer for that. Just go to a white church. All that twerking, all the pastors sleeping with your wives, all the single women, being sitting in the first pew like they're the first lady of church. Go to a white church. All those problems will be taken care of.
Okay, well, where are all of these single moms coming from?
Where are they coming from?
Yeah.
Yes, Angry Man. Where are these single moms? Where are they coming from?
For the white community, but in the Black community, the church is lost, bro. It's done.
Where are all of these single moms coming from?
Where are they coming from?
Yeah.
Well,
if the church is fucked because it's all like single moms and people like, it seems like it takes two to tango, right? Like it can't just be all on Black women.
Well,
right?
Actually, no, it does. Actually, no, it doesn't take two to tango. And the reason why is because what's going on in the Black community is you have a large group of women that are actually having sex with multiple men, having children with multiple men. You actually have twice as many women in the Black community have children as the men. Twice as many.
Stop the show, Angry Man. Stop the show, Angry Man. Because Angry Man, I done doxed you a couple of times. I done pulled up your dox report. And when I pulled up your dox report, and I looked at, past relationships you had 3 kids with a single mother, Angry Man. Now, you claim that the mother of your 3 sons, you claim that you married her, even though the records show she didn't switch her last name, even though the records show that there were no marriage pictures, and the record even shows that there were no divorce papers. So if I'm taking your docs report into question, Angry Man, your docs report says that you created a single mother, Angry Man. I mean, if I just pull up your docs report, forget everybody else's docs report, because my docs report is clean. I have no kids. So GMT has not contributed to the single mother epidemic that's plaguing the Black community. But Angry Man, you created a single mother. And now you're going to deflect. But I'm sure if Destiny, if you would have knew this about you, or if you would have gave this information, we could have added some context to this debate. But when you got shit to hide, when your jacket ain't clean, when you are contributing to the single mother epidemic, we couldn't question you on that, Angry Man, because you kept that on the down low. But let's get back to how you're going to explain this single mother epidemic. Tell me the single mother epidemic that exists.
Yeah, but why is that? There are some cities where there's like 3 Black women for every 1 man that's not in jail, right? Depending on the city that you live in, the availability for some of these Black women to even find a guy, the competition is fierce.
There's a number of factors. The competition is very fierce, and there's a number of reasons for that. Number one, we have a small percentage of the population. Black women, last time I checked, outnumbered the men by about 3 or 4 million, something crazy like that. Part of the reason is because of Planned Parenthood. In our community, they actually go to Planned Parenthood to the tune of 367,000 per year. That's 1,000 every day. So that already right there, you have a lower population of just black people in general due to that.
Hold on, angry man. We're talking about the epidemic of single mothers, and there's women going to Planned Parenthood to get abortion to curb the single mother epidemic. What is wrong with that?
In addition to that, there has been an issue with mass incarceration thanks to good old Joe Biden with the 94 crime bill. So you have a lot of brothers that are locked up. So that diminishes the amount of black men as well. In addition to that, you have the cultural problem of black women not being very easy to get along with and not being easy to cohabitate with. So you have black men who seek relationships outside of the black race, outside of the country. With the passport bros, with SYSBM, all of those different things. So then you end up with an even lower amount. And what happens is you have sisters, you have black women out here that are more prone to deal with what people call the Pookies and the Ray Rays. And they'll go out here and they'll have kids, they'll have children with 1, 2, maybe even 3 different men. And the reason why that is because...
Wait a minute, angry man. Wait a minute, angry man. Did you just say BWs are dealing with Pookies and Ray Rays because of passport bros like Austin Holman and the SYSBM movement? So now BWs are dealing with Pookies and Ray Rays. Is that what you just said in this so-called long soliloquy right here? I believe that's what you said, angry man.
It's been incentivized by our government, unfortunately. A lot of these women are doing that in order to supplement their lifestyle with welfare, food stamps, child support, all of those different things. There's a bunch of different factors that weigh into that.
Okay, for whatever we want to blame black women for this, black men are just as culpable, right? We can complain about the mass incarceration from the 93 crime bill all we want, but Joe Biden doesn't make somebody sell weed. Joe Biden doesn't make somebody carry an unregistered firearm. Joe Biden doesn't make somebody a gangbanger. Like, these are choices that are still being made, that are being made by black men that fuck over black women in the community. And I think that the cultural problems stem from a lot of the kind of like dysfunction that goes back and forth there. I don't think it's fair to blame black women on everything.
I gotta stop you right there, Destiny. I don't gang bang. I don't sell drugs. So for you to just classify black men, even though I'm sure you're talking about those black men who specifically do that, I gotta take a little bit of offense to what you say, because I know I don't have a bunch of kids around here. I'm not gang banging. I'm not walking around with an illegal firearm. I'm what you call a good little Negro. But we got Destiny gonna hold the BMs accountable.
Like, okay, we can talk about like food stamps and welfare and all that too, but that exists for black people and white people and every other type of person in the United States. But it seems like the black community has like a special problem with it, right?
Well, hold on. No, when we're talking about that, there are things that are very specific. Okay, one book written by what is her name, Elizabeth Hinton, who I think went to Yale. I think she's a professor in African American studies at either Yale or I think Yale, if I'm not mistaken. She wrote From the War on Poverty to the War on Crime. And she pointed out through her research, right after you get the 65 Voters' Rights Act.
We got to replay that one more time. What did this Negro just say about a BW who went to Yale, who had a degree and wrote a book? But when we started this argument, women were just getting degrees in basket weaving. And here he is about to cite a women's book, a book that was written by a woman who got a degree from Yale.
who I think went to one book written by what is her name? Elizabeth Hinton.
Elizabeth Hinton,
who I think went to Yale. I think she's a professor in African American studies.
Professor in African American Studies, aka basket weaving.
Studies at either Yale or I think Yale, if I'm not mistaken.
She went to an Ivy League school called Yale.
She wrote From the War on Poverty to the War on Crime.
Wrote a book, War on Poverty to the War on Crime.
And she pointed out through her research, right after you get the 65 Voters' Rights Act, you actually have a overhauling of the criminal justice system where they started policing urban areas more heavily. This is right after the Industrial Revolution, where you have Black people migrating into the urban centers. You have them policing them more heavily. Okay, you actually have what is the equivalent of today billions of dollars funneled into that criminal program. I forgot the name of it, but the purpose was to create probation officers, all of these different things to create a revolving door in the criminal justice system, which has affected the Black community significantly. So yeah, it's wrong for any Black man to go out here and commit crimes and do things that he doesn't have any business. But it has been historically proven over and over again that Black men have been disproportionately targeted by the criminal justice system, especially with particular crimes. When you have certain narcotics that Black men get a harsher sentence for, whereas other groups of men might get a slap on the wrist, or even worse, when it comes to unaliving somebody, more often than not, when a white guy goes to jail for unaliving somebody, they end up getting a manslaughter charge as opposed to second degree or whatever degree or whatever. Now, I'm not trying to play the victim Olympics.
But that's what you did. That's what you do in anger, man. You're playing the victim Olympics. If BMs are out here committing crimes, they're going to go to jail. If BMs are out here unaliving people and they get second-degree murder, first-degree murder, or capital murder like your boy Darius Miles and his white male counterparts are getting manslaughter, it may not be fair, but if Darius Miles didn't give the handgun to his homeboy who pulled the trigger and ended up killing somebody, Darius Miles will be at Alabama University playing D1 basketball. If Pookie, Ray, Lil Man, and all of them ain't out in the streets slinging that dope, slinging them crack rocks like they was doing in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, they wouldn't got hit with them RICO cases. So the fact that they did create a revolving door which stimulated a whole economy of people who cannot get right. They go to jail, you sit in jail with 3 months or 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. You sit there, you think about what you did, what you could have done differently. If you just got your Muppet ass a job and just went to work day in and day out and been disciplined, if you would stop doing the drugs, if you would stop robbing people, stop committing crimes, you could get out and you could be a productive member of society. But since we know these people ain't got no get right, we're going to hire probation officers, parole officers. We're going to have empowerment programs where we get women involved in the criminal justice, and they could become judges and lawyers, and we are going to eat off you BMs who, for some reason, no matter how many chances we get them, 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strikes, probation, parole, house arrest, they have created an economy because you BMs can't get right. And now you on YouTube playing the struggle, the victim Olympics right now.
I'm just stating the facts. Like, any of this can be looked up. It's the research is out there.
Yeah,
So it's not
I agree.
just
Yeah,
not just that black men are just like, oh, we're gonna go to prison or whatever. Like, right around the time that they overhauled the welfare program in 96, not 96, in 65 and 66, you see a rise in single parent households. You see a rise in single parent households. You had a number of things that occurred that affect that. You had the emergence of the prison industrial complex. You're just coming out of the Vietnam War, which a lot of black men lost their lives to that. And now you have this welfare program where if you have a man in the house, one of the stipulations is you don't qualify for those particular things, which is unfortunate because during that time you had a really serious problem with poverty. So there's a number of factors that play into all of that.
So
we gotta go ahead and stop the show because we gotta have another conversation. We're talking about Vietnam War, but we're gonna talk about welfare and taking the man out the house during the welfare years and poverty, because the same rules that apply today, I know sure as well applied back then. And I gotta talk to black men because black men are not using their noggin, and we need black men to use their noggin. We need them to have a 4, 5, 10, 20-year plan, because when you have a child, you gotta have a 20-year plan. Black men, when you out here, you dealing with these women and you getting them pregnant, this, that, and the third, you got to be able to ensure that whatever family you create will not be a victim of poverty. Let me say it again for the Negroes in the back, because it appears over the last 50 years, black men didn't get this message, and now they need it more than ever. If you can afford to start a family, if you can afford to take care of the basic needs of a child for the next 18 years and even a little bit after that, if you can afford the upkeep of a household, it behooves you not to get a woman pregnant. Because if you get a woman pregnant and you can't put a roof over that baby's head, you can't put clothes on that baby's back, if you can't put food and water in that baby's stomach, if you can't afford to buy toys, if you can't afford to buy diapers, shoes, insurance, if you can't afford, extracurricular activities, if you can't afford to send that child to a private school where they could get the best education, they don't have to go to a public school somewhere on Martin Luther King Boulevard, it behooves you not to get a woman pregnant. Because if you do and you can't afford these things, I can assure you that the mother of your child, she gonna go down to that welfare office, she gonna apply for them food stamps because that baby need food and water in her stomach. She gonna apply for Section 8 because that baby needs a roof over their head. And whatever needs that baby needs, and whatever that government can pay for, I guarantee you the mother of your child is going to go down to that welfare office. So if you don't want your baby mama to go down to that welfare line, you need to ensure that you can pay for all of these things. And just because now you have a job that can pay for all of these things, say you see this man right here, Gabe A right here. You see that right there, Gabe A? I'm sure he got kids, he got a wife, and he can assure that he could pay for all of those things. But I know Gabe A, he's smart enough that he knows that any day he could get fired, let go, or something could happen at his job. You're going to need a backup plan, because from what I hear, a lot of you dudes, you had jobs at the steel mill, whatever factory job you had, and then one day you went to work and you didn't have that factory job no more. You was on the unemployment line, and next thing you know, you found yourself in a difficult situation in which you couldn't provide for your family, and you was looking real stupid in your face when you had to tell your wife or your baby mama that you didn't have the money to buy food to put in your sons and or daughters' mouths. And things were getting a bit dire. So your baby mama had to make the call to go down to that welfare line because you wasn't prepared. You know, you thought that white man was going to do right by you, even though back then you had a whole work of history that shows you that your white male counterparts ain't going to do right by you. For some reason, you put your faith in that white man instead of going out with your brothers and starting your own businesses. You all wanted to integrate into the dominant white society, and you had to figure out the hard way. And when them welfare checks start getting passed out, a lot of you BMs of that generation, and even some now, you had to figure out the hard way. So you had to move out the house. You was put on child support. You was disrespected. They called you all kind of names, all because you didn't have a 20-year plan and you didn't execute on that 20-year plan. You don't need to be blaming BWs. You don't need to be blaming the white man. You don't need to be blaming that steel factory job. That when that factory closed down, you have nobody to blame but yourself. Because when you was playing the game of life, you crapped out. And that's what these red pill men in these spaces is not going to tell you. What they going to do is they going to come on YouTube and they going to play.
It's unfortunate because during that time, you had a really serious problem with poverty. So there's a number of factors that play into all of that.
So
there's going to be all these factors of why you fighting poverty. But the one factor that's constant is yourself. Is when you fighting poverty, what did you do to put yourself in poverty?
to preface this, I just will comment as a small jab. I think it's funny that you're citing a woman who is a historian who went to Yale. So historians are important, right?
That is funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah, sure. That book, America on Fire, I think, or the Poverty One or whatever, right? But regardless of that, everything you said might be true, but None of that is black women's fault. I just don't think it's fair to blame black women. Like, you can't blame black women for men being incarcerated. When police are policing these areas, black men are the ones that are engaging in the crime. The black women aren't. And I guess it just feels a little shitty to blame black women when at the end of the day, they're the ones that get saddled with all of the community responsibility. They've got to be the backbone of like all these families, of all these churches, of all these things that are like the only way these communities function are on the backs of these like single black women moms. And then say, well, hold on, let me finish. And then for black men to turn around and say, well, we got policed really heavily. And so, we got caught selling drugs, and that's why you guys are all single moms, and that's why your lives are fucked up. But it's black women's fault for everything that happens in the black community. I think there's a lot of fault that could be evenly doled out to both sides of what I say. I wouldn't blame.
Your boy Destiny is on the road. He's on the road. You mean you out here selling drugs? You out here committing crimes? You out here getting arrested? You out here not taking care of your responsibilities? You ain't got no act right, and you want to blame black single mothers because your black ass is in jail? Again, GMT doesn't have any kids, so I don't partake in this problem. I'm 100% scotch-free. You cannot blame GMT for what's going on with them single mothers and them Negroes in the hood. That got nothing to do with me. I got no kids. But your boy Destiny is cooking you right now. We need a response. Why are we blaming BWs for BMs getting locked up?
And black women for it.
Okay, here's the thing with this, all right? There is so much nuance in all of that. One, you have a lot of guys that were caught selling drugs that weren't selling drugs. Okay, you have a lot of guys that had issues where they got pulled over and, oh, surprise, there's drugs in the car. Where did that come from? Okay, so that's one thing. There's nuance like that. Doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. All right. Then on top of that, when you're talking about it's not the black women's fault, black women are willing participants in a system that they actually know for a fact is disproportionately prejudiced to their group of men. Okay. They know this. This is not a game. They go to these offices knowing that they can actually take advantage of this system by, oh, I'm in a relationship with a black man who ain't hitting on nothing and don't want to work and blah, 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 all of those different things. So we can't ignore that. We can't ignore that. Now, to sit here and say, oh, it's all black women's fault. I never said it was all black women's fault, but there is a large percentage of black women who have been incentivized to have children out of wedlock. They've been incentivized to utilize a system that they know benefits them. And they do this on a regular basis.
Okay, just as a quick, on a regular basis. Do you really believe that there's like people out there that are like, I want to have a kid so I get welfare?
Yes. I don't believe it. I know it. I don't believe it. I know it.
Why do
I know my culture?
Why do black women do this but not white?
So how did we get from BMs are committing crime to BWs are purposely having children to get welfare benefits?
Women or Indian women or Asian women or other people.
Well, I don't know if white women do this or not. A lot of white women on welfare too. I can't speak for white women because I'm not part of that. I'm not part of that culture, but I know what I grew up around. I've heard the conversations amongst women. I've heard the things that they've said. One of the issues that I point out in my show, which is a real issue during the time where Gen Xers were younger and you had the boomer parents, you had this switch, like you talked about earlier, where the women started going into the workforce more and going to get their education more. Well, one of the things that happened is a lot of the boomer women would use their daughters to help them with the housework. So when mom goes off to work or whatever, her daughter is helping raise the siblings. And what I've had a lot of women tell me, a lot of black women tell me, and I know it's anecdotal, but I've had a lot of women tell me one of their escapes was to have sex, have a child with a guy, because then she can get Section 8 or she can get public housing. And now she can move out and get the hell away from her mama's house where her mother's forcing her to cook, clean, and do all of the housework. And they feel like slaves.
I would
Wait, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, angry man. I need somebody in the chat to explain this to me. So these teenage women, teenage females who are raising their mom's kids, their brothers and sisters, in order for these females to get away from raising their siblings, what they're doing is they're purposely going out and getting pregnant. So they could get Section 8 welfare and food stamps to go raise their own kids. Because they feel like slaves raising kids, so they go have their own kids and raise their own kids. Is that what you're telling me, angry man? I'm not saying you're lying, angry man. Sure, there could have been women who told you that. I'm sure that number is less than 15, less than 10. But to act like there's a generation of women purposely getting pregnant for welfare benefits, it seems a little beyond the pale to me, angry man. It just seems that's a little bit beyond the pale that these teenage who are tired of raising their own siblings because they're being suffocated by having to raise and be a parent to their own siblings, that they would go out and have their own kid and become a single mother and raise their own kid. But BMs, you got to be on the lookout for this, BMs, because there's according to Angry Man, there's BWs who are looking for suckers like you who will get them pregnant, where they could take said baby, become a single mother, and get welfare benefits. So BMs, you got to be careful when you out there, because they will get you. Look at your boy Daddy. He can't believe what he just heard, because it don't make sense that a teenage who's being suffocated by raising their own siblings will go out and have kids just to raise some more kids.
Be like a nerd and be like, we should look at the stats, but like people don't. This, like, there might be some people that do this, but like single moms don't live glorious lives. Like, it sucks. Being a single mom sucks. You can get all the fucking welfare in the world, but nobody's living like a queen on Section 8 housing. But right? But I'm just saying, I don't think people are choosing like, oh, like I'm going to finally move out of my mom's house by having a kid and getting welfare. I don't think people are making choices like that. I think it might happen, and then people collect welfare afterwards.
No, they actually are, because you don't. Here's the thing, because this is what you're not getting. It's not a choice that they're making because it's the best choice, in the sense that when I do this, I'm going to have an awesome life. You're already dealing with a group of people who are already at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder.
If this was true, why do black women do abortions more than any other group of people? Shouldn't they be having the most children then to take advantage of all the welfare?
Because there's numerous reasons for that too.
That boy Angry Man got an excuse and a reason for everything.
For one, you have some women that genuinely don't really want to have kids. They like the party lifestyle. But the ones that do, they want to have those kids by a specific guy. Okay? Because some guys are going to bring more benefits than others. Okay? When it comes to child support, there are chicks out here in the black community, they'll get pregnant by a guy. If a chick gets pregnant by a guy that just enlisted in the military, she's not deleting that baby. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen, because she knows that.
Hold on, Angry Man. Hold on, Angry Man. That don't make no sense, because earlier you said BWs who go to church are some of the biggest hoes out there. You said due to, the thought culture, slut walk, the sexual liberation of women, that they're out here getting bodies. So if there's a BW out here, she's dealing with all these guys having unprotected sex, and she gets pregnant, she doesn't know who the father is. So even if she was sexually involved with a rich dude and sexually involved with a broke dude and sexually involved with a dude somewhere in between, she wouldn't know who the father was until after the baby is born. So it would then behoove her to not get an abortion. She would have the baby, pin it on the rich dude, and it will be up to that rich dude to go get a paternity test. Then after rich dude gets paternity test, we found out it wasn't the rich dudes, then she would just put the baby up for adoption and wash her hands of it and begin the process all over it again. If she's having babies for money, angry man. So your argument, it doesn't make sense to a GMT. Maybe Destiny can make it make sense.
She knows that's definite child support. And look, this is not something that everybody talks about in polite society, but it's something that goes on a regular basis. I know this for a fact. I've had these experiences. Numerous men that I know have had these experiences. When I talked about this the other night on my show, there was a guy, Adam, that was telling me that, well, that's not true. I don't believe that. And then I literally had a black woman come onto my show and say, yes, her family has even told her to do that because she's in her 20s. She doesn't have any children. And at one point she needed a place to stay or whatever. And she said that the women in her family was basically scolding her. You need to go out here and find a guy that you don't really like that, get pregnant by him so that you can get all of the benefits that we get. They do this. I know it sounds crazy, but they do this. This is one of the things that the men in my culture have been constantly complaining about. And it's being treated like we're delusional.
Well, I don't know. I mean, to complain about it as a guy, just use birth control, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the smart guys out here, look, if you look at black guys out here,
he said the smart guys. Tell us about the smart guys. What are the smart guys doing?
Smart guys, they're not out here getting a bunch of women pregnant.
The smart guys aren't out here getting a bunch of women pregnant. So why can't BMs be the smart guys?
They're not.
Well, how are they getting pregnant?
Because there's literally 3 guys in Tennessee right now that have a total of 86 children by 34 different women. There are guys out here that have 10 children by 5 different women. There are guys out here, like when you go look at the CDC stats, when it comes to the deadbeat dads, that actually represents a small percentage of the black male population. It's about 8%, right? So what's happening is you have a number of women that are basically having children with multiple guys, but it's a very small percentage of the male population. It's not all of us. So what's happening is you end up with these guys out here, and I can't name how many times I've heard this, and it's crazy. I didn't even know it was a reality. But I myself only have 3 children by 1 woman, right? So you have these guys out here that'll be like, yeah, my dad had 19 kids.
Why? Okay, then if women are choosing, if black women are choosing to get pregnant for the welfare and all that shit and child support, none of these women are getting child support then. If there's one guy knocking up like 30 fucking women, right? So why would they even do this? Why would they make these choices?
because the way that system is structured, right?
So you see how Destiny is just poking holes. First, women are getting pregnant with the best dude so they can get the best child support, but now women have the same baby daddy, and if the baby daddy has 30 kids by 30 different women, those 30 women aren't going to get a big child support check. So now we gotta come up with another reason, Angry Man. What's the reason now?
Even if you can't extract child support out of the guy, right? There are still numerous programs that you can get. I know a woman that had I think she has like 10 children. Habitat for Humanity gave her a house.
Yeah, but do you think that's normal? But that's not the norm. Right?
Wait a minute, Angry Man. Are you telling me these women are trying to have as many kids as they can so they could fill out an application to Habitats for housing so they could get a free house, Angry Man? Is that what you want us to believe? I mean, this man literally has an excuse, a reason how these BWs are trying to finesse the system. If they get an abortion, they're trying to finesse the system. If they have a child, they're trying to finesse the system. If they have a child by a man who's already has 30 other baby moms, they're still trying to finesse the system. Seems like no matter what BWs do with their wombs or their reproductive ways, they are always trying to finesse the system.
It's not the norm.
That people are getting free houses for having kids in Black communities? No, I don't think so.
That's not the norm? Okay.
Wow, Angry Man really believes women BWs are getting knocked up to get free houses, and it's the norm.
Look.
Well, here, I'm curious. How many, if we, and I'm not trying to like, I need like 52.8%. I don't need like an exact stat, but like, how many women do you think in the Black community that get pregnant? How many of them, like what, like roughly, what percentage of them are just like looking for a welfare check? Like, just so I can get an idea of like where you think the scale is.
I could tell you how many are pregnant out of wedlock, which I think is a little above 70% But so far as their motive, that would be a little harder to pin down. Because I'm not saying that all of them. What I'm saying is that is a cultural trend. And the reason why it's a trend is because you have women that will
but Angry Man, if you believe this is a cultural trend where BWs are purposely getting pregnant to get houses out of the 70% out of birth block rates, out of the single mothers, you should be able to say, I think it's 5% of BWs, 25% of BWs who have kids out of wedlock and become single mothers. They're doing this so they could get entitlement programs or welfare benefits. I mean, you should be able to at least have a rough estimate, Angry Man. I mean, because this is a serious accusation that you're putting on the BW. If you ask me, it seems a little bit unfair to put this on the BW.
Will school their daughters to do that.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious because like I'm sure it's happened. I'm not gonna tell you it's never happened, but I'm just curious like where you think like do you think this is like 2% of the community, which would be pretty fucked up, or do you think it's like 50% of the community that's like super fucked up? I'm just curious what you think like the number is, and then I'll do research on it later. I'll try to look it up, I guess.
I've literally never thought about because where would you get a census for that?
But the issue is that I guess the issue is that you're content to blame, or it feels like it. I mean, I'm getting a bad rating, you're correct me, but it feels like you're content to blame the majority of the Black community's problems on Black women. But then you're relying on a lot of I know a woman that told me this. I've got a friend that's done that. And it's like, okay, but how do you know that this is representative of the Black community as a whole? Or how do you know that like in different towns or cities, like this is how it works everywhere? Like it seems like numbers or census data on that would be pretty important.
The reason why I know it is because every single time there's an issue with Section 8. Right now, recently they just had an issue with Section 8 where a lot of the landlords in Atlanta have stopped taking Section 8. So guess what? Black women are all across social media crying about it.
Well, but what does that show? I mean, like if you genuinely need the assistance, of course you're going to cry about it, right?
But no, it's not. It's some that genuinely need the assistance, but it's a lot that continue to live on it. These are people that live on the system the majority of their life. They're not using it in the sense that they're supposed to use it for, where, oh, I'm down bad, I have some issues, let me use this so that I can get on my feet. They're not doing that. What they're doing is they're looking and finding loopholes to continue to be on that system perpetually. That's the problem.
I mean, if you have a kid, you're going to be on the system. If you're a single mom, of course you will be, right? You're not going to try to like get out of like Section 8 housing or assistance for your child if you're a single mom and your kid turns like 3 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't see that like I don't see like single moms looking for assistance from the government as like a negative thing.
Here's the thing. Hold on 1 second. I got my guy, Patriarchy here. I'm going to bring him up. I didn't just want to bring him up and have you feel like I'm ambushing you or whatever, but
yeah, knock yourself out.
I know he wanted to get a piece of the conversation. Patriarchy, what's going on,
man? Let me ask you a question, right?
So he brought up patriarchy, and I got to be honest with you, angry man. I was disappointed in you bringing up patriarchy, and the reason why I was disappointed because patriarchy, he's not tried and tested. He wasn't in the BGS Itmore's Coliseum. He didn't put in the work over the last 7 years into this red pill shit. If you was gonna phone a friend, bring somebody up, there was people in your camp that you had to bring up. I was expecting to see the Grinch. I would have loved to see the Crimson. I mean, if you would have brought up the Crimson Cure on this debate, this was a debate that was tailor-made for her to get another BW to talk bad about BWs. I mean, if there was somebody to bring up, there was a time for anybody to shine during this debate, it was the Crimson Cure. You could have brought your boy Grinch up. You could even phoned in BGS Itmore himself. I mean, there's dudes, even your old friend Cerulean Gray, even though he probably not going to help you. There was individuals who were more suited for this debate other than patriarchy. But this is the problem you have with Angry Man, because this is another talking point that you had. You done watched Oprah bash you. You said talk shows like Ricky Lake, Wendy Williams, and all these morning talk shows where they just bash BMs, and you felt a certain way. You even went over to the white manosphere, I'm sure, with these same talking points. No, you wanted to talk that red pill stuff from a black man's perspective because you felt that BM's issues were specific to BMs and not white men, but the white manosphere wasn't having it. And I can almost guarantee you that the same thing Destiny is saying was probably the same thing that the white manosphere was saying, which is probably why he kicked y'all Negroes up out of the white manosphere, and y'all had to come up with the black manosphere. But this was your chance on a white platform because you want to get invited to all these other talk shows, all these other podcasts, No Jumper podcast, Vlad TV podcast, mainstream media, so you could talk this ish so that your narrative and your message could get out to the real world. And when you was finally on the platform that you had stolen from Bernard Riley, because this was Bernard Riley's debate to have, and you bombarded him when you went on to that Bernard Riley live stream and stole his shine. This was your chance to get your narrative out to a so-called white audience, a white audience that you feel that your voice was being blocked from. And instead of showing up with some hired guns, you showed up with patriarchy and another Johnny come lately. When it should have been Chrism Cure, it should have been the Grinch. It should have been BGS Itmore. It should have been the Roger Report. It should have been somebody within the black manosphere that you still mess with. But you rolled up with patriarchy, and this is what happened next.
Destiny, you said you can't blame, I guess, the failures on the black community on black women. Is that what you said? Can you refresh that for me?
Yeah, I don't think you can't like blame all the failures of the black community on black women. I don't think that's fair.
What about blaming the majority?
I don't think that's fair either, especially when it comes to child making, because it takes two to tango. It's men and women.
Correct, right? But the thing is, if you're telling me that in certain parts of the world, as you said, they outnumber men 3-1, why would you not then at least, I'm not saying blaming is going to do anything, but why would you not say that there's some responsibility for what it is that they're doing? Also,
because the question, wait, let me just answer that. Because the question is, why do they outnumber men 3-1? It's because a lot of the guys are getting locked up.
Okay, and I think that that is the man's fault as well, right?
Sure.
But in general, even outside of the men that are being locked up, there's 1 million more black women than there are black men, right? And in your earlier statements, you said that they were the backbone of the community. If you have a backbone of a community and the community is failing, then I think you have some ability to place responsibility on what you said that backbone was.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, they're not the backbone because women want to be the leaders of the black community, but that's essentially what's happened in a lot of these communities.
Tell that to the squad that women don't want to be the leaders of the black community. It looks, as you said before, they're doing better in school. They're certainly making all the steps to become those leaders.
They do, because they have to, because black men have failed them.
Okay.
Because black men are looking back to legislation from 30 years ago saying Biden put drugs in my car. I had to carry a gun. Like, all of these communities that are being policed have just...
He said Biden put drugs in my car.
Well, like we said earlier, there's more black women than black men in these communities. Black women aren't selling drugs. Black women aren't killing each other on the streets. Black women aren't, getting fucked with drugs like Biden made them to do it. Well, so to say that black women are the fault because they're the backbones of these communities that are really rough to manage because black men have like fallen on themselves so much. I just think it's fair to say that the problem is black women because they have to step up to try to manage these communities.
But it's, as you said before, it takes two to tango. So if you're why don't you share responsibility in that blame? I don't disagree with you, right? I personally think Biden's crime bill was very effective in terms of lowering crime. But what I'm saying is that if I go to a community and you make up the majority voter base, right? Also, another reason why I think that the blame should be at least somewhat at somebody's feet is because who's consuming most of that welfare spending?
Yeah, well, it would make sense that black women are because black men run from their families, right? So of course,
no,
but also real quick, when you say, I just want to be really clear. Wait, you can answer that, and then I just want.
Hold on, angry man. Hold on, angry man. I gotta stop the show. Now, Destiny said the reason why black women are getting welfare is because black men ran from their families. Now, that may not be true 100%, but we can say that black men weren't in a position to provide for said family. So the B-Dub had to go to the welfare line to put food in her baby's stomach. But I know, Angry Man, he just said something, and you're very, very triggered about it.
I'm gonna be really quick. I'm not gonna say black women are blameless. I'm just saying that the responsibility should be shared. It's probably a 50-50 thing, because for every black man
see, Destiny said it's shared. It's a 50-50 thing. What is wrong with blame being 50-50?
stepped on a black woman after getting her pregnant. There's a black woman that fucked a black dude before getting married or deciding to use birth control, right? So I think there's equal blame there, but I wouldn't say that it's like most of it goes on black women. I say there's like 50-50.
Well, here's the thing. No, because you said something. We gotta clear that up. Black men do not run from their families. That is a total misnomer. And that is that is something that has been pushed for a very long time, and it is not accurate. As I stated before, when you go back to the 70s, you start to see black men leaving the households for numerous reasons. It wasn't just because they just decided, oh, you know what, I don't want to be a father. That's not true. They actually
hold on, Angry Man. Now you and BGS Itmore, you always tell the stories about how these fathers went to the store to get cigarettes and they never came back.
We came out with a study and the CDC numbers disproved that. So let's
wait. CDC numbers disproved what? The black household having single moms is not like a myth.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm talking about is nowadays black fathers are actually in their children's lives more than any other demographic, even if they're not in the household. So
come on, that's not true.
Go look it up.
I have looked it up. I know exactly
CDC.
I know exactly the
CDC,
fucking PDF. Yeah, what they do is they do a whole bunch of like really clever number games to basically try to say that. I remember reading this thing, the truth about black fatherhood, and then it goes into stereotypes of black fathers. What they try to say is that like of the fathers that are absent in their child's lives, black fathers tend to be more involved than the other people that are uninvolved in their children's lives. But as a whole, for like whose fathers are more involved in their children's lives, the black community is the worst. Now, of the ones that are uninvolved, maybe the uninvolved, or maybe the black fathers that are out of the household are a bit better than like the white and the Asian and Indian and the Indian fathers that are out of the household. But as a whole, well, wait, hold on. You can't tell me that like it's so wait, real quick. Let me just finish real quick.
Now, I would have to see the report that Destiny is speaking on. I heard the Angry Man argument that, you know, black fathers are the most involved fathers, but I would love to see the report Destiny is speaking on, so I can attest to if what he's saying is true or not.
You can't tell me in one breath that I look around and I see all women are having children because I've got two friends that told me this for welfare. And then in the next breath say, well, I'm going to cite this like very esoteric analysis to prove that black men are just as involved with their children as everybody else, when everybody in the United States knows that's not true.
Yes. I mean, if we looking around places like Chicago, if we look at, you know, the reading rates, the reading grade level of black boys, if you're telling me fathers are the most involved, well, then why aren't they kids reading at the proper grade level? I mean, it's a fair question to ask you, Angry Man. And when you start asking these questions, you know, the failures of the Communitah, and you're saying that black fathers are the most involved fathers, why is it wrong to at least say the blame is 50-50?
Yes, I can, because look, okay, first of all, what everybody in the United States knows is true is a whole other story, especially considering the fact that you have an entire media system that has spent the past 70 years dogging black men, which is another reason why we're talking so much shit nowadays. This is the whole reason that channels like mine exist, to speak truth to power and tell what's really going on, as opposed to the narrative that's being pushed that black men are just sorry. First and foremost, it doesn't matter how many women are on welfare. It does not mean that they're that the fathers are not in their lives. I was in my child's life, and my kid's mother still went and got welfare. So that's not true.
Hold on. we gotta stop the show, angry man, because you said it again. You said that your baby mama put you on welfare and you were the most involved. Well, we gotta break it down because we have a whole body of work. We have a lot of stories about you, Angry Man. One of the stories you told us, Angry Man, when you was in VA, North Carolina, or whatever it was, you needed a car to buy, even though you had sons to take care of. You had to go to work and you needed some wheels to get around, And when you was out car shopping, instead of being a little frugal, instead of giving you a reliable commuter car, like a Honda Accord or a Toyota Corolla, something that wouldn't come, with a high monthly cost for, gas, insurance, car note, and maintenance, you chose to get yourself a BMW, Angry Man. When you got this BMW, just like you said, just like we saw when you bought the Camaro Super Sport that you have now, and you bought your current wife, who you say is your current wife, even though I know she's not your current wife. You bought her a Mercedes-Benz and you say, whatever I buy, I like to stunt with it. So when you bought this BMW and you was out in VA, you was stunting and you thought you was the big shit, even though you had 3 kids to take care of. Your baby mama saw you stunting in that BMW and not providing for your 3 sons, not providing the basic needs. So your baby mama went to the welfare office, applied for benefits. One of those benefits that she applied for was TANF. And since she got that whole TANF, you got put on child support, but you didn't know you got put on child support. So when that child support kicked in and you haven't paid yet, they garnished your check. And when you got your check one day, you saw that the majority of your money was garnished for child support. And when you asked your baby mama why she put you on child support, she said, ain't you around here riding around stunting in the BMW playing with the big shot? I know you got the money. I know you got the money. So you gonna have to come up off that money and pay for these kids. And then, of course, we all know what happened to BMW, to the Angry Man, in that whole situation with the BMW. He had a hard time, paying the car note. He had a hard time paying for the upkeep and maintenance of the car, and he eventually lost said BMW. But these are some of the stories that they don't tell you about. And when Destiny gives this pushback, we gotta listen to this bullshit right here.
Yeah, I do think that when you're talking about fathers running out, right? I do think that you're not really taking note of the court system, and they really don't have a choice when 90% of custody is going to be awarded to the woman.
Yeah, but that's because the women are the ones taking care of the kids. Black fathers, because we.
How do you know that?
Hold on. So let me just clearly state it. So you guys think that black fathers are being kept out of their child's lives because of the courts?
I think there are some. Right?
Okay, wait, hold on. Some. When you say some, like 40%?
It's funny that they're having this conversation because you got a Negro up here in the name of the Angry Man who was on child support. When he had this whole custody battle, his baby mother had physical custody of the kids while the Angry Man was stunting around in that BMW trying to get to and from work, living at his father's house. And even his father fell on tough times and they had to go stay in hotels and save up money until they got money to get an apartment together. So it's funny to it's funny to say that the reason why women get 90% of custody is because usually the mother has physical custody most of the time, and they don't want to disrupt the household.
Percent or 1%? I need you to quantify that for me.
Well, I can quantify that 90% of custody is awarded to women.
Okay, and I can quantify that less than 48% of black women get child support because their baby daddies don't even pay it. So I'm asking you, when we have an epidemic of single mother black families, do you think that most of those black men are being kept out because of custody arguments with judges?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's delusional. That's delusional.
But when you look at the ratio. When you literally have a system that will award a woman custody 90% of the time, you can't say every single time it was the man that didn't want to be there. The men don't have a choice when you know if you go into something, you're going to lose 90% of the time.
The reason why women are awarded custody most of the time is because women are usually the ones taking care of the kids.
It's by choice.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Of course. Wait, hold on. You're telling me, let me hear that. You think that men and women in the black community take care of children at home equally? That it's just as likely for the woman to work or the man to work, and both of them are just as likely to be taking care of the children.
What I'm saying is that the court system.
Let me say this. First of all, the women are not taking care of the children. Most of these children are wards of the state. They may as well be. The state is taking care of those children. The food stamps is feeding them. Section 8 in public housing is putting a roof over their head. These women are not doing anything except presiding over these children.
And that's why the women get custody 90% of the time, is because the women are getting welfare, food stamps, Section 8, and whatever entitlement programs, while the man is in a different household working. If the kids are with the mother and living in the mother's house after the relationship between baby mama and baby daddy has dissolved and the kids go with the mother, then she has to apply for welfare, then she gets all these benefits, and then when she goes to when you go to family court and they determine how much child support the father is going to pay and who is going to get custody, the women are getting custody 90% of the time because, like in the angry man's case, he didn't have a steady place to live. You know, we heard the stories of the angry man being homeless. No, he had to go to his grandmother's house. He had to share hotel rooms and apartments with his father. He even told the story about how he slept in his car and lived at the barber shop. So if you don't have a residence, angry man, just like you had, then of course the mother is going to get custody of the kids because her kids are wards of the state because she's presiding over the kids because the government is giving her Section 8 food stamps and housing. But Negroes don't understand this. I don't figure out, how do Negroes not understand the logic? This is why it was such an embarrassment. Because when you know the individuals involved, when you know their story of how they were brought up, how they had and reared and raised kids and the problems they had, you will see how asinine this argument is that the angry man is making. Now, I can't speak to the patriarchy because I don't know his background. He may be a Negro that has no kids. But there is a Negro up there who has kids, who went through the child support and family court, who lost custody of his kids. And the reason why he lost custody of his kids is because he didn't have a steady place of residence to live. So, of course, his baby mother got custody of the kids.
That there's an epidemic in the black community of children being abused. And if you go look up the stat on that, the majority of the time that they're being abused is when they're in the custody of their mothers. I just recently did a story about a mother who literally deleted her child. And when the police arrested her for it, she confessed the reason why I did it is because she loved her daddy more. Literally.
See, this is the problem with that argument. For every story that you could find of a woman abusing her kids and deleting her kids, you could easily find the story of a BM doing the same thing. In fact, there was a story where a dude who had his kids did a Facebook Live, and he showed the world that he had his kids in his back seat and he was going to delete his kids and himself because he was mad at his baby mama for whatever reason. So it happens on both ends, but when you're involved in this gender war, you only show one gender committing the crimes and not the other gender committing crimes, when we all know both genders do the same crime.
She can.
That's why Destiny says the blame is 50-50, but you want to put the blame majority, if not all, on the woman.
I can't.
This is not even my opinion.
Yeah, I can't argue with like the stories you give me. Like I can give you one story for every other story that you've got. I can't argue with that. If you think the majority of black men aren't in their households of their children because of like judges, I don't like. You could never give that. No, there's no stat. There's no way you could ever spread. That's just an insane.
What I can do is I can look at where custody is being awarded. I can look at where the welfare money is being distributed. Right. I can look at, so for example, even what you said earlier about women getting houses, I can look up something as simple as Section 8 vouchers. You're making it seem like these women are just, that they just had to do this hard job of taking care of their child. If it wasn't for Section 8 welfare, food stamps, and a court system, you don't know what would happen.
Well, yeah, because working and taking care of a kid at the same time is not possible. You need help. You can't do that as a single parent. So when you say, where is the welfare money going? Probably going to the people that have the child, which is going to be the mothers, of course. But Section 8 and food stamps is not.
Who's giving the mother the child?
I mean, both of them are, right?
We just said that the court system 90% of the time gives the child to who?
Why do you think 90% of the time the mother is getting the child?
Because I think our court system has a bias towards giving children to women and ruling against men.
So I just want to hear this so it can be stated because it's ridiculous. You think that at least 50% of those black men would have fought to keep their children over the mom. You think that?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what to say.
I think if those black men,
I'm totally clueless. You guys are lying to make a point.
Hold on a second. If those black men would have been armed with daddy government to get Section 8 welfare, food stamps, WIC, PPP loans, tax write-offs, or whatever, right? Look, anybody can.
He said PPP loans.
Take care of a kid if you give them all that stuff. And then when you have the court system ruling that you're going to get the child 90% of the time, the men are automatically from the rip eliminated.
Okay, so how do you?
Okay, we got to stop the show because we got to have an honest conversation about this whole custody thing. So the baby mother and the baby father, when they have these kids, we're going to assume that they're living in the same house. They make love, they have sex, they have a baby, she gets pregnant, she has the baby is born, there's an somebody cheats, somebody abused, or somebody's not happy with the relationship is over. Somebody has to move out of that house. Who owns these houses? Whose name is on the lease? If you believe women are getting pregnant so they could get welfare and Section 8 vouchers, that would lead me to believe that the house is in the woman's name. So that means the man has to move out of the house. All these YouTube videos, when I see these couples arguing and somebody has to move out, I see the female throwing the male stuff out of the house onto the street. So the male moves out of the house. The children don't go with the father. They stay with the mother. The male has to go find a place to live, meaning he has to go buy a house or go rent a house or an apartment somewhere, which costs a lot of money. Most Americans live check to check. We've seen this happen with the angry men. So they usually have to go back with family, or if not, get their own place. Let's say the man is about his business and has enough money saved up to go get his own place. Now the woman is going to want child support from the man. And there's going to be a custody dispute. Now, all things being equal, if it was up to me, if I was the judge and if both parents had a stable household within the same vicinity, because some of these kids is going to school. So if they're in the same city, same school district, I would award 50-50 custody. But a lot of times the dude doesn't have a stable place to live. But in this instance, we're all assuming he does. We are going to want the kids to go to the same school. So more than likely, the woman is going to get custody unless the man fights for custody. It seems like to me men aren't fighting for custody of their kids. So that's why I think, but there may be a bias, but maybe that's why there's a bias, because the woman has the house already and the man doesn't. That's just what I believe. But I could be wrong, but maybe the patriarchy, maybe he could set me straight.
Square this away, and maybe you don't agree with the angry man who said this, so maybe the angry man wants to amend a statement. Yeah. How do you square this away with the fact that like it's only like a few black men are knocking up like 50 women? Like you're telling me those men, if it's only a few men that are fucking over all of the women giving the babies, are those guys just trying to find a kid that they can eventually keep, or what's going on there? Would that guy want to keep every child, or what?
No, those are the deadbeats. That's why I cited that stat. 8%. Those are the deadbeat guys. No guy of any value is going to try.
Let me say something. The difference is, right, that those men don't get handouts from the government and sympathy from people such as yourself when they do those things.
Wait, but you could.
When women. So you're telling me there's a massive amount. Those men get the type of men that do that get Section 8 as much as women.
If you have a child, isn't the Section 8 qualification only based on income? And then you also get the same tax write-off. You get the same.
Look at how it's being distributed.
No, you can't ask me how it's being distributed, because if more women are single moms than more dad are single dads, then of course more women are getting Section 8. Of course.
Who gives the child to the mom?
The moms are taking care of it. How many of these guys have left before the kid is even born?
How do you know that? How can you quantify that?
We can literally look up numbers.
Go ahead, quantify how many dads leave don't put their name on the birth certificate versus how many men. We literally can find the data for men that lose custody of their children in court. Show me the data of men that leave their child at the hospital.
Okay, I can try to find this, but it's going to take me a little bit because I don't have this number like offhand. But I can try to find it. But why do black men have this unique problem when all these same welfare systems exist for white people, for Indian people, for Asian people as well?
Why do black men have this unique problem? Did you really ask that question?
Well, number one, I do think so. Hold on a second. I will yield a couple points to what Destiny's talking about in terms of crime, right? I do think that there is a culture of crime that is present, right? But I do think that when it kind of is a chicken and egg conversation. I think that when you're raised in a single mom household, that it kind of is a cycle, right? That's what I honestly think. So I do see what he's saying in terms of crime, but at the same time, it's not like the court system. It's not like if a black father out there wants his child, that the courts, even if the mom is strung out, that the courts are going to do everything to make sure that black father is able to have his kid.
Well, here's the reality. These are the numbers when it comes to, well, not the numbers, but this is the reality when it comes to black families. When you have black families, when there is a structured black family where you have the father and the mother, the child is way more likely to succeed and not get in any trouble or things of that nature. Also, if the child is awarded, if the father is awarded custody of the child and he's being raised by a single father, he's less likely to get into trouble. The only time we see black men growing up and getting into a lot of trouble is when they're single mother raised. Now, the reason why this is, in my personal opinion, because I can't really quantify it, is because the women of today are not really taking the time to actually teach those children.
But Angry Man, earlier you said black fathers were the most involved fathers, even when they're not in the household. So if they're doing the whole co-parenting thing and the father is involved, why is his son out getting into trouble if black fathers are the most involved?
They're actually zoning out. They have the children in the household running buck wild, they go outside, they run buck wild, and they're not really playing a heavy role in those children's lives. So that's what's going on culturally.
Yeah, but the question is who's I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at this number. So here, this is like, because I've never looked at like this particular data before, but listed someone here. Apparently 32% of black newborns have no father listed on the birth certificate. Now this is just
32% of black newborns aren't on with no father on the birth certificate. Now, when I heard this, that I was shocked, because this is year 2023, and I thought you brothers would have smartened up by now. I thought you BMs would have smartened up by now. You mean to tell me 68% of you Negroes are signing the birth certificate? I mean, if BWs are so terrible, if they're getting pregnant on purpose to get welfare, food stamps, and entitlement programs, if BWs are getting pregnant so they could move out of their mother's house so they don't have to, raise their siblings, if BWs are getting pregnant and are just trying to put a guy on child support, and 68% of you Negroes are signing the birth certificate. I mean, with all the information that's being said in these spaces, I expect that number to be 0%. That's right. I expect 0% of those birth certificates to be signed. I expect you Negroes to get a paternity test before you sign them birth certificates. But 68% of you Negroes is going to learn the hard way. Now, we could come up with all of these different scenarios as to why only 32% of the birth certificates aren't signed. You don't know who the father is. The father didn't want to sign the birth certificate because he wants a paternity test, or the father was at work when the mother was in labor. The mother didn't want the dude to sign the birth certificate. I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons why the birth certificate isn't being signed. But birth certificates, according to GMT, from what I've been hearing about these red pill spaces, birth certificates shouldn't be signed until a paternity test is did. So we can confirm who the father is. So we know who's responsible for said child. And there's no hiccups going forward.
This is just Cook County, Illinois, but damn.
That's one part.
That is one part. Do you have any numbers on how many black fathers are listed on the birth certificate?
I know that I have numbers on how many children are awarded custody to their mother.
You see, now Destiny is trying to put these Negroes in a trick bag. He wants to know why so many signatures are missing from birth certificates, and these missing signatures from these birth certificates are reasons why BMs aren't responsible. But what you got to realize, BMs, the best thing you can do is not sign birth certificate, because you need a paternity test.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
I still have 90%. You have 30%.
Yeah, but you don't know why the number is 90%. That's the whole part of that conversation.
And you don't know why that number's 30%.
He put you in a trick bag, patriarchy. You asked him. You don't know why that number's 30%. It doesn't matter. We aren't signing birth certificates until we get a paternity result. That number should have been 100% as opposed to 32%.
Well, is it because they're
maybe the mom told him the wrong hospital? I mean, if you're just making up, we both could make up numbers.
Okay. I can't think of many reasons why somebody wouldn't be on a birth certificate. If you can't, well, maybe the father dies. I don't know if that'd be a reason to give off. I can't think of many reasons why. If you can think of some, then that's fine. Plus,
I can't think of a reason. Hold on a second. I can't think of.
So all these Negroes know a couple of reasons. I want to know if one of the reasons they give is because the father wanted a paternity test before signing the birth certificate. That's what I want to know. Is that one of the reasons?
A reason why 90% of custody should be awarded to women.
Okay, I can give you a ton of reasons right now, because women tend to be primary caregivers for children. Courts tend to prioritize the well-being of the child, and a lot of fathers that fuck a woman might just end up leaving completely. So there's like barely
How do you
even.
know the last one?
How do I know that fathers are more likely to leave mothers than mothers leave?
How do you know that with something that is that radical, with 90% to 10%, right? How do you know that every single one of those was a father that just did not want to be there? Okay, so if it's 90%, how do you know if even half of those were a father that just did not want to be in the child's life?
I don't know what the exact numbers are. If you're going to tell me that some men fight custody battles and they should win, but they lose because of a gender bias, that probably happens for sure. But when you look at a number like 90-10, that's not all sexism. A lot of that is going to be people awarded to mothers because the mother is the primary caregiver in that situation.
Well,
I don't even know if the 90% figure is accurate. By the way, I'm trying to find a number on that.
I think it's like last time I checked, 90%. I'm rounding up, but I think it's like 88 or 89.
If you want to know where the 90% comes from, it's very simple. There are a lot of practices that go on in the court system that are still reminiscent of the past. It's still archaic. Okay, it's no different than the freaking marriage license. It's no different than any of that. We're still operating under the presumption that women are going to be better caregivers. That's the main reason. They automatically assume that when two people separate, the woman is going to remain in the house and the man is going to leave the house. So the court system does not want to uproot the child out of the house that they're used to living in and put them in another house.
Sure.
That's the reason.
Like
now, hold on. Let me say this. For the 32%, that are not on the birth certificates, there's a few things that could be.
See, Angerman, you're falling for the trick bag. Just because you didn't sign the birth certificate, it does not make you a bad father. In fact, not signing the birth certificate and getting a paternity test is the most responsible thing you can do as the father. But don't fall for the trick bag.
The main reason is they could not know who the damn father is. That's one of the reasons. One of the reasons is you got so much promiscuity, because here's the thing. When it comes to Black culture specifically, there are two things that are being promoted in our music, which has a huge effect on our culture, which is for the guys, gang culture, crime, drug dealing is constantly promoted.
Hold on. If BMs are promoting gang, sex, drugs, and violence, isn't that a black eye on BMs? You see how you're falling for the trick bag, angry man? We're not signing birth certificates until we get a paternity test. That's number one. That's the only answer you need to give.
For the girls, promiscuity, acting like thoughts, that is constantly promoted. So when you have that going on, you have more young boys that are more prone to go out here and be part of gangs because they want to be part of something, or to go out here and sell drugs because they may have grown up with a mom that didn't have any money. And the other part of this is women tend to, when they're single mothers, they tend to look at their sons as a meal ticket. Oh, he's going to grow up and go do this, or he's going to go out and go do this and help with the household because that's the little man of the house, right? So you got that going on. On the flip side of that, you got the girls growing up, going out here, getting into the party lifestyle, all of that different stuff, getting pregnant. Sometimes they don't even know who the damn father is. Why do you think you had the emergence of these goofy shows back in the 90s where you are not the father, all of that goofy stuff? There's a lot of stuff that factors into that.
Okay, so nothing you told me can be proven, right? There's no number, there's no data. It's just like your stories. I can try to find stuff. I'm just digging around to see. But like, so here's a couple of things that I found, right? This is talking specifically about like that 90% figure. That the certain men's rights groups have made the claim, and now the fucking page. Groups have made this claim. It seems obvious enough, given that it's that Chicago Tribune thing that I linked. It seems this fucking dog shit ass fucking thing. Hold on one second.
All right.
It's giving
Still
me
don't know what an NFT is, but we got you.
It's all right. I could tell. If you need me to tell you what an NFT is, I can explain.
That's my favorite episode with him, the NFT.
Jesus. Okay. Certain men's rights groups have repeatedly made this claim, okay, that mothers have an automatic advantage in custody cases. It seems obvious enough given that more than 90% of the children of divorced and single parents live with their mothers. But there's more to that statistic than meets the eye. Most divorcing or single fathers, roughly 90%, never ask for custody. In contested divorce and parentage custody cases, however, the father wins 60% of the time. So if that's true, that completely blows up your entire narrative.
Would you like me to ask? Would you like me to answer why that is?
Yeah, let me see that.
Because I can tell you why that is if you really want to know.
Yeah, because usually they don't go to court because they don't have the funds or whatnot. But go ahead.
They don't. Here's
wait, and single moms do have the funds to go to court?
Now BMs don't have the funds to go to court. Whose fault is it that BMs don't have the money to go to court to fight for custody for their children?
No, wait a minute. Here's the thing. Because I had this issue when I first got on YouTube in 2015. There was a guy that I used to deal with that would actually help guys go to court.
He's talking about the Chris League of Dads.
And the problem he kept encountering is most guys did not want to go to court to fight for custody because they believed they would automatically lose.
But 60% win. Most fathers win when they contest.
Know that. That's
that is another fault of black men. That's more black men problems if they don't know that then.
if black men think they're going to lose in court,
Wait,
so they don't go to court to fight custody.
Hold on, listen.
That is a fault of BM's, angry man. How are you going to get out of this one?
Listen to what I'm saying. Not saying it's not their fault that they don't understand or educate themselves on what they can do in the court system. But you have to realize, for black men culturally, the court is a place where they believe they're always going to lose. Okay, that's just a cultural thing. All right, we can't get around that. Now,
there's no way to get around that. Come on.
No, I'm saying we can't get around the fact that that is a cultural thing they believe. Now, I constantly tell guys on my channel that you can go to court and win. And there are a lot of guys in the space that we're talking about who have went to court and won custody of their children. But most guys do not believe that they can do it. They believe that that's going to be a hard fight. In addition to the fact that the court system plays a lot of dirty tricks. A prime example is when a woman first goes to get child support. She goes to the court. She signs a affidavit. This affidavit states clearly that she has not received a single dollar from the named father, whoever she names as the father. She's saying that she's never seen a dollar from him. He's never given any support. Now, that initial court date, if the father is able to go to that court date and prove that he's given some money, then he'll win that case because she signed the affidavit. The problem is they don't serve fathers on that initial court date. And I know this because I went through it. You don't even know about that court date. If you're lucky enough to know about that court date, you can go and fight it. But what happens is you don't get served by a process server for that court date. Half the time, these fathers don't even know they're on child support until one day they look at their check and money's missing. And they're like, what's going on? Then they contact the child support division to find out what's going on. And it's like, oh, you owe child support. Then they then they say, okay, well, when did this happen? Oh, well, you
okay, hold on. I'm trying to, this sounds like completely not true because of my personal experience. Hold on, wait, real quick, because I'm just looking this up. So this is saying that like when you're doing like custody battles.
So angry man, for them to serve you papers, you have to have an address. According to your jacket, angry man, you got evicted a number of times. You was at your grandma's house. You was with your father in a hotel. You was with your father in an apartment. You was sleeping in your car. You was living at the barber shop. So when you can't keep a steady residence, these court people, when they send you the paperwork, whatever address they send it to, you don't get it. So if you can't keep a steady residence, angry man, for these people to send you this important paperwork for your court proceedings, because we just not going to hunt you down all over VA and physically serve you papers. We're going to send it. We are going to mail it somewhere. We got your driver's license, your identification card with an address on there. So we're going to send all your paperwork to said address. And if you don't live there, who we going to blame for you not keeping up with your residence?
Battles. You are right that the court won't serve the person, but that's because it's your responsibility. If you're not going to have your wages garnished for child support when you were never served anything. There's no possible way that's true. And this is saying here that if the other parent is not served within 120 days, your complaint will be dismissed and you'll have to start all over.
You don't even know. Hold on. See, you don't know because you didn't go through it. Okay.
I can't argue against your story. I can only go by like what's true. What I can see, like you.
Number one. Wait a minute. Number one. Here's the reality. You will get served papers after you owe child support. You'll get served, but the initial court date, you rarely ever get served those papers. They will not track you down. Is what I'm saying. They will not track you down for you to come to that initial court date.
how do you rarely get served papers before you owe child support? Is either you get served or you don't get served. If you rarely get served, tell us the serving process in which they serve people before they owe child support. How are they getting served papers? Is it hand to hand? Is it being mailed? How are people getting served?
And the reality is, this has happened to me a couple of times because I kept having the same issue where I'm like, okay, I'm taking care of my children, but then she goes to the court to do whatever. I don't get the initial paperwork. Then when I go to court, I have to explain this to the judge. I did not get the
Okay, here, real quick,
paperwork.
because we don't need the whole process explained. So I just want to understand this. You're telling me that you could have two people living together, everything is chill. One person could sneak off to court. They could file for sole custody, go back home to the other parent, and months in it, everything could pass, and that whole process can be done without service ever being given to the party whose custody is being contested against.
Yes. Yes. You can look, here's the thing. They have what is called a TANF check, right? A woman can go and she can apply for a TANF check. And the reason why she's applying for this check is she's saying, I don't know who the father of my child is, right? Or the father of my child is not around. I don't know where he's at, right? So they say, okay, we'll give you.
I'm trying to
check.
like research this online. Everything is saying the opposite. Can anybody find like a source for this? Because I can't.
The amount of
I can't
money
find
that
anything
they
of this.
get
This sounds
for that
wild
year
to me.
is the equivalent of child support, and that money is stacked against the father in arrears. Now, that once that year is up, that check literally stops and it converts into a child support case. He's never went to court. There are dudes that are in households with women that went and did this because they didn't know any better. And now the guy that is living in the house with the woman owes child support to the woman that's in the same household as him.
I'm just trying to find.
So somebody said, let me see if I can find the comment. Let me see if I can find the comment. Where is it? Where is it? Somebody said, if your woman has to file for TANF, that shows that that family is suffering from poverty, because the qualifications for TANF means that you're in poverty really bad. So, angry man, if your baby mama had to go get a TANF check, it shows how the adults in that situation, you and your baby mother, couldn't provide for your sons, and she had to go get TANF, which eventually you had to pay off.
I'm trying to find like any like external thing. I'm just curious on this.
Yo, the court system is screwed up, bro. When it comes to child support, it is screwed up and it is biased.
Can I just address one of the articles Destiny put in the chat or the private chat?
Yeah.
I think it was the Chicago Tribune. He was talking about the 60% of the time, the others, if they fight, they win. It mentions here that some of that 60% is a goal for the fathers are most likely to seek custody when the mother is egregiously unfit or dysfunctional.
Yeah.
And then it leads on to, after that, many of the other cases.
Okay, Miss J says GMT. No, where is it? Okay, GMT. It's extremely hard to qualify for TANF. It's used to keep families from being homeless and starving. AM left his young 3 sons in a very bad situation. That's all I'm saying is there's a lot of BMs out here. They're having families and they don't have the finances to take care of said family.
Result from the mother's financial inability to support the child.
Wait, either I'm lagging or he's
of
lagging.
Course,
I can't understand.
Related to the father's.
You have to Sway. You have to repeat it.
Which part? This last part?
Yeah,
you're going in and out.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you
it says
was wrong because I just read it too. Yeah, you're wrong, Destiny.
What am I wrong on?
You're wrong for citing this, right? It's saying that the 60% is accounted by, that comes from people that are already married. In contested divorce custody cases, the father wins 60% of the time. We're not talking about cases where they're married.
No.
Oh, you mean if BMs marry their baby mothers, they get custody 60% of the time? Well, shit, patriarchy. You had a big problem with women getting custody at the tune of 90%. But if you tell BMs to marry before they carry, and if they get a divorce and there's a custody battle, BMs are in line to get it 60% of the time. Is that not something you could work with, patriarchy?
The other comparison thing was uncontested. If 90% of children of divorced or single parents are living with their moms, and that's all uncontested because the dad never asked, well, then of course that has nothing to do with the courts. So that just goes to show that 90% of the time the children wanted to live with the mom, and the mom wanted to have the children.
The point that you just made from this Chicago Tribune thing was that women were awarded, or men were awarded, custody 60% of the time. Those are from divorce cases. Those are from cases where people have already been married. So you're ruling out and if we're talking about the Black community, you're ruling out a lot of those children that were born out of wedlock, which we know is the majority.
Hold on, even what you're saying is not true. If you read the sentence, it says in contested divorce and parentage custody cases. It's accounting for, that's divorce and parentage cases. So those are two.
Okay. So,
but my problem with this article though is that it'll try. I didn't finish saying. It says many of the other cases result from the mother's financial inability to support the child. Then it leads to say, of course, that often is closely related to the father's failure to pay child support. So even when the mother has an inability to support the child, it's still the man to blame. And did you know, Destiny, if a man doesn't pay child support, he could go to jail? And we're talking about men who can't pay child support, right? So now they can't pay child support because they literally don't have the money most of the time, and then they get sent to jail, and then they don't have the money anymore.
Time out. We gotta stop the show again. You mean to tell me if the men don't have the money to pay child support, which is money that's supposed to go to the child to pay for their food, clothing, housing, medicine, and basic needs, the father goes to jail? I could have sworn in the real world, if the father doesn't have the money to support and pay for his children's food, clothing, medicine, and basic needs, doesn't the child die? Let me say it one more time for the Negroes in the back. If the father is supposed to be providing for the family and he doesn't have the money to pay to feed his children, the money to clothe his children, and to pay for whatever basic needs, doesn't the children die? Isn't that how the real world works? But in the land where we got welfare and food stamps and benefits, now if the father can't provide for his children, instead of the children dying, the father may go to jail for not following a court order. Which sounds better to you, the children dying because the father can't provide, or the father going to jail because the father can't provide? I mean, we just gotta think this through really, really slowly. Which is a better scenario? Children dying because the father can't provide, or the father going to jail because the father can't provide? It's just a question I want to ask, because in these spaces, we don't have the difficult, we don't ask the difficult questions. We don't want to have the real conversation. What happens when a man can't provide for this family? Because these men claim to be traditional. And back in the traditional days, if the man couldn't provide, the family would die. But now these traditional men, if they can't provide, well, they just go to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You go directly to jail. It seems like a fair compromise to me.
Like a lot of these stuff happen, get caught up in the system that we can say is just on the men. They need to step up. But if you get put on child support where you don't even know you are on it, and now you don't want to pay it, or you can't pay it, and you end up going to jail for something like this, like that's a little bit of nuance that you won't ever talk about.
Hold on. First, wait. Hold on. We can't have like 3 fucking people bouncing back and forth. I can't respond to anything. Okay. So firstly, let's read this entire thing. Okay. Some of that 60% is accounted for by the fact that the fathers are most likely to seek custody when the mother is egregiously unfit or dysfunctional. This says some. So that implies less than 50%. Okay. So it's not just when the mother is fucking egregiously unfit or dysfunctional. Okay. When you talk about like going to jail for not paying child support that you didn't even know that you owed, I've been through the child support process because me and my kid's mom are separated and I wanted to do everything by the courts. My understanding from my personal experience is that both sides have to be served papers. You can't, when you go to a court to file when the father is known. Now, if the father is unknown or something, that might be a different process. But when the father is known and you are seeking a relief from that person, when you go to file those papers, service has to be given to the other member of that complaint. It'll be listed on the paper, like for the county clerk to like file the paperwork. Pretty sure both people to be involved. Now, there might be some like extra cases where that is not the case. I'm Googling like crazy to try to find it, but every single thing that I'm seeing is saying you must serve papers. You have to serve papers. That you're not just going to wake up one day and have a child support order against you and like, holy fuck, I didn't even go to court for this ever. I've never seen that ever.
It says you have to serve papers, but is that, look, there's a difference between service, right? One version of serving papers is delivering it, but another version is you got to sign for it. Okay. What I've noticed is that initial case, they went on with the case without me signing anything. Now, after
this is another game these Negroes like to play. Let me see if I can find this. You get your mail right here, right? You're supposed to open up your mail. What these Negroes do, they get the mail, they see that it's from the court. It probably says family court, child support court, or whatever court that's in that district, in that city, in that county. It says it right there. I bet you there's a number of Negroes who, when they see it right here, they won't even open it. And then you got another group of Negroes. They will see that mail with the court clerk. They will open it up just like this. They will pull it out. They will read it. It tells them they're being served. It says them, hey man, you have to pay this amount of money in child support. You owe this amount of money in child support. You gotta pay it by this day. You could pay it, either put your debit card, you could write a check, or whatever the payment thing is. It's all right there on the paperwork. They will read it. They will then fold it up. They will put it down, and they will act like that they will never serve papers. They will then take their muppet ass to the courtroom. Sir, it says right here, we served your papers first class mail. Did you get it? And them Negroes, I don't know, Your Honor. I checked my mail. I didn't get anything from the court, knowing damn well that the papers is in their bedroom on a nightstand. But then they get up here on YouTube and act like they ain't been served no papers. They act like the court is just garnishing their checks from the writ without serving them no papers. When these Negroes know they getting the papers mailed to their house. Let's see if we can get back to this right here.
That when I had subsequent cases, I had to sign for the service. I had to sign for the paperwork. Okay. So I don't know what jurisdiction you're in, but in different jurisdictions, they do things differently, right? Everybody knows different jurisdictions have different.
I live in Florida now. I know what Florida law is, and I was in Nebraska. I've had people serve me papers before. Service to me has required acknowledgement. Now I could be wrong, and if somebody links me or whatever, I'll be like, okay, it's different here, because it might be. I don't know the law everywhere. I agree with that 100%. But I would be surprised. You're telling me there are states where legal service can be dropping something off in a mailbox, and that's like service? I've served you papers? Because this is why, like in movies and shows and everything, somebody will find you at work with like, hey, here you go. You've been served. Like, you have these papers.
Yeah, but if you notice, look.
And then when they gotta serve you the papers face to face, a lot of these Negroes be trying to duck the serviceman. They be they be ducking, hide behind bushes because they know somebody is out looking to serve them papers. They find all these legalese and legalities to duck service so they could duck that child support.
I don't know what's going on. Like I have an issue with it because I feel like service means that I should be signing for something. But every single time that has happened to me, and I'm not the only guy, I've had other guys tell me the same thing, that initial court date, the one where they could actually contest it, they didn't get service. They didn't even know. They didn't even know until after they owed it. And it's crazy because what happens, just like Sway just said, you know, when you don't know or you actually get locked up for it, whatever, you're not really locked up for child support. You're locked up for failing to adhere to a court order, right? That's the loophole because they're not supposed to be locking you up for owing child support.
Yeah, in California, you have to do, I mean, like if something happened to you, maybe you missed it or maybe something happened, or I can't speak to your personal story, but like in every state I'm looking up, like according to the judicial branch of California, the party who chooses to begin the legal process must notify the other and must do so through the service of papers. Within the context of child custody, the parent seeking custody has to serve copies of their filed paperwork to the other parent. Like, I don't think you can just like say like, oh, I served them and now they're garnished and now they're getting locked up for child support.
We're dealing with the court system. And when you're dealing with the court system, there's a whole lot of loopholes that are used for numerous purposes. And like Patriarchy said a second ago, it is biased in favor of the women.
I don't believe any of this. If you guys want to like link me something, or whatever, that's fine. But we can't just keep saying it's biased. This is my story.
Destiny,
yeah, go for
Destiny,
it. Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
The link that you so I'm going to post something right now.
Mm-hmm.
What year did that article come out that you posted from the Chicago Tribune?
From 94.
1994. Okay, I have something right here that is a little.
Oh, Destiny, you pulling out them old articles from 1994. Come on, Destiny. We gotta have
more
stuff.
recent.
We gotta have stuff that's more current than that, Destiny. We can't be sharing articles from 1994.
So I will say this, right? What I'm saying right now is still 60% awarded to women. When I said 90%, I made a mistake. I was thinking about child support payments, right? Like 90% of child support payments, 90% of alimony goes to women. Sometimes I get that confused. But right here, it's still saying the overwhelming majority, and this is 2018, the overwhelming majority, and I posted two, the overwhelming majority is still going to women.
Come on, Patriarchy. If 60% of custody is going to women, and 40% is going to men. And we know that usually the women are the primary caregivers. You would have to conclude that that's almost fair, even though we want to see 50-50. 60% when you claim that the courts is biased for women and women are the primary caregivers. 60% is a good number, patriarchy.
And that's more recent than 1994.
Sure, but now the question is, are these in contested custody battles, or is this just on who's asking for custody, right? Well, I can actually, I'll just click through and I can check. Hold on.
Because I posted one, I think, before too.
See, I came up here because I mean, we can get into the whole, custody and child support system and all that. But I mean, if we're going to talk about single mothers and absentee fathers, is there no choice behind having a child?
Yeah, there is. There's a choice for men and women. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't just blame black women. There's an attack on both sides there, I think. Also, just real quick, so this thing doesn't talk about like in custody fights. This could just be
the census. I just posted the census one because I want to go direct to the primary source.
Yeah, so sure. I clicked through to this too, but just real quick, there's like 19 pages. I can scroll through and look, but like it's gonna take me a sec. But like because I control left in this, I tried to find contested, control left contested, and this doesn't look like it's talking about contested custody. This is just talking about where do the children tend to live. But
it doesn't talk about where it's awarded. Let me look through it myself. Hold on.
So I bring that up because Destiny, I don't know if you are very hip to what goes on in the Black community. I don't expect you to be, but as a common narrative, even before I was born, that I don't need a man and I can do all bad by myself. I can raise a kid by myself. I don't need a man to raise a child. There are videos from early as the 60s to the 80s to the 90s to the early 2000s that show multiple times Black women saying, I don't need a man in my life to raise these kids.
Yeah, but where did that come from?
Their grandmothers.
And why? Because black men were getting locked up, because black men were selling crack, because black men were killing each other in the streets, right? Yeah, so it's not surprising.
This comes before that.
Black women weren't saying this in the 50s. Black women weren't saying this in the 50s and 60s.
They were saying these in the 60s. This started in the 60s. This came very, very prevalent in the 60s. This started before the whole crack.
No, there was this old clip. Either from the 1960s, early 1970s, where they had a bunch of young women, and the young women said, I don't need a father. We're going to put that aside. If these women are saying they don't need a man, they can do bad all by themselves, then we got to ask the question, why are BMs having unprotected sex with these women and getting them pregnant? That's a question we have to ask. If a woman says, I don't need a man to raise a kid, why are you fathering a child with this woman? Is that the smart thing to do? Because I don't think it is.
Epidemic and everything that the narrative behind Black men. We are always the guinea pigs when anything happens in America, and breaking up the family homes was clear, shows you the outcomes in the Black community. I tell my girlfriend this all the time. As much as y'all preach this strong, independent, I could do bad by myself. Look at the Black community and see where we're at. As much as y'all think you can, the outcomes you get as to when women rebel against their men in totality and say they can do all bad by themselves, they don't need a man to raise a child. You get a bunch of degenerate children who are either strippers or in jail, or like you try to say, some drug addicts that don't do shit.
I mean, you can point to Black women all you want, but like, what are the Black men doing? I'm not complaining.
I'm just stating. I'm just stating reality.
I'm not going to sit here and say there's no responsibility on Black women to be more careful about who they open their legs for, right? I agree with that 100%. Right. But you can't turn a blind eye to Black crime, to Black drug dealing. You can't turn a blind eye to Black successful people that get big in certain communities and then propagate a culture that is destructive to other Black men. Right. And those are Black men leading those types of cultural norms as well. So I just
nobody's I don't think
nobody's blameless. But my question is, who's being kept alive by the state more? Who's taking more from the state?
I don't know I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Wait. Well, the question is, what costs more, welfare for a black child or the amount of money we pay every year to incarcerate a black man? I don't know what the answer to that is. Do you?
Well, I mean, even if you want to look at,
they actually make money off of incarcerating black men. It's not. They're not. We're not paying. You got to realize we now have privatized prisons. So privatized prisons actually get paid to incarcerate people. They actually get paid so much every day for every single day that you have an inmate in that prison. So it's not us that's the thing where we think, oh, we're paying for these prisons. We're not paying for these prisons.
Well, first of all, what you just described is we are paying for those prisons, right? The government has to pay other companies to do it because it's not profitable. It might be profitable for that company, but overall it's a drain. That's why the money has to come from the government to do it. But also private prisons are less than 10% of all the prisoners in the country.
Destiny put a hole in that argument. Private prisons are less than 10% of the prisons. So what costs more? Putting a B-dub on welfare or housing a BM in a non-privatized prison?
Right. That private prison is not like this huge thing that's like housing everybody. It's like 8% of people are housed in private prisons.
You said 8%?
Yeah. And we're losing money on that.
You got a stat for that?
He said you got a stat for that.
Yep, right here. I think it's almost right at the top.
And he had the stat for that to back it up.
26 states and federal governments incarcerated 99,000.
Has the angry man provided any links, any stats, or is he just talking from an anecdotic perspective?
154 people in private prisons in 2020, representing 8% of the total state and federal prison population.
Put that in the back chat for me.
The thing, I get what you're saying. I just think that you should blame the people for blame one group for what it is that they're doing, right? So I don't disagree with you talking about blaming black men for dealing drugs and committing violence. But at the same time, right, to go back to your original statement, you said black women were the backbone of the community, right?
Yeah.
You said that they outnumber black men 3-1.
In some communities, yeah.
In some communities, but in general, right? There's a lot more black women than they are black men. How is that backbone doing?
Well, considering women are approaching black men in income, I mean, that's one thing. Black women are out-graduating black men, right?
Okay.
I mean, like, it seems like they're trying, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're doing great because that's not a great position to be in. The broad here's just, I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm not here to shit on black men, okay? Like, for every issue that I brought up with black men, why are they selling drugs? Why are they killing each other? Why are they doing these things? It's because the lot in life they've been given goes back to fucking slavery. It's fucked. There's a whole bunch of shit.
Disagree.
Okay, you can disagree if you want, but black families don't
Slavery
live in
has
certain.
nothing to do with you dealing dope.
Okay, that's fine. You disagree with that, but I'm a liberal SJW blue hair, so this is what I believe, right? That even through fucking Jim Crow and
wait a minute. Did the white man give the BM a pass for, selling dope, committing violence, growing up in poverty, because of slavery, Jim Crow, and the 100 years of oppression? The white man gave BMs a pass, and your boy Mr. Patriarchy says, what does slavery have to do with Negroes selling dope in the hood? Well, Mr. Patriarchy, if you're not going to blame slavery and Jim Crow for, the environment that the BMs have been raised in for the last 100 years, well, then you have nothing to do but to look at, point, and blame the BMs for the choices that they are making. Patriarchy, you are kind of making Destiny's point when he says, I'm not putting the majority of the blame on the BWs or BMs. He said it's 50-50. According to Patriarchy, if you're not going to blame BMs for selling dope because of slavery, you certainly can't blame BWs for it.
Before the Civil Rights Act, where your grandparents were allowed to live, what part of the city you could have a house in,
dealing dope
all of
back
the shit.
then?
What?
Were they dealing dope?
No, but they were getting fucked by anybody that could fuck them, right?
Here's the thing. Hold on.
Wait, let me just make my point, okay? I'm just saying that like I understand why the issues in the black community that exist for men exist, and I'm not going to sit here and say fuck them for that. But while I'm acknowledging that, I'm also going to acknowledge the issues for black women as well, right? When black women are like, oh, I don't need a baby daddy, I can do this shit on my own. Fuck black men, blah 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 blah. Well, that's a response to black men. The same way that black men not trusting cops is a response to cops fucking over black men. Black women not trusting black men is going to be in response to black men fucking over black women. I think we have to understand at the end of the day, like everybody's reacting.
Hold on a second. Yeah, go. But with all of that, then you can't have a problem with the red pill then, because if you are saying that you understand the relationship dynamics between certain groups of people, you understand that black men are apprehensive to police officers and women are apprehensive to men. Why is it when men create a space for themselves where they're naming all the negative things that women have done to be aware of these things, why then is it an issue?
Because when you get into, any good leader or successful person knows that putting yourself in a victim mindset of blaming and looking at everybody else for doing wrong things is never going to propel you forward. What you have to do is you've got to look at, what can I do to take accountability? What can I do to further like my situation in life, right? And that's all you can do. And the constant pitting forth of like men and women against each other, like at the end of the day, regardless of how black men treat black women or black women treat black men and women want to be together. Just like white men and women want to be together, and Asian women and men want to be, like, everybody wants to date people that look like them or in their communities. That's what we all want at the end of the day.
But nobody,
making it really adversarial, I just think like it fucks everybody. It makes it hard for everybody.
But here's the thing.
You said this on Fresh and Fit. They are, you said adversary, right? They are adversarial because that's what comes when women come into certain places that were historically designed for men. You said paycheck, right? Okay, so when you are now getting a paycheck as well, when we have to compete with each other in school, when we have to compete with each other in the workplace, when we have to compete with each other socially, that makes you a competitor, which makes you an adversary.
There's a difference between competing in some ways and being adversarial, right? Like,
what is the definition of an adversary?
But here's the thing, though.
I'll let y'all know right now, though. The way you framed the Destiny, you framed it to where black and women and men are competing against each other by all stats of metric.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about this, because we got before y'all passed all of that, we got to go back to something. Okay, number one, what you said about black women doing this in response to black men. Black women doing what they did is not in response to black men. That is a misnomer. First of all, prior to the 60s, prior to the 70s, you did not have black men doing what we're talking about right now. The everything that was done in response, the 93 crime bill, everything that was done that caused that to come about, that was not the reality for black people in the 50s and the 60s. Black people in the 50s and the 60s had one of the highest marriage rates. Black people in the 50s and the 60s had community. Okay. It isn't until after you see the emergence of this new form of a welfare system that you begin to see the degradation of the black family.
Well, but the welfare system is a response to like single.
It's a response to poverty. It's a response to the poverty that black people as a whole were enduring.
You can't blame single moms for wanting welfare. They need help taking care of their kids. And you can't blame the 93 crime bill for issues in the black community when the black community wanted the 93 crime bill.
Hold on. Number one, I'm not blaming black women for wanting welfare, because they were in the 60s, they were in a state where they needed it. What I can blame them for is once they saw how it was disproportionately affecting their community, I can blame them for creating a lifestyle choice to be on welfare. In this day and age, you have black people that are on welfare as a choice. They are able-bodied and they can do something else, but they're choosing not to. So I can blame them for that. I can blame our system for incentivizing having children. Now, as far as the 93 crime bill, I'm not saying, that black people didn't ask for it. Yeah, the Congressional Black Caucus, which many of them do not even really represent us. Okay, that's number one.
Hold on.
Yeah, they voted for him.
Wait. Let me say this. They do not represent our best interests. Okay. Now, I can blame the 93 crime bill for mass incarceration. And I'm not the only one who has blamed the 93 crime bill for mass incarceration, not just of black people, but Americans in general. So no, that wasn't solving a problem.
Well,
okay.
Crime did go down though. Like I got to be honest. Unfortunately, hold on a second. The thing is this, right? I'll be that. I'll be a coon. Listen, at the end of the day, whatever's going to make the crime go down, I'm pro crime bill, right? I think that the crime was so high in the late 80s and the early 90s that even, like you said, black people had no choice. And let's be honest, right? When you talk about the Congressional Black Caucus, a lot of black people did put those people in power, right? And black people back then, different from right now, they wanted safety and security. And I mean, Biden's
I can agree to that, but there's only one problem. When you have a number of factors that are going to cause black people to get disproportionately policed, disproportionately locked up.
But that's because the crime was disproportionately in black communities.
It was crazy. It was crazy.
Wait a second. See, y'all are not. See, this is a little bit of a disingenuous argument, and this is me. I'm gonna be a liberal for a second. We got to have a better solution other than just locking people up and throwing away the key.
I agree. I think everyone agrees. Everybody agrees, but the problem was that the crack was destroying the black community. Crime was rampant. The homicide rates in the 90s were fucking wild. Places like New York were fucking battle zones. And like, was the crime bill the best solution? Probably not. But like this idea, and I'm not saying you guys are doing this, but a lot of people on my side, a lot of the white people will do this shit. We're like, oh no, in the 90s, it was just white people being racist. I don't think it was. I think it was black people who saw their communities getting fucking destroyed that were looking for any type of answer to those problems. And if mass incarceration was the way to go, then like that's better than
that exacerbated.
We need another one.
That exacerbated the problem. That
no, it solved the problem, but it created another one. It did reduce crime. It didn't solve it. It reduced crime, but it made other problems like mass incarceration of black men. It hurt black families, right? I agree with that, but
it was.
I agree with you during the time.
It created. Hold on. It was a Band-Aid, and what it did is it created another offset of black culture. It created the prison culture where guys are getting freaking celebrations for getting out of prison instead of getting celebrations for graduating college. So it created this culture where black people think, well, that's just one of the things you do. You go to prison. Like it's in every person, every one of those people, like we got to stop ignoring the fact that when it comes to the crime bill, a lot of those people that got locked up were nonviolent offenders. They weren't even the individuals that were committing crimes.
I don't know about that. Like there are a lot of people.
Yeah, there were non-violent offenders who got locked up. But Angry Man, on your arrest record, what was it? Did you have some drugs on? Did you get popped with some drugs? Did you get popped for having the green leaves, the marijuana, Angry Man? Wasn't that you? Possession of marijuana with the intent to sell. Wasn't that you, Angry Man? And when you got popped with that marijuana and you was trying to get a job as a correctional officer of all the jobs, I mean, you have such a problem with the Joe Biden crime bill and mass incarceration, but you wanted a job as a correctional officer, but you couldn't get that job because you had that marijuana charge on you. Now, who are we going to blame for Angry Man for having that marijuana on him? Are we going to blame Joe Biden and his crime bill? Are we going to blame BWs? Are we going to blame his baby mama because I guess he had the weed on him because he wanted to smoke it, because he wanted to ease his pain, his nerves? I mean, Angry Man, who are we going to blame for you for having marijuana, riding through a checkpoint with said marijuana, having the car smelling like weed, and then you reaching in your pocket and giving the police officer the marijuana that you had on you, and him writing you a ticket and letting you go about your day. Are we going to blame Joe Biden? Are we going to blame BWs? Are we going to blame white supremacy? Are we going to blame your homeboys? Or are we going to blame you, angry man? I think we're going to blame you for that. That was your fault. So when we go back to the crack era, those dudes who was out there selling crack, who took the chance and had to do football numbers because they wanted to deal crack because they saw it was lucrative, and they didn't have the discipline nor the patience to start a legitimate business. So they dealt in the drugs and brought all the murders and everything. Who are we blaming, angry man? We have to blame those individuals for the choices that they made. And to blame BWs for that is completely asinine. But what I want to do right now, real briefly, I'll go ahead and I'll drop the link, see if anybody wants to come up. Drop the link, see if anybody else wants to come up. Let's pin it to the top and let's get back to the rest of this interview, because I know there's Negroes out there who agree with Angry Man, who agree with Destiny, or somewhere in the middle. I want them to come up and we could talk about this whole debate right here.
People during that time, right? You can directly attribute crack to high murder rates, right? You can look at when the drug trade as affecting those high murder rates. And the thing is, for me, I can't argue with results, right? So if the results of the crime bill are lower crime, then I'm gonna go with it. I'm sorry.
Well,
I mean,
I hate to be the one to say it, but I gotta say it, because if I don't say it, every single brother in here is gonna be upset with me, because it needs to be said. First of all, you're talking about a situation that is a created situation. Okay. You're talking about a situation where you have narcotics being funneled into a community to fund a war. And this is not speculation. This is not me guessing. This is now historical fact. Okay. So we can't just ignore the fact that it's a created problem. So one, you might as well call it entrapment. You have a disproportionately affected community when it comes to poverty. You put something in that community that's going to cause problems, and then once the people engage in that activity, you lock them up. There actually might even be a class action lawsuit case if black people got their shit together, if you really want to be honest. But I just had to point that out.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the thing that a black woman would say is nobody's forcing you to buy crack. Nobody's forcing you to sell crack, and nobody's forcing you to kill somebody over crack.
Nobody's forcing her to be on welfare.
No, she's not. But if she needs help taking care of the child, like
wait a minute, angry man. Wait a minute, wait a minute, angry man. Are you saying selling crack, smoking crack, and unaliving people on crack is equivalent to a BW signing up for welfare to provide for her family? Is this what we are? Are we equating the drug trade and drug trafficking and murders and racketeering to welfare? Is this what we're doing, angry man? Is this what we did?
Nobody forced her to have a baby by a crackhead.
Hold on for a second. The same thing that you just said can be applied to if you got a kid that lives in the projects, he has no options. But then he sits there and he sees all of these people on drugs, and he knows he can sell drugs to make money to feed himself, that's no different than these people going down there to the office to get welfare.
Sure.
I'm not
Listen,
saying it's
there is a difference, angry man. The difference is when those individuals decided to buy and sell crack, and they formed their little gangs, and then they wanted to rob and kill other people. And as they were robbing and killing rival drug dealers, stray bullets were hitting 5-year-olds and old ladies and innocent bystanders. When a woman goes down and gets welfare to feed her children, nobody's getting murdered. When the crack person, the crack dealer, is selling crack to a pregnant woman, a father, a mother, a high school, college kid, those drugs are destroying the community, while the welfare is taking care of a basic need. It's feeding a child. Well, hold on. We got somebody who wants to come up on the stream. We got minding my business. Tell me what's on your mind. Are you there? Is minding my business there? He is not there. So what we're going to do, we're going to wait for him, but we'll just play some of this debate right here.
Liberal here. I agree with you. Okay? 100%. The situations are fucked up. The only thing I'm pushing back on is blaming just the black women. I think everybody's got their responsibility for all the issues that happen, women and men alike. I just wouldn't say it's
I think the frustration with saying like blaming just the black women, bro. Black men have been the blame of the black community's failure for the past 60 to 80 years. Before I was born, I've been hearing this shit since I was a child, that black men ain't shit. We ain't done nothing. All the negative stereotypes about us since I was a child. And then now we start talking about the discretions and issues we've had with black women for the past 60 years, for 2 years. And everybody's like, oh, you guys are talking way too much about the black women and you are attacking us. Like, bro, we were trying to work through our issues and come to a resolution. But like you said, Destiny, as much as, you know, I think, I don't know where Anger Man is, but personally, I don't literally blame the white man for a lot of our problems. I mean, if we want to talk about a welfare system, when the welfare system was being implemented, they had a study on this and how it affected the white community and the black community. For some reason, when the unemployment rate of the men of those cultures, when it was down, the women's welfare was up. And then in the white community, once the unemployment went down for the men, the welfare went down. But in the black community, the welfare kept going up even as the men were getting jobs. So at that point, they understood it wasn't about the men's money or trying to actually financially take care of the kids. It was a mentality, like I said, that they didn't need a man to take care of their kids.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you that for a large point.
So we got to stop it there, Sway Fiduci. If the numbers show that black male unemployment goes down, but the welfare goes up, and in every other community, when the male employment goes down, the welfare goes down, that should tell you that you need to be more careful and more selective on who you get pregnant. I mean, if you really care about the Communitah, and if you think welfare is the reason why the Communitah is the way it is, you need to be real selective who you choose to be your baby mother. I see a lot of you Negroes picking the wrong women.
of the past like 60, 70, 80 years that black men have been the ire of the black community. They get shit on by white people, by black women, or whatever. That's horrible. I agree with that. But like for the past like 20 or 30 years, as black men have at the very least like largely socially elevated themselves, as they started to earn a little bit more money, as they've gained like big positions in entertainment, right? Well, what are the cultural norms now? Nobody likes black women, right? But black men are fetishized in some communities, depending on what you're looking at, right? But if you look at like what we can say like dating apps, or you talk to anybody, right? Sure, yeah, light skinned women are, sure, but I'm just saying that, like black women are like down there with like Asian men in terms of like the types of people that people are trying to like date or emulate or whatever, right? So the idea that like today, I think that some of the standards have switched a bit, that there are black men that are gaining a lot of wealth, right? Not even just millions in entertainments, but sometimes past $1 billion for a lot of these musicians like Jay-Z and stuff that are coming out like starting businesses and stuff, right? I think that black men have done a good job in some places of getting really far, but it feels like some of the complaints are that a lot of that reinvestment doesn't happen back into the community, that a lot of that money is used to further negative cultural trends, right? People look at like Jewish people and it's like, fuck, well, what do? Right? They hire their friends, they're doctors and lawyers for each other, they help each other out. And I was like, okay, well, what do black men do with their money? They make more songs to tell them to go kill each other, right? Well, I'm just saying that, again, and I want to reiterate, I'm not trying, hold on, I just want to reiterate, I'm not trying to shit on black men.
No, Destiny, in this case, we would agree with you.
Sure, okay, yeah. I'm just saying that I just don't like the focusing on... Sure, I just don't like the focus on shitting on black women. I think there are problems on both sides.
Here's my thing.
Well, we're not shitting on them. We're just bringing out issues.
No, I agree. And there might be issues. Well, the angry man started by saying most of the problems in the black community, maybe the majority, the vast majority. I don't know if you guys want to give it a percentage, but he's saying it was mainly black women's fault. That's what I was pushing back.
No, what I'm saying, What I'm saying, look, here's my thing, because you don't watch me, Destiny, but these other guys watch me.
Angry man, you never said that the problems of the Communitah was majority, if not squarely on the shoulders of the BW. Are you going to change that right here, angry man?
Sure.
There have been plenty of times I've had this conversation about what black men need to do and the problems with black men. I don't just talk about black women, but I can sit back and I can, when I see black men trying to be in their children's lives, trying to do the right thing, and the women are giving them extreme pushback because we now have a culture of, I don't need a man, black men ain't shit, y'all ain't hitting on nothing, blase blah. See, this is no longer about statistics. This has become a cultural trend.
Yeah, I agree.
For black women to be against black men.
Yeah, and that's shitty, and I agree with you. But again, like sometimes what's sold in culture is like, what is a successful black man? Somebody that finds a really hot white woman. Look at Deion Sanders. Look at Deion Sanders, who walked away from that HBCU to go coach in Colorado or whatever, right? Instead of staying, right?
Which he should have.
Okay,
but
maybe he should have. But I'm just saying
that's civil rights, though.
Sure, I know, but I'm just saying that
people getting away from other black people.
Well, but I don't think I feel like the people in the I don't think that people like that appearance, right? Usually the idea is that people try to help their communities and give back and do what they can to like elevate their communities. But it feels like the success path for a lot of really successful black men is getting as far away from their community as possible.
And
right?
you know
That's
why?
what happens
you know
when
why
it's
this is?
dangerous.
Because this happens because when you have guys like a Nipsey Hussle, who tries to turn his life around and try to do something positive. He's in a relationship with a black woman. He tries to create a center to help kids get into STEM program. He tries to put money back in his community, and he gets killed by his own community. It happens over and over again. So what's happening?
You see that there's a whole backstory behind the whole Nipsey Hussle murder, angry man. See, what you failed to realize that your boy Nipsey Hussle was a rolling 60s Crip, a gang in Los Angeles, which, if I had to bet, is responsible for 100 murders of black people. But forget all of that. He was at his store where another gang member affiliate, Shitty Cuz, came up to him. Nipsey disrespected that man, called him a snitch, instead of trying to, give him a job or tell him to join one of his STEM programs, and he got gunned down over some petty street beef. He wasn't killed because he was an upstanding person of the Communitah. He was killed over gang culture. But when you're losing a debate, you will use a gang member, a Rolling 60s Crip, and you will talk about the positive qualities of his life, and you will overlook the negative qualities of his life and how those negative qualities of his life led to his demise. But these are the semantics that these Negroes play when they get onto these debates.
Happening is you have black men who become successful, and the reason why they leave their communities is because their communities have been constantly dealing with so much poverty that by the time one person or a small percentage of guys actually achieve some real level of success, they immediately become a target. They immediately become the victim of their own community. The problem is, as long as we continue to have the same issues, and I remember I watched one of your debates. You debated ABL, you debated Anthony Brian Logan, and you pointed out something that I was like, oh shit, that's a very good point, where you said part of the reason that the black community might have issues is because we don't really have a lot of after school programs. We don't really have a lot of places for these kids to be. And what they end up doing, and this is me adding to that, what they end up doing is they end up becoming, being part of gangs and getting into trouble and all of these different things. So the problem that we have in the black community, I have told everybody over and over again, is that we don't participate in our local elections, and two, we don't really have a family structure anymore that's raising children properly. Now, if you really want to point the blame when it comes to that, yeah, you can say, oh, the fathers are not there, blah, blah, blah. But we are ignoring the fact that the mothers are there. And there used to be a time where even when there was a single black mother, she still raised well-rounded adults that were able to function in society without being criminals. But nowadays you don't see that. And you don't see that because there is a failure going on amongst black women who are single mothers, and nobody wants to acknowledge it because, like always,
I gotta stop the show because you said single mothers way back when were raising well-rounded individuals. In the 50s and 60s, the black community was the most married community. 1970s, we get single mothers. So let's say we got 1970, we got a child that's born. When he was 15, when that child was 15 years old, it was 1985. And then around 1985, that's when crack cocaine flooded the inner cities, and we saw a lot of teenage boys from the age of 15 to 21. We watched them sell crack. We watched them destroy the community so bad that Joe Biden had to draft up a crime bill, and there was a war on drugs. So I need you, Angry Man, to show me a time in which single mothers were raising well-rounded individuals, because you Negroes like to flip-flop and play semantics. One day, single mothers are terrible. Now, way back when, single mothers were great and they were raising well-rounded individuals. We just don't know when was all of this happening?
Still have the same mindset that we've always had throughout history, which is whenever a woman is perceived to be attacked, then everybody has to protect that woman. instead of holding her accountable. Men, we can talk all day about what black men are doing wrong. Black men are being held accountable. Black men are going to jail for owing child support. Black men are being incarcerated for committing crimes and selling drugs. Women, however, are doing a lot of goofiness, being very neglectful to their children, and they're not getting any sort of reprimanding. They're not getting any sort of punishment for it.
If anything, they're getting a lot of America in general just gives praise to women's totality. It's not even black women, just women's attitude, their weight. If they have if they have a child out of wedlock, a lot of times they're not negatively shamed for having that in 2023. More often than not, they're empowered to be these things, and we're not to judge them for it.
Yeah.
But if you want to talk about the financials part, about we could talk about money from the men who doesn't get back. I mean, black people do a lot of dumb shit in totality. We could talk about the churches, the amount of money we spend in the churches, and that's not any type of recycling system that gives back to its community. We talk about the Black Lives Matter movement. Where was our black churches at there? Our black churches are bought out by the government.
And that was
and we still go spend money there.
Sure.
And most of the churches are filled up by black women.
Let me respond real quick.
And that was a movement started by women, BLM.
Yeah.
And how successful was that?
Okay, real quick. So for the angry black guy, or the angry man. Sorry, fuck. That sounded bad. The angry man. Okay. So I agree with you when there are issues that successful black people have to face that I don't ever have to think about, right? I don't have to think about trying to leave my community if I become wealthy because I'm going to get killed or some crazy shit like that, right? I acknowledge those are problems that exist 100%. But if that is the case, that if you become successful as a black person and you want to bounce because you're worried that you're going to get for staying somewhere, how do you not see that wouldn't create a of resentment in the black women of the community if all of the successful black men want to leave, right?
I never said it didn't.
Okay, sure.
I totally agree. I never said it didn't. There are a lot of I hear all of the complaints.
Well, wait. Let me just respond to the other two things real quick too, right? Sure. The other things you're talking about for the black women are making poor choices or whatever. It seems like black women are slowly carving their path out, but their path out is literally them abandoning the black community too, where you've got a lot of them will talk about divesting, where black women get abortions more than any other class of people, which I think hurts the welfare seeking point, because if they were seeking welfare, I don't know why so many of them get abortions. And black women are starting to attend college more, and they're starting to get better jobs. So they're starting to close that income gap with black men. But in this scenario, there are paths to success for black men and black women, but because of the rhetoric where black women are constantly shitting on black men because their baby daddy left them, because they got hurt by some black dude, where they tell their black sons that they ain't shit their entire lives, and now these guys are growing up with their minds fucked, right? That's not good. But then black men constantly attacking black women, saying, these women are and shit. They've been shitting us their whole lives. They hold us accountable for everything. Meanwhile, when they get welfare, they get housing, they get everything handed to them, and then we're demonized for it. This world of adversarial shit is just making it so that really successful black men and successful black women, their goal is to just get the out of the black community. And that type of overall divestment where everybody's an enemy and everybody wants to get the out, that just seems to be a really bad path to go down.
And Destiny hit him with the kill shot right there. All that gender war that y'all done promoted. Now everybody's leaving the community, and now you wondering why you don't have a community no more. So it's 2:30. It's getting late. I'm done watching the onslaught, but this is why you red pill Negroes. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it again. You need to stop debating these white liberals. Let's see who we got. We got the GOAT. The GOAT, tell us what's on your mind.
Man, what's a trip here is watching motherfuckers who have heard all this shit get contested act like a white boy is the first person to contest it. Now, I know you would understand this, and it's a lot of people that would, and it's just a bunch of people that's haters, right? But if I'm not mistaken, these talking points have never been accepted from black men because all they got to do is call you a simp. All they got to do is say you're bowing down to the gynocracy. So when this white boy says it, you got a bunch of fake motherfuckers who act like the white boy saying something who ain't been contested for years. And it's just, it's a trip, bruh. Because black men who have said any of this were called simps, bowing down to the gynocracy, and of course every other thing that gets said after that to keep the conversation from happening. And so it's a trip now. You know, a white dude said everybody got some shit to say. Like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Hold these black men accountable. But when black men attempt to hold black men accountable, well, what you get is a bunch of hope. I stop there, bro. We straight. You know where I'm going with it.
Yeah. You were considered what's that called? A black male feminist.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, again, being supportive of actual points that make sense will make you a feminist. You know what I'm saying? Over the years, going against these points that he landed out in front of this white dude, that's literally what has made people call me a feminist. But the white dude he's not even trying to defend black women. He's being put in a position where angry man saying such stupid shit, he's forced to defend black women. And so for me, that's the difference. When people go out and they have the desire to defend black women, is not respected. Meanwhile, you're having a debate where somebody just defends black women and you got black women in droves clapping like, yay, the white boy's defending us. It's nonsensical. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes black women make themselves look foolish when a white boy can say the same thing that a black man says, but you only hear it when a white boy said it. That's embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? Because some of us have been saying this for years. You just didn't care that we said it. You know, now a white boy said, and you got your pom-poms out.
Yeah.
But that was it, though, bro. I just came up to say that, bro.
All right. That's good. Let's see. We got action potential. Tell us what's on your mind.
All right, I got to address what Taz is saying. Angry man is not a black man. His name is Manjuan Valdez. He is an islander of some sort, Hispanic. So we have to first establish that angry man is not a black man. So, Taz, when you say that there's a black man speaking about the black community, nobody up there was black.
Well, see, I honestly think that that takes away from the point, because no matter how we view him personally, he's going to operate as black. You know
okay, fine. If Logic the Rapper says he's black, you validate that?
But see, we're not talking about Logic the Rapper.
Yes, we are. Angry man is synonymous with Logic the Rapper. They're not black.
Right. So
you can identify as much as you want. The same way Destiny can identify as a woman when he chooses to, he can identify as a man when he chooses to. Right, when you're a black person, you don't have the option. When you're a black person, you don't have the option of pretending to be black when it's convenient and pretending to be black when it's not. Nobody looks at you, GMT, and say that you're not a black man. Okay, you don't have that option to play both sides.
Though, you referred to him as Hispanic.
No, I said Hispanic or something. Who knows what he is because he lies about it. Right. Okay, but even when we talk about Hispanic, we could go there when you want to play this game about about race, black and white. We could play this game about black and white and race, but Hispanic refers to Spain. Spaniards come from Europe. They're white people. They're Europeans.
Right. In America, he's considered a black man.
And in America, you are the dumbest people in the industrialized planet.
Right. We're wasting time, though, talking about something that's irrelevant.
I'm making a lot of sense because somebody outside the black community cannot talk about the black community. Okay, just like a nigga that ain't in the streets can't talk to me about the streets.
Okay, so you don't think that Angry Man already represents black men? And so
no, he does not.
Okay, all right. Well, that's like I
absolutely not.
Our own personal opinion becomes.
It's not my personal opinion. That's a fact. If you see it all over the internet. People keep talking. People keep talking about you, half breeds, mulattoes, and people masquerading as black when they something else.
All of those are black people in America.
What are you talking? Hey, look. We know that you come from. We know that you are bro. Respectfully, Taz. You are a total nigger.
White boy. This what the
a complete Taz. Stop it. You are a complete. You are a complete nigger.
That part, GMT.
Because you don't understand the dynamics.
These niggas do.
You don't understand the dynamics.
Niggas, because these niggas dumb. Did you play that part? This is what the white boy talking about right here. This is what he's talking about. Shut your dumb ass up, bro. You're not in position to talk to me.
Taz, when the last time you had the opportunity to talk to a white boy about black male and female relationships, you were talking to a man with a sex doll. You spent hours interrogating a white man that claimed to be black with a sex doll. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. You know why, right?
So you was letting the white man, let that white man claim to be black. You let that white man claim to be black. Am I wrong? And you let him talk about the dynamics of the black female and male relationship. Am I wrong?
Weirdo. But don't misrepresent it. Black men was promoting sex dolls, wasn't they?
No. The fact of the matter is, you validated that white man as black. You validated. Hey, you can try to talk over me. I'm not gonna yell. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna yell and be a nigga, bro.
Telling me that black men weren't promoting sex dolls.
What you're doing right now is deflecting. The point of the matter is, you said the angry man is seen as a black person, right? Because people validate him as black. The society sees him as black. The same way you saw that white boy with the sex doll as black.
Did you do any content with that sex doll?
I mean, I'm not with your word sexual perversion questions, bro. That's for you. That's for you, and that's for you and woke progressive.
I called that out.
Talk to woke progressive about that word ass shit. Let's not deflect the point,
bro. You never.
Let's stay on point. Let's stay on point. You had a panel. You had a panel without a black person up there.
I contested all of this. You didn't. I contested it.
I don't even know what you're talking about right now, man. You just all over the place.
Angry man dick, bro. Like now
what?
You can talk shit to me.
Hold on, what you say?
These niggas, you used to be under these niggas. You wanted to be like these niggas.
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm gonna let you talk. Go ahead, talk.
The difference between me and you.
Do me a favor. Once you get done talking, shut the fuck up. Go ahead, talk.
Right. The difference is when you bring up them sex dolls, that shit came to my understanding from O'Shea's channel. From O'Shea's channel, it went to a discussion about black men promoting sex dolls. So by the time that white boy came around, that was the second person that came around with sex dolls. Black men were promoting that shit, bro. Black men, not no mixed dude, not no white dude, black men.
You done, bro?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, now first off, I got several videos of me absolutely dissing Angry Man. I've never supported Angry Man, never even liked him, called him out from the jump. So we're gonna call cap on that. You just making shit up. All right, now let's address the fact that you deflecting. And I know that you have a very small attention span, because it's obvious you have a small attention span, because I just told you that nobody on that panel was black. His name is Manuel Valdez. That is not a black man. So how you got somebody that's not even from the black community talking about issues in the black community? And then you said to me, well, America sees him as black. This space validates him as black. Okay, the same way you validated that white boy with the sex doll who claimed to be black. You deflected that all the way about the premise of the conversation that you had with the white boy versus the fact that you allowed that white boy to call himself black.
I don't give a fuck about no mixed person calling themselves
black. Well, if you don't give a fuck about a mixed person calling themselves black, don't give a fuck about a white person. Don't give a fuck about a white boy having an opinion about the black community.
I don't.
You crying about it?
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Are you listening?
Yeah, very closely.
So listen and listen clear.
Well, you have bad comprehension skills, so you don't even understand the things that you're saying.
It's my turn. You got to listen.
Are you going to admit that just caught you in a lie, though?
You got to listen now.
No. Let's go back to the point that you deflected about the premise of this discussion you had with them, instead of talking about the fact that you validated that white boy when he said he's black.
Okay, I can't validate anybody.
You said, yeah, you black, bro. You black. If he black, he black. Because I got on his ass like, you a white boy. You like, no, he black.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to pull that audio. Until then, stop lying on me, bro. We wasn't talking about race.
I got on the panel and I was questioning him about how the fuck are you a black man?
Right, in a conversation about sex dolls.
But I questioned him about how the fuck are you a black man?
The niggas about being
and you defended him, saying, "Hey, bro, the man mixed."
I'm questioning niggas about being pedos.
Yeah, and I'm questioning him about being black. And you said that he was mixed. 1 minute you pro-black, 1 minute you pro-black, the next you not. Which one are you, Taz?
I don't. I could care less about that shit.
Oh, because they kicked you out?
I'm more
because they call you because they saw you as a fraud and kicked you to the side?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Is it because they called you a fraud and kicked you to the side? You're not pro-black no more?
I'm interested in children being safe. That's what makes me a fraud. That's what made them put me to the side.
You're not concerned about children. You abandon your own.
How?
You didn't raise your children.
Can you prove that?
Yes, I can.
Prove it, my nigga.
Another man raised your son.
My son won't tell you that. Why are you saying
you
that?
You said that.
No,
you didn't raise them.
As a stepfather.
Okay, let me ask. No, again, another man raised your son. How you gonna be concerned about somebody else's children when another man raised your son?
Listen to me. My son had a stepfather. That doesn't negate me.
Yes, it does.
That doesn't have anything to do with me.
Yes, it does. It got a lot to do with you.
That does not take from me.
Yes, it does.
Community. If I don't want to be able to listen, you sound like a fucking dumb bum. If I don't want to be with his mother anymore and his mother chooses to go be with another man, what am I fight that man for if he's a benefit to my child?
Okay, now let's stay on the point. Now, you said you raised your son?
Absolutely. He has my fucking name.
Let me ask you a question. How can you raise your son under another man's roof?
Because he wasn't always under another man's
All right, now let's go back to the premise again, Taz. Let's stay on the premise, Taz. How can you save somebody else, Taz? How you gonna save somebody else's child when you can't save your own? I know you want to overtalk that point, but how you gonna save somebody else's child when you can't save your own?
My kid's safe. My daughter just graduated.
You didn't raise that child. We talking about that boy now. Now don't go to the daughter. Let's stay on the daughter. Let's stay on the boy. You going to the daughter. You deflecting.
My son just called me earlier today. Told me.
Let's not deflect. Let's not deflect. It don't matter if he calls you.
My kid's grown.
You did not raise that boy under your roof.
Babies. My kid's grown. Fam.
You did not raise that young man under your roof.
Not his entire childhood. No.
I know you didn't. How you gonna raise somebody else's child when you ain't raised your own?
Quiet and listen, bro. There's nothing to run from. Some of the years he was raised at his mom's house, he spent his high school years at my house. Now he's an adult.
All right, Taz. How did he spend his high school years at your house when you've been on the road for the last at least 7-8 years?
Because I haven't been on the road for 7 or 8 years.
Oh yeah, you was in Mexico 1 minute, you in Vegas 1 minute, you in Ohio 1 minute, you showing videos in St. Louis in 1 minute. How the fuck you raising a kid without a home, bro? What school did he go to?
You hear me? I'm gonna show you one in Memphis in a couple days.
What high school did your son go to with you being on the road like
He went to 2 high schools. He went to 2.
He graduated from 2 high schools.
He went to 2 different high schools.
So why did he go to 2 different high schools?
Because half of his high school years he lived with me, and the other 3 he lived with. The other 2 he lived with her. What do you mean?
So he stayed with you for 1 year in high school.
2.
Now you said that the woman raised this kid all the way up to high school, and for 2 years you had that child. Why you was on the road on YouTube?
You think that
you call that raising a child?
I'm asking you a question. You think I wasn't in my son?
Whenever you try to ask a question with a question, is to avoid the question.
You think I haven't been in my son's life for 16 years?
I know you haven't.
And that's what's wrong with you, bruh. Like you look at black men like they're not doing what they supposed to.
I don't look at black men like that. I look at you like that. I don't look at black men that way. I look at you that way.
Never.
I look at you that way.
My kids.
I don't look at black men that way. I look at you that way.
I ain't never not been available for my kids, bro. That time ain't never been.
Taz,
there's never been a
Taz,
time.
You cannot be the representation.
I wish you were me, bro.
I wish I was you.
Bro, if Destiny can get up there and say things.
Hey man, wait a minute. You said I wish I was you.
Big rider, bro. You
said I wish I was you.
I don't keep up with you niggas. You niggas keep
Did
up
you
with
just
me.
say I wish I was you?
I don't keep up with you.
Did you just say out your mouth I wish I was you?
I'll say it again. You keep up with me, little nigga.
I don't keep okay. Is that what you think in your mind?
I don't keep up with you little niggas. I don't know where you live.
So okay, Taz.
Where you going?
I'm concerned about I'm concerned about you, huh?
You gotta be. I don't know shit about you, fam. I don't.
Is that right?
I don't, fam. I don't. I've never cared about you, bro. You've been talking about me for years.
Well, I came on this motherfucker talk about man wine, but you want to deflect.
Actually, you switched it over to me when you couldn't.
Oh, and what did I say? How did I switch it over to you?
You said, "Will you?" And so let's not talk about me. Let's
okay.
Talk about
what did I say about you then?
So it's not.
I said that you were defending a white man claiming to be black.
Okay, and so again, I didn't care if he was mixed.
So now you said I'm obsessed with you. You said I'm obsessed with you, but I'm talking about the topic. I'm talking about the topic, and you making it personal. So let's get personal.
The topic is how people like you get on panels, and the deflection was acting like the race.
And what am I deflecting about? What am I deflecting toward?
You get up here tomorrow, angry man ain't black.
He's not.
Okay, that's not the topic.
Yes, it is.
That's why it's a deflection.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because you got Destiny, a bisexual man, and a Hispanic talking about black men and black men issues and our relationship with black women.
You know Hispanics can be black, right?
It ain't no, they can't be black.
And this is why Destiny was just dog walking.
Hey, bro, let's have the debate. Let's have the debate then. We here right now. Let's have the debate.
Go ahead. Tell me how Hispanics can't be black.
No. The premise is on you to tell me how Hispanic is black.
Okay, so Hispanic ain't a race. That's
never said it was. Never said it was. I never said it was.
Right. So if Hispanic is not a race, then what race is Angry Man?
Well, let me help you understand something. There's only two different groups in this so-called race with one, let's say, questionable, right? You have two people in this race, and it's apparent you don't understand. We know you don't read. So I know you've never read Dr. Claude Anderson.
I don't read.
I know you don't. Yeah, you don't. And you don't know who Johann Blue Man back is to go back to the origins of the concept of race. There's only two people in this race. There's only two groups in this race, white and black. They're both superficial.
Right. And so
hope you know what that means. I hope you know what superficial means.
Right. And so you're going to tell me that in America, because we talking about America, we're not talking about your personal feelings, we're talking about in America.
We talking about America? Okay, fine. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. So let me teach you how you don't know what you're talking about. You said we talking about America. Well, Hispanic doesn't exist in America. Hispanic people and their origins come from outside of America. How can something outside of the Hispanic origin label them?
Hey, bro, where do you get so again, I'm trying to make sure you understand what you're telling me.
You do know Hispanic comes from Spain. You do know that the Central America is not in America, it's in Central America. You do know Jamaica is in Central America. You do know that Peru, Brazil, or in South America, they're not Americans. So when you said we're talking about America, the origins of, i.e. Hispanics, does not originate in America. So you are confused between race and ethnicity. And it's pretty obvious that you are confused between what a race, because there's no such thing as a non-white Hispanic, meaning that there's a white Hispanic. So if you say that there's a black Hispanic, I've never saw that before. I saw non-white Hispanic, but there's no such thing as a Afro-Hispanic. They may say Afro-Latina, but I've never heard of a Afro-Hispanic.
That's the problem. You're talking, you're not listening. So let's just
go ahead. You got the floor.
So what race is Angry Man? So you saying he's white? You saying he's a white Hispanic? That's a question. Are you saying Angry Man is a white Hispanic?
I've asked you a lot of questions that you ignore. Go ahead. Please continue.
Are you telling me that Angry Man is a white Hispanic? This is why Destiny made black men look stupid as fuck, bro. It's a simple question. Based on what you just said for the last 5 minutes running your mouth. Are you telling me Angry Man is a white Hispanic? I close niggas out, bro. I do niggas bad. This is sad. Just say you're done. Just say you're done. You talked yourself into a hole, bro. It's pretty pathetic. So yeah, Angry Man is a black man. His ethnicity is Hispanic. His ethnicity, but his race in America.
Where do black people come from?
In America, his race is.
Where do black people come from? We know where Hispanics come from. Where do black people come from?
Don't run now. Don't run. Is he a white Hispanic or not?
He's a Hispanic.
That's his ethnicity. What's his race? Now we see
race.
Now we see
race, don't we? Is a competition between groups of people over land, power, and resources. Gay can be a race, sir.
Right. Okay. So in America, race is denoted by black.
If gay can be a race, how come Hispanic can't be?
Yeah. Please don't make your own arguments just to be right, bro. Can you just tell me if the man is a white Hispanic or not?
He's neither of what you said. You just laid a false premise into the conversation. That's why I ignored it.
What's his race?
There is no race. Is whatever you want it to be. Like I said, gay can be a race. Gay is groups of people competing for land, power, and resources.
So if there's no such thing as race, why would you say I turned a white guy black or some shit? If there's no
because in race, you can have a Rachel Dolezal claim to be black.
So,
and this is why you have people outside of the black community coming into our conversation, setting the narrative about relationships between black males and black females. You can see that happening. So for you to be so pro-black, you don't even recognize that those are people from outside our community talking about our community, shaping and molding our community.
Yeah, I'm not really as.
But you're too dumb, bro. You call everybody else dumb, even though dumb means being unable to speak. You're actually stupid. Stupid meaning lacking knowledge. Dumb and stupid are two different definitions. You're more stupid. Dumb people don't know what to say. You talk too much and say nothing. You're stupid.
Right. So you're assuming that for me, pro-black just means going along.
I didn't say anything about being pro-black. I said speaking about the black community and our ills.
Right. And so one of the ills of the black community is stupid ass niggas like you.
Right. I'm a stupid ass nigga. But check it out though. Let's talk about being stupid. I don't have a felony record. So when it pertains to being a criminal, I was a smarter criminal than you. Cause I sure did crime, but I never got caught. Let's talk about being stupid. Let's talk about being stupid, bro. Man. I ain't on no child support. I ain't got no baby mamas. All my kids are raised under my roof. So let's talk about stupid. Who's really stupid? Is it the nigga with the felony records and baby mamas?
That matters today.
Is it the nigga with the felony records and the baby mamas? Is he the problem in the black community?
If you think that matters,
or is it the man? Is it the man that can maintain a household? Is it the man that can actually get that degree?
That makes you stupid.
Say that again, man. Go ahead, talk. What you say, bro?
I said, if you think any of that matters in this conversation, that's what makes you stupid.
Oh, so the things that uphold the community that I just talked about don't make no sense?
I said it makes you stupid to think that that's relevant right now.
Oh, so the conversation that Destiny had and Angry Man about black female relationships about the black community and what I'm saying, that's stupid, right? What I'm saying is stupid, right?
Well, yeah, it's stupid for one reason, because this is a conversation you were never in. It's one I led while you've never been in.
Even though I was in the manosphere before you, right? You led the conversation, right?
Well, I've never been in the manosphere, remember?
Yes, you was. You was definitely a part of the manosphere. You used to brag about how they wanted you to be a part of them.
Yeah, they did.
Right. So you was a part of the manosphere.
But I wasn't.
Yes, you was. Oh, yes, you was.
They definitely wanted me to be. I mean, I'll show you the emails.
You definitely was a part of the manosphere.
But the problem is,
you so fake that you had to hide who you really were when you came online. Because you didn't want people to know who you really were, because then you really got exposed, like how you did.
So I went along to get along with the manosphere?
No.
I didn't contest
the person who you really are. You are embarrassed by, and it's not gonna stand up. So you had to come under Pookie and Ray Ray. You had to come under Pookie and Ray Ray because you're not qualified to have the conversation.
Little dirty nigga, you tell
little dirty nigga. Hold on, wait. You can't call nobody little dirty nigga. I got photos of you in a soup kitchen, nigga. I got photos of you in a soup kitchen with a Nietzsche fucking shirt on. Don't you ever call nobody dirty, boy. You about the bummiest nigga on YouTube, boy. Don't you ever in your life. Don't you ever in your dirty. You are the dirtiest no haircut having nigga on YouTube. Don't your filthy broke ass talk about nobody being dirty, boy. Don't you ever in your life call another man dirty, Taz.
Right. Those pictures are on my Facebook.
Taz, you are a grade A bum.
Fucking bum.
You are a straight up bum.
My Facebook. Stop getting on here lying like you got.
Hey, boy, you are a straight up and down bum.
Pictures right there.
Straight up and down bum, bro. No, I'm not even joking, bro. You can't dress. You have no fashion. You have no style. Nothing about you says money.
Like
you buy a little bitty ass 2-door economy cars. Boy, you living in a struggle life. Don't you ever talk about nobody being broke. You are in a complete struggle. You and your girl scheming motherfuckers on the internet.
Feed the homeless.
You are the homeless.
What I do out here.
You are the homeless.
Of me feeding the homeless.
Taz.
That's what's wrong with the black. That's why the white boy shitting on you niggas now.
Taz.
Niggas like me who feed the homeless.
Taz.
Niggas like me who are feed the homeless 10 years ago. It's on my
Taz.
Facebook. It's literally on my Facebook.
Okay, Taz.
Taz, you got the pictures. What your bitch ass doing on my Facebook?
Taz, you are the homeless.
Doing on my Facebook?
I'm not on your Facebook, so here you go with the false premises. I don't know who you are, nigga. I'm not on your fucking Facebook. Everybody talks about you online. It's photos all about you on YouTube. I'm not looking up your little dirty ass, funky foot Taz. Taz, you are the homeless. You're not feeding the homeless. You are the homeless, nigga. The fuck are we talking about?
How did you get my picture, bro? How did you get it?
How did I get it? So since you want to play stupid black women's for put your shit out there.
I know.
Stupid motherfucker. You know this. You know this. You know this. You're a liar. You have no integrity. You know that black baby mamas for put your shit out there, nigga. You look bad. You look bad. You look bad. You look bad, nigga. You cannot represent black family, Taz.
Kitchen, bro. When I was feeding the people,
you can't represent black family. You can't represent black men. All you can be is an opponent of black men,
bro.
But you cannot be an ally of black men.
You don't want to deal with it. You
cannot be an ally of black men. Only an opponent.
I feed them. I feed your bum ass.
You are the homeless, nigga.
Asses, why can't I?
You smoke cigarettes on the curb and get kicked out of fucking hotel lobbies, nigga.
He was shitting on niggas.
You smoke cigarettes on the curb and get kicked out of hotel lobbies. You are the bum, nigga. You're not fooling anybody on YouTube.
Another video I put up.
You're not fooling nobody on YouTube. Motherfuckers know struggle when they see it, Taz. Stop, bro.
I put up, bro.
Quit playing, nigga. Now we can go back to this debate about the black family. Let's go back to this debate about the black family and about all these people who are not from the black community talking about the black family. Just Pearly, Angry Man. They not from our community. Destiny, Fresh and Fit. They not from the black community.
Thanks, bro. I've already contested all this. That's why I can get up here and say something.
How would I know that? I don't listen to you. I don't give a fuck about you, nigga.
You don't know I contested all of this?
Fuck no. You irrelevant.
So wait. So when I was talking to these manosphere niggas, what you think I was talking to them about?
You are the manosphere nigga. You admitted it. How you gonna call me a manosphere nigga when you the actual manosphere nigga?
This is sad.
You are insane.
You don't have any content showing you went against these niggas?
You cool with O'Shea, ain't you? Ain't O'Shea your boy?
Ask him.
I'm asking you, nigga.
Well, I called O'Shea out on this channel.
Ain't O'Shea your boy?
I called him out on this
channel. Ain't O'Shea your boy?
I called him out on this
So you not cool with O'Shea?
I called him out on this.
Oh, okay. You're not gonna admit that you cool with O'Shea.
I called him out on
Are you and Obsidian still having beef or y'all back cool again?
Beef?
You back cool with Obsidian again?
Beef for what? There was no beef.
Oh, okay. So you back cool with him. What about you? Well, Jack fucked your wife, so let's not bring him up. So you cool with all these niggas from the manosphere somehow?
That's your problem, bro. You a bitch.
You cool with all these niggas from the manosphere somehow? But you calling me the manosphere nigga though, huh?
Bro, do you repeat everything Black Women's Fear?
You calling me the manosphere nigga, but you cool with all of them?
I'm just asking you. Do you?
I'm not cool with Obsidian. I don't fuck with him. I'm not cool with no Angry Man.
None of them niggas like
I'm not cool with no O'Shea, no big head ass nigga from fucking California can't get no pussy, lame ass nigga. Supporting pedophiles like Simple to P. Yeah, that's your boy. That's your boy. Protect the children, Taz. Anyway, you don't want to talk about Mr. Jack because he fucked your gals. Let me not bring up Mr. Jack. Let's not bring up Mr. Jack because he fucked you out your wife. You don't want to talk about that. But you cool with all these niggas in the manosphere.
Let's bring him up.
But Mr. Jack fucked your girl, nigga. Get over it. He fucked the shit out of her. Why are you cool with all these manosphere niggas, but you calling me a manosphere nigga?
No more. This is exactly why I don't talk to black men no more, brother.
How are you cool with all these manosphere niggas, but you calling me a manosphere nigga?
This is why the white boy called you niggas out. You sit up here repeating some dumb shit. Bro, like my fucking wife ain't never dealt with no Jap. You heard a bitch say that, bro. You a lame. That's what I'm telling you, lame.
Hey, man, clean the cum up. Clean the cum up off your girl. Get over it, bro. Anyway, get over it, dog. Get over it. Get over it. He fucked on it. Get over it. Hey, man, Nala's a hoe. He ain't the first one that fucked her before you. She had babies before she got with you, nigga. She had babies before she got with you, nigga. Niggas been hitting that bitch.
Do you want to fuck that nigga? Do you want to fuck him? It sounds
Jap
like
fucking on your gal. Jap might fuck you too, nigga. Jap fucking on her. And that's what hurt. That's what hurt. And if it wasn't true, you would just let it go. But it hurt, don't it?
This is why niggas get hurt.
You cool? You so cool with manosphere niggas that you share your wife with them. You so cool with manosphere niggas you share your wife with them, nigga.
We ain't never
set Nyla out to the motherfucking manosphere, nigga.
So anything you say, bro, that's for roasting her. But that's why the white boy just shit on you niggas.
He ain't shit on me. You the one cool with the manosphere. You the one cool with the manosphere. O'Shea your boy. You the one cool with Obsidian.
White boy
So he shit on you, nigga.
No intellect. You have no intellect, bro. No.
I don't got no intellect.
No, it's clear.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
You're repeating Black Woman's Fear. How much more shit that bitch said can you repeat?
Wasn't she a part of your crew?
Can you repeat some more
Hold
shit
on.
that bitch said?
Wasn't she a part of your crew?
Was I repeating the bitch?
Wasn't that your girl?
Was I repeating?
Wasn't that your nigga?
Was I?
Didn't y'all have communications in the back chat? Didn't y'all talk offline? So all of a sudden I'm supposed to not believe her?
Motherfucker, I don't repeat bitches. You do. Fuck, nigga.
I'm supposed to not believe her when that's your dog. That's your internet homegirl, nigga. That's gang over there.
Yes.
You, Nyla, Sinji, Black Woman's Fur. Now all of a sudden, I ain't supposed to believe nothing she say.
You can believe everything she say, but I'm
that's your dog.
How long you gonna stand on
I tell you one thing, cuz in my hood,
hey,
that's law. Bro, nobody in my hood, anybody that fuck with me, any nigga that fuck with me on YouTube, it's motherfuckers that fuck me on YouTube that would never do me like that.
I was in your hood. You ain't pop out, bitch.
Yo, you a goddamn lie. You's a goddamn lie. You's a goddamn lie. Go ahead, Taz. Go, Taz. Go ahead. Where was you at?
You ain't pop out.
Where you meet me at?
Everywhere.
Where's everywhere? Name one street in St. Louis.
Motherfucking where?
Name one street. Name a street in St. Louis. Name one street that you name a street in St. Louis.
Motherfucker, I ain't from St. Louis.
Cause you lying.
So I wasn't there. I ain't do a video on St.
Fuck
Louis.
no, nigga.
So I didn't come there and report the serial.
Fuck no, you a goddamn lie. Fuck no. You drove by the arch.
What's wrong with y'all?
You drove by the arch and you kept going, nigga. But you didn't take one photo nowhere in St. Louis, Missouri, nigga. You took a picture of the arch as you drove by that motherfucker. But you didn't take a picture nowhere in the city of St. Louis or the county. You's a goddamn lie.
I did a whole video.
Yeah. You saw me in Chicago pulling niggas' whole cars, didn't you? You saw that, didn't you? I can tell you where I was in Chicago, though. I was on Pulaski, nigga. I was in K-Town. I was on Pulaski, and I'll show you the video right now, nigga. I wasn't driving by the skyline. No, nigga. I'm in the city of Chicago, nigga. On the block, K-Town, right now.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So like I was saying, in St.
You lying. You ain't come to St. Louis looking for me, nigga. You ain't come to St. Louis looking for me. You can stop that lie.
Perez Reed was killing black women.
Hey, man, don't run from these comments. Don't deflect off the fact that you was cool with Black Woman's Fear. Then you try to deflect like you came to St. Louis looking for me. Nigga, stop. Nigga, Black Woman's Fear was your homegirl. She put your dirty laundry out in the streets, nigga. You ain't out of that, nigga. So if Minister Jab didn't fuck your gal, how come it's somebody in your close circle saying that she did, nigga?
Bro, I would say somebody fucked your wife, but we all
you can't.
Bitch,
you can't.
Your wife,
because ain't nobody fucking.
Nobody would. Your
wife
I heard you. Is fuck, bro. Remember I did that bitch on my pants.
You know what?
Remember you put that. Bitch
I love the fact that you think my girl is ugly.
That's why you so mad.
She's you right. She's ugly as fuck. You are so correct. I ain't got to worry about nobody fucking my gal. But guess what? Everybody fucking your little bad bitch.
You don't even put her on camera no more.
All right, but she on the screen right now. She on the screen right now.
You won't even put.
She on my picture right now though. That's her right there.
I bet you won't put that.
That's her right there.
Camera ever again.
That's her right there. You looking at it right now on my photo.
Remember, you had that.
You looking at it right now.
Video live, bro. Remember,
you looking at her right now.
Remember, I flamed her.
No, I don't. No, I don't, because that's cap.
Remember,
that's cap.
You put that ugly.
That's cap
on camera, bro.
That's a cap. You go to my channel right now and see my badass wife. And guess what? I didn't have to get no white woman. I didn't have to get no imitate. Go ahead. I didn't know
ass woman and your dirty ass kids. You gonna tell that?
Yeah. They dirty.
Your dirty ass kids.
I didn't need no imitation white woman like Nyla though. I don't got no woman that bleach her skin.
That's why
you try to look white.
Years later, bro.
Your wife bleaching her skin, nigga.
Bro,
you talking about somebody's kids? I know you ain't. You a stepdaddy.
Crispy and you mad.
You a stepdaddy. You a stepdaddy.
You mad 4 years later because I drugged that ugly motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
This is, bro.
Oh yeah, I love. Guess what? I love my ugly wife.
It no matter what.
I love my ugly black ass bitch. Ain't that black bitch ugly black bitch?
Now go away, bro.
Ugly black bitch.
Go away. Go take that ugly.
But at least I love my ugly black women. I ain't have to go get no woman from Cuba.
You know not.
I didn't need no woman from Cuba. I had to go. I'm Cuban.
And say that bitch look good.
You had to go get you a Cardi B. You went to the islands. You were SYSBM, nigga. Save yourself, Taz. You save yourself, Taz. You had to go to the islands. You was down there with Austin Hollerman, and you found Nyla Says in Brazil. Did you buy that bitch? Did you buy Nyla Says for $20 in a taco, nigga? How much did that bitch cost when you bought that bitch, Nyla Says? Now that they came back to America and got cocky, she sound like the rest of these black bitches. Nigga, you the original SYSBM. You Brazilian bride shopping motherfucker, you.
I felt so bad after I dragged that.
You bought Nyla Says with a link card.
I don't need to do shit to your wife. I deal with your.
You bought Nyla Says with an income tax check, nigga.
That's not talking about her, nigga.
You scam. You and some little hoods from homes from Ohio. Y'all scam an income tax check. You scammed the income tax check and you went down there and you bought Nyla, nigga.
Dragging her. That's how.
Take that bitch, take that beer bitch back down to the islands, nigga. That's how come you in Mexico with Nyla. Take that Mexican bitch back down across the border before we go get Trump on that bitch.
Hey, bro. Put that ugly ass bitch on here, bro, so we can see her one more again.
I know you think black women ugly. You think black women ugly, don't you?
That bitch.
You think black women ugly like your ugly ass daughter, right?
Your wife produced
like that black ass fat bitch daughter you got, right? That big pig nose black bitch daughter you got, right? She ugly like your black ass daughter, right? Because black women are ugly, right? You quiet, Taz. What happened? Me and my ugly ass wife, right? Me and these ugly ass niggas, right, Taz? But let's get back to the premise, though, Taz. Because you got us off the premise. Let's get back to the focus. You doing all this talk about Angry Man. First off, you cool with the manosphere. We need to establish that. Them your boys. So you just talking out the side of your neck with Angry Man because you just waiting for your chance to get your avatar picture on one of Angry Man panels because Angry Man ain't gonna let you on his panel. Angry Man only talks to his own people, Latinos and white people. So just look at the video. There ain't a black person up there, dog. And they talking about black people, right? Taz don't want to talk about that part. Juan Valdez ain't a black man. Juan Valdez comes from the same place Nyla Says come from. They some skin bleachers, nigga. So it's easy for him to talk about black male, black female relationships and so on and so forth because that's what he wants. Juan wants one of these little chocolate thoughts, these ugly black bitches, right? That Taz talks about. All these ugly ass black women, right? These raggedy ass, black ass, stupid ass niggas, right? Angry Man want one of these little chocolate little thoughts, nigga, fucking good, nigga, twerking at the red light, twerking on the headlight. He wants one. He wants one. Don't nobody want that taco eating ass bitch. She ain't hit like the black woman. That nigga want to taste that motherfucking sweet necked out that black pussy. I love black pussy. He can't get none. That's what all these niggas in the manosphere mad about. That the black woman ain't your hoe no more. That's what this is. Huh? You can't prostitute her. You can't pimp her. You can't use her for welfare checks, food stamps. You can't sleep on her couch no more. You have to be a man now, huh? Yes, you have to take care of the kids now, huh? You actually got to treat these black women with some respect now. And guess what? We love little ghetto. I'm from the hood. I need a hood rat bitch that can take that dick. God damn it. I love black women, motherfucker. So who the fuck is this taco eating motherfucker? You tomato paste eating ass motherfuckers. Who are you talking about what's going on in the black community and black women? Once that black woman go to your community, she don't fuck with us no more. She ain't in the hood. You can't bring burritos to the cookout, nigga. Chicken wings and watermelon, nigga. Barbecue, nigga. Fuck you talking about? We don't want to hear what Juan got to say. A nigga that's damn near 50 years old, coloring his beard red like ZZ Top. Ain't nobody trying to hear. I'm not trying to listen to no motherfucker with blue hair that like to get fucked in his ass, talk about the black community. I'm not trying to hear shit he got to say. You want to hear what's going on in the black community? Go to Anton Daniels. Go over to Anton Daniels. Them normal niggas that I deal with on the day, them the type of niggas I deal with every day. That's the black community over there. But see, that's the chitlin circuit. See, Anton Daniels got the same camera, same quality, good conversation, but he ain't getting the views. You wanna know why? Because he a black man. He dark-skinned it. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. It's some beautiful little hood bitches over there too, y'all. From my community, nigga, over Anton Daniels. I watched that, nigga. I'm trying to hear what they got to say. Sinetta TV dead. I want to hear what they said over Anton Daniels. If you over there listening to Angry Man, BGS, that's because you the niggas who trying to find a white way to be black. Not the right way, a white way to be black. So you gonna lean Republican and don't know nothing about small government, don't know nothing about being conservative, don't know nothing about the Christian Bible. You don't know shit about what the fuck you talking about. You just trying to follow the goddamn cracker. You see Just Pearl. This motherfucking white boy was just on Just Pearly. This motherfucking white boy, Destiny, was just on Fresh and Fit. Angry Man paid that man. Angry Man went to Bernard Riley trying to get some clout, cuz. Fuck out of here. He trying to be seen. This is last. Angry Man is in it for the attention, the fame. He not in it for the money. He want the attention. So let's keep it real. Angry Man is just seizing the opportunity for his YouTube fame, cuz. All right. Taz, your channel dead as a motherfucker, nigga. You went over there caking for these motherfucking hoes. You tried to join in with Cynthia G. You tried to join in with Black Women's Fur. And that shit backfired on your motherfucking ass. You should have did like real men do and just stand on your own too, stand on what you think, nigga. That's what I do. Don't call me no manosphere, nigga. I ain't manosphere, nigga. I'm me, nigga. I'm action potential, nigga. That's it, nigga. You tripping. I stand on what I'm thinking, what I believe, right? You went over there caking, trying to get clout, kissing ass. You tried to team up with all them women over there. And now your well done dried up. No more cash apps. No more super chat. All it takes is on the internet, you say one wrong thing, Taz, and them hoes gonna flip on you, cuz. They flipped on your lame ass because you don't know women. You a liar. You came on this motherfucker lying about Nyla being your wife. Now it been exposed that Minister Jap is knocking the motherfucking headboard loose, nigga. Fucking the shit out your gal. You trying to say you a real man, you care about the black community, you say you care about black children, you ain't even raise your own motherfucking kids, nigga. Sit your clown ass down some motherfucking word, man. Make what's right with your own child first. You ain't paid no rent. You ain't went got that boy no school clothes. You ain't been to no football games. You ain't been throwing the baseball with the little nigga, walk through the parks, haircuts, nothing, nigga. You call the nigga FaceTime and say, I'm a dad. I'm a real dad. Get your motherfucking ass on. You can't raise nobody else's kid when you abandon your motherfucking own, nigga. And I'm out.
What's going on to everyone out there in the world? It's time to teach a little bit of class. So let me go ahead and talk about why a lot of these guys get smoked in the manosphere. I mean, it doesn't really matter who it is. I didn't see the debate between Angry Man and Destiny, so let me say that up front. But when you got someone, let's start off with Kevin Samuels. Let's talk about why he was getting smoked by Nicki Minaj and Brittany Renner. You see, those two women, they have been dealing with high status men, the richest men in the world. They've been dealing with them for decades, especially Nicki Minaj. So you don't, especially like when you're Brittany Renner, you've basically been an apex predator your entire adult life. She would do whatever it took to get to the top to deal with those type of men. So what a lot of these guys don't understand is the only type of person that should be at the top of the manosphere is a guy that has a bunch of experience with women, that's basically been a womanizer for a long period of time, because that type of man is the type of man that really and truly understands female nature. See, a lot of these guys, what they don't get is women really and truly are always 921 steps in front of men. They're always thinking way ahead. So when these women, the women that really know what they're talking about, women like Nicki Minaj, women like Brittany Renner, when they get in front of a man, they smoke them so easily because there's nothing they haven't seen before. So, no disrespect to Anger Man or some of these other guys, but at the end of the day, they're not the type of men that should be at the top of the food chain. The type of men that should be up there, and you noticed it with Andrew Tate, even himself, even though he's had a bunch of experience with women, some of his past issues during his 20s is what got him smoked. So apparently, and reportedly, what he used to do is he would employ what's called the lover boy method. So what he would do is he'd have all these women fall in love with him. He'd be smashing them for a while, have them fall in love, and then they would become cam girls for him and basically be his employees. Now, what he didn't understand is how this could backfire in the future. Because the thing about it is, and this is where a lot of these talking points start falling apart. Most women, let me say it again, most women out there are not sluts. So you guys out there that keep preaching that talking point, number one, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Number two, if you thought about it in a logical way, even if you don't have experience with women, you would be able to figure out why that's not true, why most women are not sluts. So, in other words, these women, they weren't going to be like, oh, okay. They were going to be okay with, oh, okay, I'm going to smash this dude, Andrew Tate, a couple times. And then they weren't going to be okay with it. Oh, yeah, you make your 50K, cam girls, whatever they were making. What pissed off a lot of those women is they saw the guy establish high status, becoming rich 10, 15 years down the line, right? Because that's what happened. The guy is 36 or whatever. And a lot of these women, they're jealous. They're like, well, I don't get to be the one that's by his side. I don't get to be the wife that gets seen with Andrew Tate. I'm not the one that gets to be next to him on all these podcasts. He's not going to be jetting me all over the world. That's the type of thing that really pissed off a lot of these women. Whether he did anything negative to them, whether he did anything bad to them, that type of stuff. That's the type of thing that really upset a lot of these women. So if you notice when Andrew Tate has been on these podcasts, he's held his own very well with the different women. Fresh and Fit, that's a good example. And very few women have got to the point where they punked him, because if they had punked him, all that stuff would have gone viral. And that's the thing about it. He's a guy that can hold his own with most women. If I had to put someone up there to debate these women like Brittany Renner and all these other women that are high profile, a guy like him should be up there. Another type of man, rest in peace, Alan Roger Curry, he wouldn't have got punked by a lot of these different women that have punked different men. And that's kind of the problem that you see. See, the thing about it, when you have someone like Destiny that's outside the manosphere and he's very intelligent and he hasn't been drowning in all these talking points for years, because some of it's wrong. Let's just say that flat out. About 80% of what's said in the manosphere is correct. About 20% is wrong. And that 20% can be very dangerous. A common talking point, like I was saying earlier, is that most women are sluts. That's what the manosphere claims, and that's what they think. No, that's incorrect. So Destiny, because he hasn't been in the deep waters of all these talking points for a long period of time, he's able to view this stuff from an outside perspective. and he doesn't have his eyes in rose-colored lenses, and he's not seeing this stuff from a biased perspective. And the other thing about it is the guy is known all throughout YouTube as being an elite debater. So, a guy like him, see the audience, what a lot of people in the audience don't understand. Once you get to a certain level, I would say, depending on the guy, but once you get to around his level, Destiny, man, I mean 500K, maybe even 200K, 300K. But once you get to, he has like 600K subscribers. But once you get to like 500K, 800K, 700K, you got a bunch of influence outside of YouTube, because Destiny, what he's done, he's helped campaign over there in Georgia. He helped campaign for the U.S. Senate candidates, right? And obviously, like you guys know in the chat, the guy's a liberal. So the guy is already high profile, and AM knew ahead of time that Destiny was a high profile debater. And from his perspective, AM was like, well, even if I get smoked, all publicity is good publicity, which I don't really necessarily agree with. But at the end of the day, because the thing about it is, with you guys out there in the audience, you guys have seen it. Some of you women out there, y'all abandon the honest truth as soon as Smoke Ghost Perp pulled up on him and he fanboyed over him, right? So there is such a thing as a platform crashing. Taz, I mean, no disrespect to the dude, but I mean, we know what happened with his platform. Black women abandoned him as well, and his platform crashed or whatever. So it is something that's possible for it to happen. And it is what it is. The reality is, a lot of these guys, they burned a bunch of bridges across a bunch of different ways, and then they want to blame others why they're not on Fresh and Fit getting interviewed, why they're not in different platforms getting the spotlight. We all know that applies to someone like Tommy Sotomayor. If the guy was actually somewhat humble, he could be the guy that's debating all these different guys like Destiny. I think he would do well. The thing about him, if the guy was, what he needed to do is he needed to be like in the background over there with Sneeko and Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate, just humble himself, just wait in the wings. And then, when Sneeko and all these other guys started having issues, he could have taken the role and really put himself back up there. But the guy lacks humility, and I think, the problem with Tommy is, I think, I mean, you can't have it both ways. You guys in the audience, y'all know how it works. See, the thing is, he's always kind of denounced the Black manosphere, and he's never wanted to be explicitly considered as part of it. But his thing is, the problem is, he tries to kind of wade one foot in the ocean, and then the other foot is like, well, I don't want to be considered as part of those dudes. So the issue with him is he's burned a bunch of bridges, and he's not even considered someone that's viable to be going up against these guys that are outside the manosphere that really don't care for it too much. So in my opinion, I mean, you've noticed what happened with Fresh. It's interesting because if you guys review the tape, and I only saw part of it, but when Destiny was on their platform over there on Fresh and Fit, Myron didn't want to engage with him too much because he knows the kind of reputation that he has. And what a lot of people say is Myron and Fresh, it's easy to punk women in the early 20s, or women that are in the mid 20s, because this information is new to them. But when he's gone up against someone like Brittany Renner, well, Brittany Renner punked him in basically 5 minutes because he wasn't ready to go. And it goes back to the whole thing about, unless you have a bunch of experience with women in real life and in a very material way, these women are going to constantly be punking you. And that's the thing about it. See, Myron and Fresh, those guys are like in their early 30s. If they didn't have that decade over those women, and they didn't have a bunch of men around them that have given them the information, they would be more on equal footing. Because you guys out there, see, the thing about Fresh and Fit, what they did was real smart. What they did is they surrounded themselves and with a bunch of guys like Rollo Tomasi, Donovan Sharp. Donovan Sharp, he featured Myron on his show, The Six, whatever it was called. So basically what Donovan Sharp used to do, he'd have a panel of all these different people, and they would be reacting to different stuff, and it'd be a panel of like six people, seven people. Myron was on it, and there's Minister Jap. There's always been a bunch of different people that rotate in and out of the six. But see what the thing about Myron and Fresh, when they really started getting going on their platform, they got lucky because they blew up before their experience. They blew up to the point where if they didn't have Rollo Tomasi, if they didn't have these other guys around them, they would have had a hard time surviving because they blew up a lot faster than their actual knowledge and their experience with women. So what they got lucky because they had the talking points in their back pocket. And eventually, because Myron had debated so many women and Fresh, and we all know that Fresh is like Myron's lackey, right? Like Fresh, he's a guy, he's a guy that he picks up the golf balls, right? So Myron is like Tiger Woods, and then Fresh, he goes around with with his little white towel, he gives it to Myron. Oh, there you go, wipe the sweat off, buddy. There you go. And then like when Myron throws this, like Tiger Woods, like when he throw the golf club into the ocean or whatever, into the lake, Fresh, he'll go over there and jump like a rabbit, go get the golf club, clean it up, right? Clean it up with the towel, give it back to Myron, and then Myron's back on the golf course. Anyways, so these guys, their knowledge and their experience with women caught up to their clout, caught up to their level. Kevin Samuels, he was already at that level because of all the talking points, because he was battle tested for a long period of time in the manosphere before he got to the level, before he blew up. So he would rarely get punked on the panels. Man, we all know what he would do. He would be vicious with the mute button and be real rude. My thing is, I think he always did it to have control over his platform, so he wouldn't have these women yelling at him and trolling and doing all that stuff. So I think he was just a jerk on purpose to avoid the quality of the show going down, right? That's what I think. So here's the thing: you got all these different people. I don't think we've talked about it in the Black manosphere and the manosphere as a whole. There's a lot of people that are talking about this space. Ben Shapiro, he's a conservative pundit. If you go to a podcast where he was talking about Andrew Tate recently, he mentioned the manosphere, right? Candace Owens, another high profile conservative, she's mentioned the manosphere as well. All these different type of people that are considered elite intellectuals, I think the manosphere would have a hard time going up against them. And the thing about it is, there's all these guys are always fighting for the top spot. They want to be the top dog. And when they don't, if they had sit there and they really started getting along with each other, they would, the issues that the manosphere has, it wouldn't be as much. But it's just all about subs, all about views, all about who's getting more super chats, who's getting more cash apps. And at the end of the day, it's part of the audience. The audience is at fault a little bit too, because you got to support. If you want a guy to really push the message that you're pushing, that you want to be pushed, you got to support. You got to click on the streams, you got to share them, you got to sit there and really prop someone up. And that's the thing about it. I mean, think about it from a content creator's perspective. I mean, would you want to sit there and be doing a bunch of content that no one watches? I mean, how does that make any sense? So let's say you do a stream and you get 200 views, right? And then on another stream you get 5,000 views. Now, why would you keep making content that has 200 views when you got the people that are supporting the one that are 5,000 views? You know what I'm saying? So it's just the way it works. So the problem is, you never know when those opportunities are going to come. And if someone's not battle tested, that's not only the content creator's fault, but that's the audience's fault as well. If you want the guy to be, if you want someone to really support the message that you're trying to the message that you want to be heard, well, you got to support the content creator, because at the end of the day, this is actual work. Creating content being on YouTube, being entertaining, giving a monologue like I'm doing right now. That's actual work. If you think it isn't work, I mean, you're a little confused. You got to sit there and really think about it from a content creator's perspective. So, like I was saying, a lot of these guys, here's the thing. I'm explaining the different reasons why they keep getting smoked, right? When they keep getting smoked out there. So, I mean, at the end of the day, who knows who's going to be the person that really comes out on top? Especially, the thing about Andrew Tate, even if he gets out of this debacle, he's still going to have the stench of all this stuff. And I don't think he'll be someone that's viable for the mainstream. And who really knows who's going to be the person that really carries that torch? Because the thing about it is, see, my thing is like Kevin he never really seemed interested in getting in the middle of policy debates or really he was more so concerned with like punking guys like Derek Jackson or Umar Johnson. He was trying to keep it strictly within the black community, and in the reality to build up his YouTube channel and build up his clout. But in terms of actually stepping outside and debating this stuff with someone that's more outside the community, the guy never really showed too much interest in doing it. He just didn't. But the thing about it is his high value concept, it was running dry. I mean, he was running out of, I mean, you can only remix the concept so many times. You guys out there that have you guys can look it up. Our fans all over the world. So you guys look it up on your other phone or your laptop. It's the name of the song is Coming Where I'm From. So the original song was made by Anthony Hamilton, but the remix, there's endless remixes, like one by 50 Cent, one by Jay-Z, whatever. So at the end of the day, here's the thing. Kevin, when he got close to passing away, he reached out to TLA, MTR, and then Dennis Burling, right? They were going to help him carry the torch. Now, what you guys have seen out there, what y'all seen is out of those three, TLA is starting to wade more into these different debates, right? He was on Value Entertainment. So you guys that aren't familiar with the channel, just Google it, put in the YouTube search bar, right? Value Entertainment. So he's got out there and he started debating a couple different people. The problem he has is he knows obviously the divorce law and all the different stuff that's going on with child support, all that different stuff. But the guy doesn't have enough knowledge about the red pill and all the manosphere related content to really go out there and really punk the people that are anti-manosphere. I don't think he has it. I just don't. In terms of the actual real life experience with women, I don't think he has that either. Now the guy is real smart. The guy knows divorce law backwards and forwards, but he just simply doesn't have enough time in the space to really go anywhere with it. And you guys that go out there and watch him, I mean, I like the dude. He's a cool dude. His content is great, but at the end of the day, he's like a watered down O'Shea, right? With the celebrity gossip, I mean, that's what it is. A lot of people just want to see that from TLA for whatever reason, but a lot of his content is basically dumbed down celebrity gossip. I mean, that's really what it is. And if it works for him, it works for him. But like he said before, when he started his YouTube career, people weren't supporting his content that had to do with divorce law, right? So it goes back to the stuff that we talk about. I mean, if you want a content creator to push a certain message, you got to support the streams and the videos and share the stuff that's actually more on the serious side. And like Obsidian, he had someone on his channel, and I remember that stream did really bad. I don't remember, it was like 4 months ago, 5 months ago, something like that. He brought on a guy that actually helped change laws in different states, right? It was a gentleman, and he was talking about how, yeah, we helped change this child support law in whatever state it was, somewhere in the deep south, right? He'd gone around a couple different states and he had done it. So, at the end of the day, one thing that Coach Greg Adams was saying, there's not gonna be one savior, and I agree with them on that. If you're expecting just pearly things or Kevin Samuels or Andrew Tate to really go out there and really dominate the conversation. I mean, everyone's flawed. Everyone's flawed. Andrew Tate, he showed us flaws. Just pearly things. I mean, it's beyond comedy. Someone like her, I mean, she's just beyond comedy because she just regurgitates talking points. I bet you the clown couldn't explain to me why most women are not sluts. I would love to hear her logic, and she couldn't explain it. I don't give a damn that she's a woman. I don't care. I don't care if she's been around, the college female athletes, because the stereotype is that the women that are in college that are athletes, that they sleep around with all the different football teams and that type of stuff. So even though she's been around these type of women, I bet you, she couldn't explain it. She just can't. Right. And then, like the 80-20 rule. See, you guys in the audience, once I hear one of you clowns, one of you buffoons, one of you peasants, one of you peons, once I hear one of you clowns mess up the 80-20 rule, I know you don't have experience with women, because of what a lot of these dumbasses say. Let me go ahead and talk about that real quick, since I'm over here monologuing for our fans all over the world. So let me go ahead and talk about the 80-20 rule briefly. I'm not going to get too deep into it, but let me explain where the rule comes from. So all you young guys out there that are outside the manosphere, all you guys in the chat that haven't heard about this, here's where the 80-20 rule, the so-called 80-20 rule comes from. So a couple years ago, OkCupid did a little survey, a little study, right? OkCupid being a dating app, a dating website. So what they did is they asked a bunch of women, and here's the thing: anything above 100 people that sampled, you can draw logical conclusions. And if you were to go talk to a PhD in statistics, he would tell you that you can draw fair logical conclusions, and they should be taken seriously. But they didn't survey 100 women. They surveyed a bunch of women. It doesn't really matter what the number was. It was way above 100, 500 to 2,000, 3,000, whatever. So this is what happened. These women were surveyed, and they were asked to rate a bunch of different pictures of men, right? And the thing about it is, the ratings were just pretty much based off the pictures. It wasn't so much about, the biography and the rest of the profile. Oh, well, you like basketball and volleyball, or, drawing, whatever. No, it was based off the pictures. So what the study found is women put basically men, they put men in two groups. One group was the men that they found attractive, which came out to about 20%, 15% of men. Let's round it. So it was about 20%. And then 80% they didn't find attractive. See, the thing about attractiveness, when in the eyes of women, it's like, and none of this stuff is absolute. And then, that's just the way it goes. None of this information is absolute. Nothing in life is absolute. It doesn't work that way. Right. So the thing about it is, the way women view men in terms of attractiveness, just based off looks, it's like you're either attractive or you're not. And yeah, there's some outliers, and yeah, it doesn't. If you talk to, let's put it this way: if you put 100 women if you put 5 women in a room and 100 men in that same room, and you were to ask all 5 women to choose their 20 most attractive men, they would not choose the same exact 20 men. There would be some overlap, significant overlap, but they would not choose the same exact 20 men, right? Okay. So when you start thinking about this logically, this is where the 80-20 rule starts falling apart. But let me go back to the error that a lot of these dumbasses out there, and you are dumbasses, you idiots, you clowns, you peons, you peasants, you fools, you guys that don't have that much experience with women. What a lot of these dumbasses in the manosphere talk about, this is what they say. This is where they misinterpret the 80-20 rule. What these fools, these idiots, these peons, these peasants, these dumbasses, these buffoons, these commoners, these helpmates, all these different clowns, what these idiots, the poison they put out there is, they say that 80% of women are only sleeping with 20% of men. No, that's not the way the rule works. That's not the way it works. The way the rule, the way it actually, in terms of the study, what it actually found to be is 80% of women more or less think only about 20% of men are attractive. There's a big difference between who a woman finds attractive versus who they actually sleep with. Those two things are not the same thing. So these dumbasses, these buffoons, these peons, these peasants, these morons, these commoners, these guys that barely have slept with one woman in their lives, with these fools, these idiots, these peasants, these peons, these dumbasses, these clowns, these fools, what these guys in the manosphere, a lot of these guys, the thing about it is, when they say this whole thing about how 80% of women are only sleeping with 20% of men. Now let's break that down logically. So if a woman doesn't find a guy attractive, then what that means is she's sleeping with the guy for other reasons. Whoa, what do you know? What are those other reasons? You know what we call them? Let me tell you what, in this little corner of the internet. Let me tell you what we call them. We call them beta male providers. So if a woman doesn't find you attractive, she's mostly with you for your resources. Now, if you really have experience with women, and you really and truly do, what you can do is you can find the women that like you for a well-rounded list of reasons, right? You know, your looks, money, you know, character, and of course, love and personality, all that other stuff. If you know what you're doing, you can separate the ones that are from gold diggers to the ones that like you for a well-rounded list of reasons versus the ones, and then the other group, which is the women that just have a strong animalistic sexual attraction towards you. So, you know, it goes back to the 80-20 rule. These type of clowns, once I hear one of you clowns, buffoons, peasants, peons, commoners, dumbos, dummies, dumbasses, once I hear you mess up the 80-20 rule, I know you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So, you know, these are the type of guys that shouldn't be debating. There's a point to my little rant. The point is, you guys out there that want to step to someone like Destiny or Ben Shapiro, who's graduated from Harvard Law, you're not gonna be able to hold your own with these type of men because you really and truly don't know what you're talking about. And that's the thing about it. See, the thing is, it goes back to having a bunch of experience with women. You know, no guy is perfect. Just like no woman is perfect, no guy is perfect. If you live long enough and you spend enough time with different women, there's going to be women that pull your card. They're going to punk you, and that's just the way it works. So who knows what Andrew Tate did with those women, but apparently he did get punked by some of them. So here's the thing. The point is, if you're a guy that has a bunch of experience with women, you've slept with a bunch of women, you've gone on dates with a bunch of women, you've dealt with a bunch of women, the thing about it is that experience will bail you out during debates. And that's kind of the thing about it. When you're in a debate and you're in that moment, you don't have time to like, oh, whoa, wait a minute, Destiny. Let me go back. Let me go get my notes. Let me go get my notes. Let me get my notes. Let me go get my notes. Let me go check my information. No, that's not true, Destiny. And it's just you don't have that time. You don't have that luxury. You don't have the ability to do it. You got to be ready for prime time. And that's the thing about it. I would have put someone like Alan Roger Curry up there because it's obvious that the guy had a bunch of experience with women. And you know, the thing about it is he would always sit there. He you know, one time he debated Parrot X. So I can't read the chat, so I don't know what's going on. And so, you know, our fans all over the world, you guys in the chat, y'all entertain our fans all over the world. So you guys in the chat put a little parrot, right? The little emoji. So put a little parrot X. So one time, here's the thing. Alan Roger Curry was debating Parrot X and Zero, right? Zero doesn't come in the manosphere too much, but a lot of guys do like the guy. I don't know too much about the dude, but he was debating them. And like I told Parrot X when Alan Roger Curry passed away, let's be clear. You didn't quote unquote debate ARC. It was more so like ARC was educating you, right? And that's the thing about it. You know, a lot of you dumbasses, peons, peasants, commoners, fools, idiots, dumbos, dumbasses. Y'all don't understand the logic behind mode one. No matter how many times ARC would explain it to you, peons, you peasants, you dumbasses, you dumbos, you fools, you idiots. No matter how many times you would explain it to everyone, y'all never really understood the logic behind mode one. And it goes back to, the reason I'm ranting is because, the thing about it is it gets really annoying listening to some of you fools that don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and yet you got so much to say. When you start tying a bunch of these talking points together, some of it's talking points. See, the thing about talking points, let me focus on the concept of talking points before I go back to ARC. See, the thing about the whole concept of talking points, it's a dangerous game because if the information is inaccurate, it starts going viral and a lot of people start using the stuff and they don't even really sit there and logically think about if it makes sense. See, a talking point, it's like you guys are fans all over the world. You guys later on, after y'all quit listening to me educating you guys, the professor is really going in right now. So when you're done listening to the professor, this is what you guys should do. If you guys that are over there in Egypt or Europe, wherever the fuck you are, so this is what you do. You get on the YouTube search bar and you look up Chris Christie and Marco Rubio. So it's an infamous debate where basically what happened is Marco Rubio, he was going into his talking point spill, repeating the same thing over and over and over again, kind of like doing math problems, right? So he was repeating the same thing over and over again. And Chris Christie makes him, he basically ended his presidential dreams. And basically in 2 minutes, he punked him because Marco Rubio was going back to the talking points. And he just didn't know what he was talking about. So Marco Rubio, basically, he proved himself to be an empty suit. All right. Anyways, let's go back to Mr. ARC. So here's the thing when it comes to mode 1. If you start adding up a bunch of the puzzle pieces, you should be able to understand the logic behind it. Even if you don't agree with it, you should be able to tie the logic together. Because here's the thing when it comes to mode 1. If we know straight off the bat that women find most men to be unattractive, okay, 80-20 rule, then it logically makes sense that you would want to filter these women out as efficiently and quickly as possible. So over time, what ARC found out when he was in his 20s, he's like, why am I getting rejected so much? And see, that's the thing about it. You dumbasses, you peons, you peasants, you fools, you commoners, you unwashed masses. What it never occurred to you dumbasses is if a guy, because the thing is, the reality is a lot of you guys had an issue with ARC because y'all are like, well, mode 1 works for you because, well, you were a light-skinned pretty boy. So if I do mode 1, it's not gonna work for me. But here's the thing. What never really occurred to you dumbasses, you peons, you peasants, you fools, you unwashed masses, what didn't occur to you guys is if it was so true, call him whatever you want to call him. Call him Tyrone, call him Chad, whatever. Everyone in the chat, for our fans all over the world, in Australia and Egypt and Peru. Let me explain real quick what the concept of so-called Chad and Tyrone is for you guys out there that are not familiar with the terms. Basically, over the span of manosphere, whenever it was created, however you want to count it, basically what happened is those terms came to what their meaning, the connotation of those terms is a man that was very attractive, and women would easily, in the eyes of these peons, these peasants, these dumbasses in the manosphere, according to them, according to their logic, according to what they preach, is that if you're a Chad, if you're a light-skinned pretty boy like ARC, which is what y'all would call him, if you're a guy like him, you would easily be able to run through women. Okay, just left and right, just slaying dime pieces day and night. Well, see, this is the thing. When you have a bunch of experience with women like myself, you can break this stuff down in a logical way. And here's the thing. What never occurred to you dumbasses, you peons, you peasants, you stupid fucks, is why did ARC have to come up with a very I'll say elite. I mean, because mode 1 is an elite method. Why did he have to come up with something like mode 1 to more easily get laid? And you know what the answer to the question is? You peons, you peasants, you dumbasses, you fools, you unwashed masses. Let me tell you why. Because this whole idea that Chad gets to run through dime pieces very easily, no, that's not true. So ARC was like, yeah, I'm tired of getting rejected. I'm tired of getting led on. Well, not rejected. I'm tired of getting led on, because that's the thing about it. You add up the rules together. I'm gonna land the plane. Just give me a little bit. So when you got the 80-20 rule, and you know that most women are gonna reject you from the get-go. So ARC, what he's like, okay, well, I'm gonna be really direct. I'm gonna get rejected anyway. So I'm gonna be really direct, and I'm gonna tell the girl, hey, this is what I want to do. You want to get down, not get down? And, let's go do the damn thing. Let's go to my apartment. Let's go back to my dorm, whatever, right? Because he was in college over there in Indiana. So his thing was be direct. And this goes back to the concept where, a lot of fools, these dumbasses, these peons, these peasants, these clowns, these buffoons. So all these dumbasses, these peons, what they never understood is, especially, people like Parrot X, Jessica X, and all these other people, mode one wasn't like ARC tried to explain. Mode one isn't so much about getting laid. It's about finding those women and getting them out of the way. So if ARC hit, let's say ARC hit on 100 women, okay? So follow me on this. Let's say ARC hit on 100 women. He understood the quote unquote black pill. He understood the 80-20 rule before any dumbass in the internet ever decided to talk about it. And the same thing with me, right? Because I got a bunch of experience with women before, some buffoons, some dumbasses, some peons, some commoners came up with the so-called concept over that OK Cupid and brought it over there to the manosphere, right? So ARC was like, okay, there's gonna be 100 women, and I'm trying to get rid of those 90 women, those 95 women that are not going to have sex with me no matter what I do. So he would be direct with them. So, like he was explaining, mode one was more so about getting rid of those 90 women, 95 women in an efficient manner, so he could be left with the ones that would possibly sleep with him. And the thing about it is, a lot of you guys, what y'all would attack mode one hardcore. So mode one hardcore is not the same thing as mode one. Mode one hardcore is the more explicit. It's the one that's done at a really quick time range. So basically it's like done within the first minute. I think ARC would put time limits on it. And that sounds really stupid, but there's no other way to put it. I mean, he basically had like a time range. Okay, if you're gonna do more mode one hardcore, it would be, like under a minute. Traditional mode one, I think he did it like a minute to 15 minutes, somewhere in that range, right? Which is what he normally would do. And then he had some other stuff, mode 1.5, and then you other guys out there, read his books if you want to see the whole breakdown of his mode, the different modes, break it down. And then mode 0, which is something that basically no one in the chat, most people out there just don't know what that referred to. Mode 0 is basically like when women throw themselves at you and they make it so easy to have sex with them, right? And I've had a bunch of women do that with me. It's mode 0. It's laughable. Like there's been girls, they invite themselves over to my apartment, my house, and they drop them panties and I clap them cheeks. You know what I mean? It's like just like that. I'd be clapping them cheeks all night long. Clap, 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 clap. That's what I would be doing, Mr. Clap. I would be Mr. Clap for the night for homegirl. So I said I would land the plane. What's the whole point? What's the whole point of this little mini monologue? The point is, when you can break down female nature and you can start adding up all this stuff together, just like I applied that so-called 80-20 rule, I applied it to mode one, and then I broke down why the so-called concept of Chad the thing is, Chad is not obviously there's men that women find very attractive, just like women that men find very attractive, obviously, okay? But the point is, you guys out there, you dumbasses, you fools, you peons, you peasants that think pretty boys or chads or whatever you want to fucking call them are easily running through dime pieces, are easily running through very beautiful women. No, for the most part, that's not true. So the point of all this, I'm trying to land the plane. The point of all this is, when you can break down female nature to that type of level, you have a chance to debate someone like Destiny, right? You can debate someone like him and have a shot. When you have that type of elite knowledge of women, you can debate someone like Brittany Renner and she won't punk you, right? You might not win, but you're not going to get punked on a level like where you're going viral. And the thing about it is, like Nicki Minaj, the thing what she did, and it was beyond comedy that everyone was trying to cap, talking about how Kevin didn't get smoked. I mean, that's just a bunch of garbage. Everyone in the chat, all our fans all over the world, in Australia and Peru and Mexico. ¿Qué tal, toda la familia? Aquí estamos. Viva la raza. So shout out to everyone around the world. Here's the thing. We all know that Kevin Samuels in his little mini debate got punked by Nicki Minaj. And I don't really care what anyone says. That's just the facts. Facts. Like, shout out to Solo TV. He used to do that all the time, and I mocked him so much that he quit doing it. You guys, I don't know if you guys ever noticed in the chat, I used to say FAXX, with a little fax machine. Facts. That used to be the stupid slang term. So I mocked him so much that I fucking knocked the stupid phrase out of his vernacular. Facts. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. When Kevin stepped to Nicki Minaj, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. I mean, it was a mini debate. Let's call it for what it is. It goes back to what I've been saying in my little monologue, right? Well, I've been teaching class for about an hour now. So it goes back to what I was saying. Here's the thing. Nicki Minaj, let's focus on her a little bit. So, she started her career as a rapper. She's been around for a long period of time. However you want to count it. I mean, let's keep it simple. Let's say 2 decades. That's being generous to her because, one of you ladies in the chat, I'm sure you're familiar with her career and you know how long she's been around. Whatever. Let's just keep it simple. Let's just say 2 decades. So think about this in a logical way. So Nicki Minaj, she's been around the likes of Drake. She's been around the likes of high profile producers, right? She's been around all these different executives for major record labels, right? Guys are millionaires. That's just what they are. High value men, call them whatever you want to call them. So she's been around all these type of men. She's been around all the type of men that she used to date, right? And the interesting about her, what the thing about someone like Nicki Minaj, it goes back to what we've been talking about in the manosphere for, however you want to fucking you want to measure it, 2 years, 2.5 years, whatever, when Kevin popped off in a real way. So, women that make a bunch of money, women that are high status, they have a real hard time, quote unquote, dating down, right? Because they want a guy that's better than themselves. And I don't care what anyone says. I find, it was one of the biggest failures of my life is how I could never, ever get Kevin Samuels to straight up tell these women that would call in, okay, so you want a guy, let me see if I understand this correctly, right? Like, I'm putting my suit on right now, my little bow tie, like, I'm gonna, you guys, like, he was adjusting his tie and all that. Well, right now I get for the next 20 minutes, I get to be Kevin Samuels. All right. Do 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 do. Can you guys sing along? Come on, sing along in the chat. Cause you ain't the only one in the good times. Hey, I don't know how the song goes because I don't remember because I haven't been watching this content. Whatever, but Miss Good Times or Mr. Good Times, whatever the fuck the name of the song is, okay? So the point is, here's the point. What's interesting about a lot of these women, we're going to get back to Nicki Minaj, but basically the right terminology, the right phrasing, the right the right message is, what's comical is a lot of you women out there in the chat, all you women around the world that you have no respect for men. Let's just call it for what it is. What's comical about a lot of you ladies is you want a guy that's better than yourself, that's objectively better than you, but you don't want to treat the guy like he's better than you. So you don't want to be submissive to a guy that's better than you. How does that make any sense? Oh, okay. So let's say like you're like a cashier at a gas station, right? And let's say you start dating the district manager, right? So you make, $10 an hour, whatever. The district manager he makes 100,000 a year or whatever. So the guy is objectively you're better. He makes more money than you. He has more status than you. He's accomplished more in life than you. And that's part of the reason why you're attracted to the guy. So it's just beyond comedy that you want a guy that's better than yourself, better than yourself, better, 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 better than yourself. And you don't want to be submissive to a guy that's better than yourself. So the thing about Nicki Minaj, let's get back to her. The thing about Nicki Minaj, she's an interesting woman because for a long period of time, she's dated guys that weren't anywhere close to her level of clout, anywhere close to her level of success. So I give her kudos for that because, a lot of women at her level, they just don't do it. So, because Nicki Minaj covered the financial side of hypergamy, she's like, well, I make $200 million or I'm worth $500 million, whatever she's worth. I have all this money. So now I'm going to shift my focus into getting guys that I find very, very attractive, right? See, that's the thing. You ladies out there that make a bunch of money. Now, if you were smart, and most of you aren't very smart, but if you were smart, you would fight against your natural hypergamous urge to try to be with a guy that's better than yourself. And then you would shift your focus. You would shift your focus into finding guys that you find super attractive. But it's a hard thing for women to do. And it is what it is. Do whatever you want in your life. But Nicki Minaj and Rihanna, they were able to fight against their hypergamous interests, their hypergamous instincts, and deal with guys that are, they found attractive. So, back to what we were saying, when you have someone like Nicki Minaj, she has dealt with all these different types of men, men that were, she, whatever, let's say she smashed Drake, Drake clapped them cheeks all night, clap, 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 whatever. How many times y'all think Drake smashed her? Whatever, 5 times, 3 times, whatever. But she didn't want to be with him long term, or it didn't work out, or whatever happened. So she's dealt with guys, that her boyfriend, husband, whatever the fuck he is. The guy was in jail, he was in prison, he was a felon. So she's dealt with the hood dudes. She dealt with the business professionals, the record label executives. She dealt with the men with high status and high spotlight out there, right? Drake. She dealt with that type of man. She's been dealing with all these. She's performed with all these different rappers at different tours, right? It doesn't matter. Here's the thing. When she was younger and coming up in the rap game, we know it for what it is. Let's just, the casting couch and all this different stuff. There's similar rules in the music industry, right? Oh, okay, you want us to promote your single and put your album out in the next month or two. Well, this is what the music executives say, right? They're like, well, you're gonna sleep with me or we're not gonna promote your album, right? So who knows? Maybe one of these executives, clap them cheeks, right? Well, now Nicki Minaj has a BBL or whatever, right? Them fake cheeks. So all right, so before she got the BBL, you could actually hear the clap. It'd be like, right? But now that she has all that semen in her ass or whatever, it's more like a thud. It's like, like it's not even a real. It's not like it just isn't like a real like it ain't clapping. We all know what clap, 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 right? Clap is like. It goes like this. Let me explain how it goes. It goes like this, right? Just like that. That was before she got the semen in her ass, right? It'd be like, right? So after she got the semen in her ass, it's like this. It's like wait. It's like, right? Like her husband, boyfriend, whatever the fuck he is, fiance. He's like, damn, this fucking hurts. He's like, it's like he's banging like cement, like fucking drywall. It's like. So here's the thing. So let's get back to let's land the plane. When her and Kevin, see, he was already working at a disadvantage. Now, our fans all over the world, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but our fans all over the world, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I understand it is Nicki Minaj was doing some kind of IG live, right? She was, hanging out with her fans, whatever, just taking questions, just chilling or whatever. And then Kevin, like, he called in or he got in the chat. And I think what Kevin did is he got in the chat. So he got in the chat and then Nicki Minaj, whatever, brought him up, right? So he was already working at a disadvantage. So it was Nicki Minaj's platform, and now, because otherwise he's being a hypocrite, right? So, you got to sit there and you got to respect the platform. So Nicki Minaj is the one that holds the power. She has a mute button. She can kick him off anytime she wants. But at the end of the day, that does not mean that you should roll over and get punked by her, right? So here's the thing. Any of you guys out there that really you like music, especially hip hop music. You've been around hip hop music for a long period of time. You love hip hop music. See, myself, let me explain this real quick. See, I'm in my mid-30s. I got a big collection of CDs when CDs used to be a big thing, right? I got a collection of like 600 hip hop CDs, whatever the number is, whatever, right? So, you guys out there that really love hip hop, you should know what double entrees. Let me explain that concept real quick. So let me explain it. So double entrees is basically like when you use a word or a phrase in a bar, right? In hip hop music, right? In a line, two lines, close right there. You use a word and it has two different meanings, right? So I think Nicki Minaj in the song, what's it called? No Frauds. Yeah, she was responding to Remy Ma, right? So I think you guys look up the bar, but it's a real good one. She's talking about how she talks about DeGeneres Ellen and anyways, you guys look it up. Double entree, I explained what it is. So here's the thing. When KS stepped to Nicki Minaj, what she started doing is she started doing a bunch of subliminal disses, right? So it's a diss, but it's not direct, it's not explicit, right? So she was over there punking him with subliminal disses, right? And KS, I know the guy used to listen to some hip hop music. He would sing a little bit on his show or whatever, but I don't think he understood. I don't think he was deep into hip hop music to the point where he really and truly understood it all. But some of those sneak disses, they weren't even that sneakish, right? I mean, it was pretty obvious. It was pretty obvious that she was clowning the manosphere and some other stuff. So if you guys aren't familiar, what she did is she's like she's talking about how guys that criticize women or whatever can eat a dick, right? That's what Nicki Minaj said. Now, Kevin Samuels, because he was on the, he was obviously doing a little mini conversation, debate, whatever you want to call it. Nicki Minaj, she's like, well, I'm not talking to you. Let me say something to as a sidebar to the Barbies, whatever the fuck she calls them. Let me say it as a sidebar, and Kevin just like, okay, yeah, do your thing and do your thing. So Nicki Minaj, she's like, well, these guys that criticize women, they can eat a dick or whatever, right? The thing about it is, here's the thing. All these guys out there, see what you guys out there need to understand, are fans all over the world and over there in Ukraine. Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe not Ukraine. That was a bad example. Pray for Ukraine, right? We need to pray for Ukraine. That was a bad example. So no disrespect to them, especially for the women. Man, you guys ever looked up pictures of Ukrainian women? Oh my God, gorgeous creatures, just beautiful. Some of the most beautiful women in the world. We need to go save those women, especially. So we need to import those women to United States. Like how we import like corn and wheat, and from Mexico we import avocados. See, the cartels over there, they take over the avocado farms because they're worth millions of dollars, and that's basically hold these families for ransom. You're going to pay 200K, you're going to give us half of your profits, or you're not getting your avocado farm back. So yeah, we need to import Ukrainian babes, fly them in, or whatever, put them on boats or do something. We need to save them. Save the Ukrainian babes, okay? So that's what we need to do. So here's the thing. When Nicki Minaj was over here taking shots, the thing about it is, a lot of people know who the manosphere is. Let's get that point across. Nicki Minaj, a lot of these different rappers, you know, when Kevin Samuels popped off, he was talking about how politicians and different people are reaching out to him, thanking him for speaking up for men, that type of stuff. So let's make this clear to a lot of the women in the chat and a lot of the people out there that clown the manosphere. Let's make this clear. The manosphere is global. They have global influence. We have global influence, right? There's people in Congress, there's people, high executives at Fortune 500 companies, right? We got all these different people around the world that understand and they know who the manosphere is, right? They just do. So there's a bunch of eyes in the manosphere, and it goes back to who's ready for prime time. And the thing about it is, Kevin, it wasn't so much that he wasn't ready for prime time. I think he was. He was close. He needed some more work, but he was close to that level. The problem that he was too worried about making more money and developing more clout. When if he had really gone all in and just put all his chips in the middle of the table, I mean, he could have got to a level similar to like Andrew Tate, right? If he would have punked Nicki Minaj, maybe even Brittany Renner, but I would say Nicki Minaj, he could have built the manosphere and it was just gone to crazy levels. But you know, if you guys review the tape with Nicki Minaj, so she talked shit about the manosphere. Let's call it for what it is. And you know what some people try to say? They try to say that she was talking about guys outside the manosphere. So you know, like guys on TikTok, guys at Yahoo, whatever, Yahoo comment sections that are talking about women, but they're not they're repeating like some of the manosphere talking points, but they're just they're taking it too far or whatever. And I just don't believe in that. I don't agree with her because at the end of the day, uh, she knows what's going on in the manosphere. She knew during that time period, and she was just she was testing Kevin Samuels gangsta, and he didn't stand up to her. That's just the reality of what happened, right? He could have stood up to her. He could have taken a hit for the team, and he could have developed more into a more of a powerhouse, right? But he chose not to do it. So let's put it this way. Let me go ahead and focus on this part because we need to focus on the main aspect of the stream. So Anger Man, he debated Destiny, right? So the question the manosphere needs to ask is who should be front and center. I already said who should be front and center. The guys that have a bunch of experience with women, a bunch of actual real life experience with women. But let's set aside that talking point. Okay, let's set aside that comment by myself. We got to ask the question to everyone in the chat, our fans all over the world. Over there in Puerto Rico and Hawaii and Egypt and Ivory Coast and Thailand and Japan and all these different places, right? So the question you got to ask is who's ready for prime time? Who really and truly is ready for prime time? Now, the thing about it is how do you measure that? Besides having a bunch of experience with women, you got to measure it in other ways, okay? So obviously the ability to be articulate, to be an intellectual like myself. I mean, let's be real. To the peons, the peasants, the commoners, the dumbos, and the all the different people in the chat, right? I mean, let's be clear. There's not that many true intellectuals. There just isn't. Let's keep it real. So, number one, the guy that's going to be front and center that can debate all these outsiders, obviously he has to be an intellectual, right? If he's going to do well and he's going to be able to think on his feet and be articulate, he has to be an intellectual. That's just all there's to it. And he has to be well-rounded in his knowledge base of what's going out there, not just manosphere, not just female nature, but he needs to understand politics. He needs to understand some world history. He has to have a good understanding of race to be able to hang. To be able to hang with whoever's going to debate the manosphere. You by at that level, you already knocked it down by a significant margin, right? Just with that measure alone, right? So you got you got that measure. The other thing is more polish, right? The guy that's going to have to, because it's not the same thing, being articulate and being intelligent. versus being polished. There's some overlap, but it's not necessarily the same thing. You know, if you're polished, there's some gravitas that surrounds you, right? You know, you're a guy that can walk into a room, walk into a podcast, and just based on your appearance, your height, the way you're dressed, the tone of your voice, right? Your tonality. Or do you command respect? Just flat out, just everything I just said, right? Are you polished? Are you seen as polished? That's an important point. The problem is a lot of guys don't have that either, right? Andrew Tate, he has that, right? He's very polished. You know, he has some charisma. He sit there and you know, he's fit. He's well put together. And the thing about it is the thing about it is like a lot of guys out there, and they're correct. You gotta be comfortable in your own skin, and you have to be your actual self, right? So even though Andrew Tate is not always walking around in suits, the way he dresses, the way his mannerisms and all that, it fits. It fits his natural personality. So and you know, the times that he's actually dressed up for interviews like with Piers Morgan, you know, the guy was more dressed up, whatever. But you know, it goes back to the whole point of who should be front and center to debate, right? So you got to have a guy that's intellectual. That's number one. You got to have another guy. You got the same guy. You got to have a guy that understands the manosphere lingo backwards and forwards, right? And you know, a guy that understands female nature. Number four, ideally, but it's just there's not that many guys out there that really and truly have a bunch of experience with women. I'm talking about elite experience with women. That one's not going to be satisfied. Number four, that one's not going to be. It's likely not going to be something that a guy's going to have, right? Let's just be real. A guy can't have a perfect score, you know, across the board. You know, like those video games where you're like 90 out of 100 and you know 85 out of 100. You just, no one's perfect, so you know you're gonna knock off a couple points because you know usually the guy is just not gonna have a bunch of experience with women. But anyways, all right, the experience with women, being super polished, being intellectual. What else? Having the knowledge of world history, race, all the different stuff to bail you out. Here's another thing. And then, you know, I was talking about this earlier with KS. I mean, I didn't mention the word, but that's essentially what I was talking about. And one of the most important things is character. Are you, when it comes down to it, are you going to sell the manosphere out? Are you going to sell men out? I mean, the reality is, and this is what a lot of you ladies in the chat don't understand. At the end of the day, the question is very simple. Is the stuff being said, is it true? Is the stuff true? Now, if you were smart, and some of you are smart, if you were smart, you would look at the information that the manosphere talks about in a objective way, and you would be like, yeah, those guys have a point. You know, those peons, those peasants, those fools, those idiots, those dumbos. Yeah, they got some points. And then you would act accordingly and do course correction and do something different than what you're doing. Now, the problem is most of you ladies out there don't want to. You don't want to course correct. I mean, you're just arrogant. You're entitled. You're arrogant, and you know, it's just it's beyond comedy. I don't want to get too deep into that, but you know, you don't want to course correct. So, you know, the thing about it is, when it comes down to it, does a guy have the character to stand up for the manosphere during these debates? KS, when it just the flat out truth, it goes back to the whole concept of what's true. When he was up there with Nicki Minaj and Brittany Renner, he didn't punk them like he should have. He didn't keep that same energy that he had with, you know, regular women. He just didn't. That's just the truth. I mean, we all saw what happened. There is just plain as sight that it was, you know, that's what happened, right? And the thing about it is, it's a thing of character, because what he assumed is by going easy on them, especially Nicki Minaj, right? He assumed that he would have more access to her fan base. So he's like, he was like, well, you know, I'll just be chill. I'll just pop up. I'll take, you know, we'll have a softball type conversation, yada, yada, yada. You know, he was just trying to run out the clock. He was just trying to run out the clock. Oh, look, in his eyes, he's like, oh, well, I got in front of Nicki Minaj and her 80 million IG followers, whatever the fuck she has. Oh, yeah, I'll get promoted and I'll come in here and I'll slide out. I'll come hang out for 10, 20 minutes, yada, 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 yada. We'll talk about bunny rabbits and Barbies or whatever the fuck they talk about. And then he'll just peace out and walk out the door. But that's not what happened. Nicki Minaj, pretty soon, she upped the heat and punked him. And it goes back to the whole character thing. He didn't stand up to her because he was too worried about trying to get more clout and trying to siphon off some of her subs, some of her followers to make more money off it. When if he had shown character, he would have really pondered and punked her, and he would have doubled the size of Manosphere in 30 days. I mean, it would have just gone viral all over the world, right? To our fans all over the world, all over there in Sudan and Saudi Arabia. I mean, well, I don't know about there. I don't I don't think y'all are allowed to have phones over there. I don't know. The government I think the government is real heavy on you guys. Like say y'all go buy y'all's little flip phones or whatever. Oh my god, send me a flip phone from eBay. So y'all open the package all happy y'all are getting a flip phone so y'all can hide it under the bed and type on it when the government's not paying attention. And then it's like, it doesn't get to your home because the government, like, they open the package. They're like, yeah, these motherfuckers aren't gonna get internet on their phone. They get their phone and they smash it or whatever, in the middle of the Times Square. So I guess we really and truly don't have fans in Saudi Arabia and a lot of those Middle Eastern countries because you aren't allowed the internet and all that other stuff. And then in China, obviously, like in China, they'll sit there and, man, those dudes are brutal over there, right? You guys ever heard the story? Like in some of those countries, I think it's Singapore. I've been to Singapore before. Amazing country. You guys go to Singapore one day. Save your pennies, save your pesos, save your shekels, and go to Singapore. But the thing about Singapore, I think what they do is they'll beat you with a stick or something if you like litter. I don't know. One of you guys in the chat, y'all Google it. All right, y'all. You clowns, you buffoons, you peons, you peasants. Make yourself useful. So go to Google and find out what country does it. But there's some country that basically if you spit on the floor, you throw gum on the sidewalk, they'll beat you with a stick. I don't know. I think it's Singapore. It's some country in Asia, right? So, what was the point? Yeah, it's a character thing, and so it's a character thing. When it comes down to it, are you when you get in these debates, are you really and truly gonna stand up for men? And there's a price to pay, right? You get death threats and they sit there, they dox you, whatever. To those guys in the chat, because some of you guys aren't familiar with Tommy Sotomayor. So Tammy Sotomayor. So you guys out there, when it comes to Tommy Sotomayor, here's the thing. You guys look up. It's real infamous. I mean, I don't know. You might not be able to find it, but the infamous thing with him is this guy. He started beefing with this guy. Okay, so he started beefing with this guy, and what happened is this guy, I mean, who knows what the fuck it was, but supposedly it was like a drone, right? So, well, that was, that's like the police siren, but like, a little drone, like, so the guy, he bought like a drone, right? And he would fly it over Tammy Sotomayor's home. So he would fly it over the home. That's just what he would do. So, he would harass Tommy with the drone, right? That's just what he did. So, the thing about Tommy, I mean, it's complicated. The guy, I mean, I know a lot of the women in the chat, the black women in the chat, have strong opinions about him, but I mean, at the end of the day, uh, would he have the character to really and truly like go to war and stand up for men? I mean, I think he would be. I think he would do it, but he would do it more so for the clout and the money, right? He would do it more so for the money and to enrich himself. Because the thing about it is, let's let's go ahead and talk about that. Because you guys in the chat, you buffoons, you peasants, you clowns, you peons. I mean, everyone's always talking about the concept of grifter. What does the word mean? Okay, so a lot of you guys in the chat and a lot of people in the manosphere, I mean, really across the world in different industries, but we're gonna focus on the manosphere. So the thing about it is, the way you guys see it is, if a guy monetizes his knowledge about different stuff, that he's automatically a grifter. So let's use these different examples, okay? So when a doctor charges you, let's say he's going to perform heart surgery on you, and let's say you don't have insurance, and he's going to, you're going to pay out of pocket, okay? So let's say he's going to charge you $50,000. Now, the guy studied, okay, let's start off with the bachelor's degree. So bachelor's degree, 4 years, sometimes 5 years, and sometimes longer for some guys, right? And then medical school, depending on the residency and all this different stuff, and because he specializes as a surgeon, that adds on more years. Let's keep it simple. Let's just say 15 years. It's less than 15 years, but we're just going to use a nice round number, about 15 years. Now, you tell me, why should a guy that studied for 15 years and went through all the stress and went through all the fucking being broke for 15 years, why doesn't that guy deserve to get paid for his knowledge? Now, what would happen is, all you guys in the chat, you would say, yeah, I mean, he deserves to get paid. They're just, no one attaches the word grifter with doctor. Now you might rail against the healthcare industry. Yeah, you might do that, but that's not, the doctors, they only got so much control. They're basically the employees, right? They're employees of a hospital or whatever. They're not the ones that run the healthcare companies. They're not the CEOs of the pharmaceutical companies. They just aren't, right? So people don't attach the word grifter to someone like a doctor, right? But when we have content creators, you guys often attach, a good example. Let's focus on a particular subsector of the manosphere. Let's focus on PUAs, dating coaches. Now, if a guy has a bunch of experience with women, like myself, why should I not charge you guys for the knowledge? Why should I give that information to you peons, you peasants, you fools, you buffoons? Why should I give that information to you guys for free? So, here's the thing about it. Like I was saying earlier, when you sit there and you tie together mode 1, and you tie together the black pill and 80-20 rule and all this stuff, when you really and truly can tie all that stuff together, you understand women fairly well, right? And the thing about it is, it goes back to the concept of being a grifter. So if I have all this knowledge, and whoever it is, why shouldn't I charge you guys money to get that knowledge? I don't understand. It makes no sense to me. So let me explain the concept a little bit further. If you're an expert, if you have elite knowledge of a subject, and you really and truly understand a topic or an industry or whatever, well, you're not a grifter. You're not a grifter because you're just charging for your actual knowledge experience. Now, this is where things get a little complicated. How do you know if someone's a grifter or not? Like, how do you know if they have a bunch of experience, with whatever topic? Well, it is what it is. You got a bunch of videos you can review. You can review 500 videos, 700 videos, whatever, and you can sit there and, okay, yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about. Yeah, I've never heard that. And let me tell you guys a secret. When you come across a guy's videos, let's say one of you guys is really trying to find a content creator that's really down for the cause. Let's use that phrase, okay? Down for the cause in the sense of, really fighting for men, on behalf of men, advocating for men, that type of stuff. Let's say you're looking for that type of dude. Well, let me tell you one of the main ways you can find that type of guy. It's a guy that has unique content. If you got a content creator and he's cranking out stuff that you've basically never ever heard before in the manosphere, you got it. That's a guy that should be worth a subscribe button, right? You should be giving them a subscribe button, and let me explain why. Because that type of knowledge came from somewhere, right? And most of the time, it's through a bunch of experience with women, right? That's just where the knowledge came from. It came from that because, when you deal with a bunch of women, you learn a bunch of insights about women that other guys don't have, right? It goes back to the whole concept of talking points, like I was describing it earlier. So, it goes back to the character thing and down for the cause. okay, so the content creators, if they're monetizing their knowledge and their experience with women, you can't sit there and fairly call them a grifter. You just can't do it. You can't do it because you're being intellectually dishonest. Now, when you sit there and let me keep focusing on the grifter part. So that's one common explanation of the concept of a grifter. Um, a guy switching his positions. This is what I would say. If you let's say you got some guys that are in the manosphere, right? And they're considered pretty extreme. We're going to use a particular guy because the guy is very, very intelligent, and he's articulate. He knows his stuff semi well. I mean, he doesn't know stuff about the man. He doesn't know female nature the way I know it. Duh, duh. Obviously, he doesn't know more about female nature than I do. But we're gonna use him as an example. So we got a guy like Little Big Nate, right? The guy is militant. When the women in the chat, you ladies in the chat, when you guys talk about how the manosphere hates women and is misogynistic, all that stuff, he's an actual example that does meet that threshold. Now, the problem is a lot of you ladies, you want to put every guy in that category, every content creator, every guy in the chat. Now, I mean, the thing about it is, you are so used to running your mouths about men. See, like when you guys used to hear Kevin Samuels, let me explain something real quick. When y'all would hear Kevin Samuels and all these other guys in the manosphere talk about how women would talk mad cash shit during daytime talk shows. Let me explain where that talking point came from. Well, it came from the intellectual that you're listening to monologuing right now. That's where it came from. So let's explain that real quick. So you ladies didn't have an issue when 8 in the morning till 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, where all these female talk show hosts, they sit there and they'd be clowning men day and night every single day. They would have men on the panels and they just sit there talking shit about men, how they're buffoons, how they're lazy, how they don't they work 50 hours a week, but they're not doing well. They're not helping raise the kids and yada yada yada, all this bullshit, all this garbage. So, the thing about it is, you ladies didn't have that issue when all these women were saying whatever they wanted about men. It's only now that y'all have an issue with men having the microphone to be able to say something back. So yes, back to Little Big Nate. Yes, a guy like him, he is militant. He is militant and he takes stuff too far. But 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 he actually stands firm on his principles and he preaches what he actually believes. Whether you like what he says or not, whether you agree with his tone or not, he's actually preaching what he believes, right? So, it's hard to knock a guy like him. Like, okay, make your money, do your thing. What I would do, if he was actually to follow my advice, he would tone it down a little bit. So let's say he wanted to debate someone like Destiny on in a big forum. His extreme nature just wouldn't work. If he slowly, he's extreme far right. Let's just call it for what it is. He's a militant conservative. I mean, he can call himself whatever he wants to call himself. The reality of the guy, let's say number one is very conservative, just the most extreme level, and then number 10 is the most liberal you can be. But himself, I would put him like around a 2. Now, and I'm being really generous. I would damn near put him at a 1, but I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway. Let's say he's a 2, on the extreme side of the conservative tilt, right? So, in a debate like with Destiny or some of these other guys, if he became like a 3 or 4, like a lot of politicians do, you start sitting there gradually moving towards the middle. I don't see that as a grifter, right? I don't see that as a grifter because he's pretty close to his beliefs. He didn't completely flip flop. Now, when you got these other guys that are in the manosphere, they're in, they're out, they're on this side and that side, and all that different type of stuff. When you sit there and you're constantly switching sides, you're not a guy that should be representing the manosphere. You're not the type of guy that should be debating someone like Destiny. And in theory, you should have a more in theory you would have a more well-rounded understanding of this stuff because you flip-flopped and all that. Nah, I don't think so, because the problem is you're not standing. Here's the thing: when you actually believe something hardcore and you have conviction behind it, you can sit there. You have a bunch of knowledge about that subject. So, when I'm over here on the panel and I'm teaching class, I mean, GMT, he's asleep. I got this under control, GMT. Let me keep monologuing and teaching class, okay? Just let the professor keep going in, because this is going well. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you sit there and you speak with conviction, when you sit there and you really care about a topic, you're going to be able to, for the most part, debate it well. You should be able to, right? And the reason you should be able to debate it well is because you lived that experience, you learned a bunch about that topic, you love that topic, right? If you're like, let's say you're like a mathematics professor at I don't know, Cornell or something, right? So you studied hard, you paid a steep price to get the PhD, right? 10 years, whatever, 8, 9, 12 years. You're going to know this stuff backwards and forwards, right? Right? You guys awake, you dumbasses? Hello, you guys awake? Hello, 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 hello. You guys awake? Wake up, get your Hennessy, get your blunt. I'm not done teaching class. I got about 20 minutes to go, then I got some other stuff to do. But when you got someone that really understands the topic well, you can't, you're not it's you can't sit there and call that person a grifter, right? And the thing about it is, when they're in a high profile situation, um someone like Kevin Samuels, see, he was in a difficult spot because you know who I compare him to. Let me explain this real quick. I compare him to like President Obama, and I'm gonna tell you why. So, President Obama, he had a bunch of people around him, and it doesn't really matter if they were close friends or distant friends or associates, or they talked one time on the phone. It doesn't matter. The point is, when you're running for president, they dig up all that type of information about you. So he had some associations that were not good. Okay, so he had a Reverend Wright. We all know about him. He was a reverend saying all the inflammatory stuff from the bully pulpit right at his church. He had one of the founders, Weather Underground, and for you guys that are not familiar with that, basically they were anti-government and they did some bad stuff here and there, right? They were doing a bunch of bad stuff. So Obama had some kind of loose connection, right? Some loose connection to guys like him. KS, right? A lot of guys in the manosphere, they were disappointed. They were mad that Kevin Samuels didn't put him on, right? He kind of put a distance between himself and the manosphere. Do I think that was a character flaw? No, not necessarily, but at the end of the day, when he got in some of these debates, he didn't have too much he could fall back on because he had kind of burnt some of those bridges, right? He didn't have much to go to, and that was the thing about it. That was the thing about it. When see you guys out there that don't know the history very well. See, the thing about it is, like I was saying, he reached out to MTR, DS, TLA, right? The reason he reached out to him is because his numbers were crashing. So forget about the number of views at the end of the video, right? However many it's going to have over time, right? 10 days, 17 days, I don't know, 2 months, 5 months, whatever, it doesn't matter. But his live chat viewers were going down. So he called in the reinforcements to try to siphon off some of their subs and some of their followers and some of them fans, and bring them over to his channel to reinforce the fort. But I mean, I think it was too late. And I mean, the thing about it is, when he would show up on panels and when he would do interviews, for the most part, they were softball, right? One of the interesting ones, you guys look it up, right? He had a discussion with Ti, okay, Ti the rapper, and what happened is, Ti and his wife, they had some accusations in Atlanta. They were doing some I don't know, some bad stuff. Let's just keep it simple. I'm not going to go into it. But they were in some legal trouble over there, right? They were taking penitentiary chances. How about that? Let's put it that way, right? So what happened is, they did an interview, Ti and KS, and when they did the interview, it wasn't released. It wasn't released right during that time period. So what happened is, Ti and his wife, they had their issues, and what happened is, when KS passed away, like 6 months later or whatever, or 2 months later. I mean, I think KS passed away in May, right? He passed away in May of last year. I don't know. It was like 2 months after May or whatever, July, whatever. It doesn't matter. Ti released he finally released the interview with him and KS, right? So you guys go out there and check it out. It was an interesting interview because what happened KS, it was just a general softball type interview, and Ti was talking about how a lot of women are, they practice they're misandrous, right? They hate men. They actually really and truly hate men. So what happened is, the point is, and let me wrap it up. So the point is, Kevin, who knows if he would have gone in debates with Destiny. I don't think, with guys like Destiny and those type of ilk, those type of men, I don't think he would be able to hold his own. I mean, KS was just more interested in I mean, it is what it is. He was worried about money and clout, that type of stuff. And he was the only type of dudes he was concerned in trying to debate was guys like I was saying earlier, Derek Jackson and Umar Johnson, and people that the facts. See, the thing is, the facts and the logic of a lot of the stuff. I mean, if you debate certain people, you're gonna punk them with the talking points, right? Because all the facts and the statistics are on the men's side. If you debate the right people like Derek Jackson, you can sit there and punk them all day long. Umar Johnson, I think KS would have still punked him, because there's too much information that the manosphere has that the men on our side can weaponize against people like that. But had he stepped outside the sphere and really started debating someone like Destiny, I mean, I don't think it would have gone too well. He might have been able to get a draw, but he wasn't gonna go out there and run circles around a guy like him. So you guys out there that haven't looked into Destiny, the guy's he's known as a high profile debater. He goes all over YouTube debating anyone and everyone, and you got to respect it. Doesn't matter if you like the guy, don't like the guy. His personal history, whatever his personal life. At the end of the day, the guy is very intelligent and the guy debates well. So let me go ahead and wrap this up here in 5 minutes. Basically the thing about it is, moving forward, who's going to really be able to go out there and really handle toe to toe and go up against someone that's outside the manosphere? I think right now there's too many people that have issues, right? Whether then, I'm not going to really say names. I'll just say this: there's people that they're not polished enough, they're not intelligent enough. I'm not being a dick. That's just, I mean, I got to keep it trill. That's just what it is. Some guys, they're not knowledgeable enough. They haven't been with enough women. They're not polished enough. They don't present well. They don't have the conviction and the character to really stand up for men when the iron is hot. They don't want to cam up. Their views are too extreme, right? I don't see anyone out there right now that can really represent the manosphere well during these debates. Someone like Myron, the guy, I'm gonna wrap it up with him. Finish. I'm gonna talk about what he could do or not do in these debates. I mean, the guy is very intelligent. The guy is very articulate. In terms of the problem he has, let me tell you what the problem he has. The problem that guy has is he's real deep into the talking points. He's not an empty suit. I don't want to say he's an empty suit like Marco Rubio, but the guy isn't too much of a original thinker. He doesn't have too many original thoughts, right? He's like Parrot X or like Just Pearly Things or Real Fem Sapien, all these other clowns, right? So he doesn't have too many original thoughts. And I don't think when it really comes down to it, when he gets to the nitty gritty, I don't I don't think he can really sit there and hold his own with someone like Destiny, Ben Shapiro, which that's a more complicated discussion because he's a conservative, right? And the manosphere generally is considered to be conservative, right? It just that's just considered of if you had to put the manosphere under a political party and you didn't have a choice, 95% of people, 90% of people would put the manosphere under the wing of the Republican Party, right? So when it comes to someone like Myron, I don't think he has the juice. I don't think he has what it takes to really go up against some of these type of people. He just doesn't have it. Andrew Tate is the best man to be up there. Everyone's flawed. We all know why he's flawed. His history with women and the way he got his money, the way he became rich, and that's always going to be problematic. But he has strong support amongst men. I support the guy too. Very intelligent, not as intelligent as me, and not as he doesn't understand female nature the way I do. But the guy is a real formidable opponent. So yeah, I mean, as I wrap this up, I don't think a lot of these guys are ready for prime time. They just aren't. And I'm not being a dick. I'm not being a jerk. It's just it is what it is. Let's call it for what it is. Let's see the play field in a actual objective way, and that's just the reality behind it. There's someone's gonna pop up, and really and truly, none of the females, obviously the females, they're not ready for prime time. I mean, they're just the parrots of men, right? So they're not ready for prime time. One of you ladies in the chat said that Destiny punked Just Pearly Things. I'm not surprised. I'm gonna review the tape, but I'm not surprised. So yeah, there's no one out there that's going to be a Mayweather that's going to be punking the whole field of detractors of the manosphere. There just isn't. There's no Mayweather out there right now. Andrew Tate, I don't want to say he's done, but he's down for the count. Let's put it that way. He's down for the count. So hopefully he survives and he'll do okay. So yeah, that's what I had to say on this topic. I'm happy for all the support from Ivory Coast and Sudan and Thailand and Laos and fucking Japan and let's see, Brazil. Well, not Brazil. I mean, I'm Latino. I don't even think I'm welcome over there after what Holloman did, dumbass. He's over there getting banned from a country. It's so comical. And we're not going to get into that because other guys from the manosphere has been banned from countries, not just him. That's another topic for another day. But to you guys out there, I appreciate you listening to the monologue, and hopefully you guys gathered something from my lecture. So yeah, I had to go in for I had GMT. I appreciate it, buddy. I know you're asleep, but I told you I would hold down the fort one day, and I would sit there, and I think we had a good discussion. Let me review the private chat real quick, but I think I'm about to drop off. I mean, to you people out there, I don't have moderator privileges. I can't bring you on the panel even if I wanted to. I mean, GMT, he needs to give me the mythical gold wrench. So let me explain real quick what the gold wrench is, and I'm dropping off. See, the gold wrench is something that's really, really extremely rare on YouTube. Let me explain what you can do with the gold wrench. The gold wrench is what it means is you automatically get a wrench all across the manosphere, whether the content creators want to give it to you or not. Okay. So you automatically get a wrench all over the fucking manosphere. You can ban content creators on other channels, right? So let's say I wanted to ban GMT on another channel. Because I have the gold wrench, I get to ban them. That's just what happens. Ban. I mean, look at GMT. Look at his goofy ass face. Look at his face on the avatar. So you guys that are look, increase the brightness on your phone and look at his goofy ass face on the avatar. I mean, what is he wearing? Is he wearing like a hoodie? What the fuck is he wearing? Anyways, the gold wrench, you can ban GMT on other channels. You can ban chat members on other channels. You got you can ban the moderators. You can ban the dudes with the blue wrenches. Because you have the gold wrench, you can ban other dudes that have blue wrenches. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's what the gold wrench does. So even if you guys, you guys in the back chat, even if I, if I had the moderator privileges, if I had the mythical gold wrench, I mean, I can't bring you up. I mean, I just don't have it. So let me review the chat real quick, the private chat, and I'm hopping off. Yeah, so we had 2 people in the back chat. Sorry, I don't have the gold wrench. So hey, peace out to everyone out there. I appreciate it, GMT. Salute to the chat. Salute to everyone in the world. And I'm out. Thank you.